Cat, hello. Are you Yeti? Welcome in, kids. Land Shark. I like how when I put that up, Yeti was like, he's like, if anybody ever asks what happened to your foot, show him this picture. Yay, I'm glad you got a notification. Ha, Cat. You know, I mess with Cat. She is on a terror with her top fans. I think she hit something like 500. Hi, Todd Bushy. Cooking some chops? No. Did you get some sleep, Cat? I'm late because I sat down to rest my leg and all of a sudden my eyes fell closed and oops, I got some sleep. You hit 400 subs today? That's fucking awesome. Apollo, welcome in. Congratulations, are you Yeti? I remember back in the day before I even went live, it used to be you needed 500. It took me a long time to get to 500. But that is totally awesome, Yeti. Who knew there was an emoji for you, Yeti? I'm still yawning, Cat. I got a little sleep earlier. In the morning, but only like a couple of hours. And then when I got up, I turned around and had to go to the doctor, so I couldn't go back to sleep. So I went out and did the doctor thing. Yay, no surgery. At least for now. He says it all depends on how the next couple of weeks go. So if I'm still in the amount of pain I'm in, he said that we may need to do an MRI. And hopefully it doesn't come to that. Because then I got to take out all my piercings, and 2 of my piercings are kind of a bitch to take out and put back in. You took a short, unplanned nap? Yeah, that's what happened to me. Except it wasn't short. Can you guys hear me? I don't know if I have to turn off my Bluetooth. I might have to. Fall asleep with it in my ear. So you're still 15% hungover from last week? I was telling my friend who took me to the doctor today. I was like, yeah, I did a 9-hour live yesterday. And he's like, huh? Really? He's probably sitting there saying, what the fuck could you have said for 9 hours? Many things. Yeah, me too, Yeti. Headaches suck. I'm glad you had a busy day, Kat. I mean, for the most part, I had a little bit of a busy day. And it ended disappointingly because we're coming back from the doctor's, right? And there's this Mexican joint that I like that's along the way. So I was like, can we stop? I'm starving. So we pull in and the place is closed. I don't know what's going on there. If they're without power, because there's quite a few places still without power from the storm yesterday. So it could have been that, because it's very highly unusual for that place to be closed. So I was a little disappointed. No nachos. What the fuck? It's Taco Tuesday and Batman can't have nachos? What kind of a world do we live in? On the plus side, I don't think we'll be having to walk at midnight for a pack of squares. Oh my god, if I could have danced, Cat. I have been tweaking since this happened, because when I walked out of the hospital, to this moment I still have not seen my x-rays. I'm kind of annoyed on that. I want to see it. And not that I don't trust the doctors, I've just never fractured or broken any of my bones, so I want to see what it looks like. So when I left the hospital the first time, they didn't really explain other than saying that I had a fractured leg. What the heck? And so I got to talk to him a little bit more today, so I was telling him I've been Googling things. I don't know what you're going to do to me next, if you're going to stick me in a cast, if you're going to have surgery. He goes, well, right now, he goes, depending on how everything goes after the swelling, Polly, welcome in. He goes, if things subside after the swelling, I think you'll be okay and we don't need to do any surgery or cast. But if you're still in the same amount of pain in 2 weeks, we got to look and see what's, going on. So he goes, I don't want to rule it out, but right now it's looking good. So fingers crossed. No surgery for Batman. So he asked me about the brace, if I thought that it was helping or hindering the process. And I'm like, to be honest, I think it's kind of hindering. Only because I have to keep on pulling it up. And I'm like, emergency room trip number 2, they gave me an ace bandage. And that kind of works, but it still falls. It's annoying. I'm like, to be honest, I'd rather you put a cast because at least it stays. He goes, well, let's not go to that drastic measure. So they're really worried about the swelling that is going on around my ankle, because my ankle is not the injury. So they're kind of worried about Yeah, I see blue too. On both. So, yeah, YouTube must have been being an asshole. Well, thank you, Polly. I appreciate you stopping by, saying hello, hitting the like. I hope you and Cynthia are doing well. So, I gotta go back in 2 weeks, and he gave me a compression sock that I have to wear up to my little past my knee. I actually have two. I have one for my ankle, and then I have one for the actual leg. Because even looking at my legs, you can definitely tell one is more sizable than the other. And, so he wants me to start trying to move it a little bit as much as I can tolerate. So that way things don't freeze up. Because he said if things start freezing up, then I'm in bigger trouble. No, it is. It is definitely more sizable. Back in the day, my calves used to be fucking awesome because of my stamina and riding a bike. So I had some pretty awesome, strong calves. And yeah, one looks like it's like on steroids and the other one looks like a toothpick. So I'm going to sit there and hope and pray. I'm going to do everything he told me to do. I asked him if I could use like BioFreeze. And he's like, it's okay, but here, I'd rather use this. And he gave me a piece of paper, and I looked. It's at my local pharmacy, Voltran or something like that. He said that that would be better than using BioFreeze. Which reminds me, I did not get a text message telling me my medication was ready, so I'm going to have to call the pharmacy in the morning. I kind of slept through things. So I'm not allowed to work for a couple of weeks. I never lifted weights, but I've lifted a lot of heavy things in my time. I told my girlfriend who I hang out with at the bar, she's one of the bartenders. She started a journey a while back ago of healthy living, and she looks amazing. She's been hitting the gym, doing weightlifting and all kinds of stuff, and she just looks amazing. I told her before I came back home, I told her, I'm like, you and me need to hit the gym. So when I saw her for the first time when I came back home, I was like, so you ready, girl? She's like, I hate to tell you. She goes, I work out, but not as much as I used to. She goes, I've been bad. And she's not, going off, but she's taking a little break. So she said when she's back at it that we'll go and work out together. So, and then this happened. She's on vacation right now anyway. I don't even know. Does she know? Yeah, no, because she went on vacation last week and she's usually there Saturday. So, she would have been there the night Drunk Annoying Girl was there with the band. So she doesn't even know what happened with my leg. Because she's on vacation. I'm not going to sit there and bother her and be like, oh yeah, it's all about me. I can wait till she gets home. She'll see. And at least I don't have to wear that stupid brace anymore. But I'm so pleased everybody's blue. Oh, you know what? Ugh. Pain pill time. Joko! You're not going to come and hang with us for another 9 hours, Joko? I do appreciate you stepping by, sweetheart. That's okay. You owe me no explanation. The fact that you stopped by just to say hi means a lot. I always appreciate when a Joko Cop Watch stops by. Today, my friend Duper Trooper went back to the site of where that contractor went missing from the storm to see if he had been located yet. And so far as I know, the guy's still missing. They're still looking for him. So at this point, it's no longer trying to do a search and rescue. It's trying to do a retrieval. And that's just so heartbreaking because we all do something for a living, you know? Sometimes we think that our job is not going to be that life-threatening. And that man was just going to work Monday morning and probably kissed his wife goodbye and walked out the door. And the wife was like, okay, you got to figure out dinner for tonight. Not thinking that her whole world was going to change, or that both the worlds were going to change. So I hope they find him soon. So that way the family has some closure. Ooh, cut down 4 trees. Are they big trees, Joko? Where I was living at before, man, I was surrounded by big trees. So you're talking stump removal. If you go back in my, I don't know if it was my shorts or upload, my girlfriend's house I was staying at, they had to remove a tree, and holy cow, that stump is huge. They didn't do the stump removal. I love how you slid that in there, are you, Yeti? Too shy, Gracie. Were you able to retrieve any more cats? Well, that's good. Yeah, one of the trees that was taken down at my girlfriend's house, definitely 100 of years, if not more. And it was kind of wild when they were cutting it down. So they were doing it in parts. If you go back and watch the video, there's a certain part of the tree that they hit with the chainsaw because carpenter's ants, termites, whatever, had hollowed that thing out in the middle when they got to a certain point, all of a sudden just sawdust went poof. It was crazy. I've never seen a tree that big removed, so it was kind of neat to watch them take it down. My girlfriend, who's a huge environmentalist, was extremely sad about it, but she understood it had to come down before it did damage to their home, the next door neighbor's home. It already had damage through a storm, and that's why they took it down. One thing I never understood in that situation is the guy who lives next door to him. Old man, kind of a hippie. Really nice guy. He outright owned the house, so he just figured he didn't need homeowners anymore. So when the tree came down and kind of banged up his roof and his chimney, that was going to become an out-of-pocket situation because he didn't have homeowners insurance. So when I was talking to my girlfriend a couple of weeks ago, she said he had finally decided to go and move and live with his daughter in Tennessee. So I think he's going to be putting up the house, and she was talking about how she wished they were in a better position to buy that property and just either turn that into like a guest house or an investment property, fix it up. She's like, but unfortunately, we're not in a position to do that, so. You got a 3-foot bar and a chain on my saw. Were you able to retrieve any more of the cats? I'm sorry I asked, but I didn't see if you answered, honey. And that's awesome that the other cats are welcoming the kitten into the fold. Yeah, when they're kittens, they're kind of on the move a lot. Layla was. Well, you have a good night, Joko. Please be careful taking down those trees for the private fence. I don't think we're going to pull a 9-hour stream tonight. But it was funny how you came in early yesterday, and then later on you were like, holy shit, they're still going. Let me hop back in. But definitely get some rest and take care of yourself. I'm hoping that Howard County hops in here because he hopped in my friend's live earlier today, and I posted something, but by the time I posted it, my friend ended the live, so I'm not sure if he saw it. So I hope that he's able to hop in here. I know that he's had his time consumed with taking care of his wife, who's not well. I think that man's an absolute angel for what she's going through and how he's helping her through it. Today, I think I scared the shit out of my friend when I turned around and told him I won't be a burden to my friends if I get in trouble. And I didn't mean to scare him, my life the last couple of years, last few years have not been the easiest, and I've had my friends around me to help me and catch me when I fall, but I don't want it to be on a repeat. I'm used to taking care of myself, so having to be vulnerable and be like, hey, I need help here. It's felt really good the past couple of years of me being able to take care of myself and being independent again. To a degree, you know? And the friends that I have in my life, them helping me, in no way, shape, or form is it ever going to come back and be like, well, I did this for you. Because they're not that type of people, and they're just purely here to make sure that I succeed, and that when I have my moments where I don't think I can keep on pushing on, that they remind me how strong I am. I just want to be hold on. I just want to be in a position where I don't want anybody to worry about me anymore. So I count the ones that I do have in my life that do help me an absolute blessing. And I don't want to do anything to wear them out and be like, you know what, I gotta step back because I can't take this. So, me hurting my leg is the last thing I needed in this moment. I was really having some great moments where coming back home, I got a job fairly quickly, and I was like, okay, let's hit the ground running, let's do this. I'm tired of having medical setbacks. 2021, it was a heart attack. And that took me quite some time to recoup from. And now this. Take some magic mushrooms. Depending on how old you are, Johnny, I've been tripping longer than it's been fashionable to trip. Thank you, Yeti. It's just hard. And Dad, where do you get Dad? I'm a chick, dude. Well, hopefully you won't be worried about your friend. I've never tried DMT. I've heard that it's redonkulous, though. One of my friends who's did DMT said that they saw God. Right, Kat? I was having a whole empowering moment in Miss Independency. And then one stupid accident. Yeah, that's what I hear. I've just never come across it yet. And I hear that when you do DMT that you got to do it with people that you trust. Yeah, it's supposed to be some, like, really crazy stuff, are you, Yeti? Hallucinogenics, the only thing I've ever done was acid on a piece of paper. That was back in the late 80s, early 90s. And mushrooms have been around forever. And I once did peyote. That was wild. There used to be this great show on Vice that talked about hallucinogenics and the healing properties. Because there's like euthanasia or something like that. There's all kinds of weird stuff. Like at one part of the world, there's these frogs that people lick and trip. I don't know if I'm willing to lick any frogs. Aw, thank you, Kat. And again, I'm a chick. If I was a dad, my kids would be quite surprised in how they came out of my body. People do that sometimes. My niece calls me personally. My 3-year-old niece calls me personally just to tell me she farted on me. If that's supposed to be a trigger, good luck with that. Gen X, dead inside. I think it's funny when people come in and are like, Mom? I already know what my kids' screen names are. So at least I'm excited about the fact that I'm not going to have to drag a cast through Riot Fest. I would have done it. I was even telling my friend, I was like, yeah, I was thinking about if I got a cast of doing a live stream and, just if people wanted to put their names on my cast of my subscribers and stuff. He's like, wow, you really went into deep thought about this. And I'm like, a little bit. I was trying to mentally prepare. And he already knew that if I was getting casted, that I would be dragging that fucker along with me. Ma'am. And again, be nice to the kitty. I don't want to see that crap again. She was chasing the cat through the house. Cat's sitting there looking for a place to run and hide. So it doesn't really count. Dropping mushrooms before a tool show is highly recommended. They got so much shit going on. I remember the last time I was at a tool show, it was an indoor venue. It was where the Chicago Bulls play at United Center. And all of a sudden something told me to look up at the ceiling. And I look up at the ceiling and how we have the nebula and everything going on up here with the stars. They have all kinds of crap going on up on the ceiling. I was like, what the fuck? So if a Tool fan comes up to you and tells you spiral out, usually that's what that means, is that they're dosing. And they're just tripping out on the light show. Oh my. It's always interesting to click on things and like you'll see somebody hop in and they just joined yesterday. And it's like, yeah, that's a sock account. I can't even be mad at Johnny Longcock because when I was on Twitch, my screen name was Sugar Tits. In fact, if one of my friends from Twitch hops in here, he calls me Sugar because he just can't call me Sugar Tits. It makes him blush. What was really funny is somebody got triggered by my name and they reported me to Twitch. And sugar tits is actually a real, if you look up the definition of sugar tits, it's not what you would think it is. And that I used the definition to try to plead my case to keep my name, and they're like, yeah, no, it's offensive. So what am I now? I think I'm felony left nostril. Because at one point I was danger noodle. Yeah, I think I'm felony left nostril. It's an inside joke between me and my bartender friend that's at the bar that I like to go to. There was a customer that used to come in, and she would forget to dust off her nostril after doing a line of booger sugar. So we nicknamed her felony left nostril. So it became my screen name. Because sugar tits was no longer acceptable. That's why I laugh at like my social media. Even if people find out what my real name is, they're not going to find me on social media. One, I don't really go on my Facebook anymore. I keep it for Messenger because a few of my friends refuse to go over to Instagram. Ma'am, no. So I keep my Messenger, and my Instagram isn't my name. It's comic book related. So in the past, people are like, what's your Instagram? What's your Facebook? And I'm like, yeah, good luck finding me. Only 2, maybe 3 people are on my Instagram from YouTube that actually found me. Yeah, I have a Twitch, but I don't go live on it. I have TikTok, but I don't go to it too often. I know people go live on that. The only thing I go live on is here. I don't even go live on my Instagram. I don't know. I was one of the weirdos that, like, I never had a MySpace page. My kids did, but I didn't. And then Facebook came around, and I had a job at the time where we had to do promotions on Facebook. So I was using my kid's father's name. And I turned around one day, and I'm like, so-and-so is trying to get in contact with you. And he's like, how do you know that person? And I'm like, oh, I started a Facebook with your name. And he's like, what the fuck? He's like, take that shit down. And I'm like, no, I got to use this for work. I'm not starting my own Facebook. And eventually I started my own. Busy lady! You missed it. Yesterday we were live for 9 hours. Yeti dropped out, but Cat and me held on strong. Yeah, you know, I mean, when I started my Snapchat, legitimately for years, I only had 2 people on there, and it wasn't even my children. It was 2 of my girlfriends who are sisters. To this day, they're both on my Snapchat. I don't have very many people on my Snapchat. My one girlfriend, who I've had on there for years, her and my son were classmates. Me and her mom are very good friends. So, she posts so much on Snapchat, it's disturbing. Aw, you're sick? I'm sorry, busy lady. That was me 2 weeks ago. That's what led to the broken leg. I got a cold because we were like unseasonably hot. We were over 100 degrees here. So going out into the heat, going into the air conditioning, going out into the heat, going into the air conditioning, I got a really bad cold. And with being a smoker, I can take over-the-counter cold meds, but sometimes that doesn't shake it, and that's what was happening. So the day that I did this to my leg with the scooter, I went to my doctor to go and get prednisone, which is kind of like a steroid for my lungs, so it would clear me up and dry me out. And I added a whole new problem. Well, you take care of that headache, Yeti. And yeah, we hope that you feel better soon, Busy. I think it's so cruel to be able to get sick like that in summertime. It's like, what the fuck? I have enough problems worrying about shit in the winter, and now I gotta worry about shit in the summer. Both of you guys get some rest, and hopefully you wake up tomorrow and it's a better day for you guys. It was bad for me, Busy Lady. Like, it was a cold, it was a normal common cold at first, but the cough and the congestion was just so much. It was like a dead of winter cold. If I could, I would be over making you chicken noodle soup and bringing you tea with lemon and honey. Honey's a great healer because it's got so many healing properties naturally. I mean, you still need the cold medicine, but natural products as well. Drink orange juice. That's what I did. Ate a lot of soup and when it was hotter than hell outside, but had to do something for the congestion. Oh, I don't think I have my pointy stick. So it may be just you and me tonight, Kat, and I'm okay with that. We were having fun doing... Yesterday, I was like, welcome to Bat and Cat Stories. But thank you for all your kind words, Yeti and Kat. It's hard when you're somebody who's very independent and all of a sudden things kind of change in your world and you have to get used to something that you're not used to. I think I'm going to have to send my friend an apology because I really hope I didn't scare the shit out of them. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Kat and I. It was funny today, Kat. Freeman hopped in my friend Duper Trooper's live when he was doing the update on the guy that's been missing. And I tell him to call me before 2 o'clock, right? I still haven't heard from him. That is a good song. I like that song. So it'll be funny if, like, in the next hour, all of a sudden I'll get a text message from Freeman Liberty. He's a night owl like us. So he has obligations and stuff that he has to take care of during the day. And sometimes he's catching up on sleep. So sometimes I don't hear from him until like 12, 1 o'clock in the morning. It's normal time for him. And you had asked, I'm sorry, I did not answer you. You had asked if there was any DirectD video. Yes and no. So, I guess sometime yesterday, the girl that had him arrested, she went on somebody's live. And then there was a guy today, once they found out his bond is at $108,000. So 10% is like $8,500 he needs. So there was some guy with like 31 people in his chat trying to raise bail money for him. But from what it looks like on the charges, a lot of stuff caught up to him. Whatever was going on in this particular case with this girl. And then he had past warrants because I remember him saying something about Maricopa County that he had warrants and they hadn't come and gotten them yet, and they weren't going to come and pick them up for the stupid warrants that they were, but apparently they did. Me and Brandon Mitchell were going back and forth through text messages. So back in the day, when he was at the height of his popularity, if he didn't do what he did and still remained a huge part of this community, people would be up in arms right in this moment. There'd be money flowing left and right to get him out of there. But he burned so many bridges, everybody's like sit and rot. So it's karma coming back. You know, he thought he was Mr. Untouchable and that this was something funny and that nothing was going to come to him. When you got warrants, they eventually come up to bite you in the ass. Hell, my brother. So, my brother left for the Army at 18. And usually when you leave to go into the service, they make sure that you have no pending court dates, stuff like that. They get it all taken care of. And it was just a stupid traffic infraction because he was young. So apparently there was still some court date that they never let him know about. And at that point he was already in basic training or whatever. And then he got shipped off to Germany. And he stayed in the Army for, I want to say 15, 20 years, something like that. After our mom's murder, he decided to come back home. He was the only brother that we had. So he comes back home, and shortly after he came back home, he got arrested for decades old warrant on a traffic infraction. He got it all cleared up and everything, and, you know, I mean, he had to get processed and get bailed out and go through the court dates and everything, but nothing came out of it where he had, like, he murdered somebody and he was going to jail forever. Like I said, it was a stupid traffic infraction that just never got taken care of. And when he came back home to the States and got pulled over, the warrant pulled up because he was living in the county that the warrant was issued under, so. But that boy had some serious warrants. It really is. How do you not tell somebody that they have a court date? But, I mean, I've heard that before. The craziest I have ever heard, and this is more recently, Kat, in the last, like, year or two. So, Duper, because of what he does, they'll sit there and they'll pull him over and he'll have, like, a court date for something stupid. They'll come up and ask for his license and registration, and sometimes he'd in insurance or something like that, and sometimes he doesn't give it to him, so they issue him a ticket saying that he had no insurance when he does. He just doesn't give it to him. So I don't remember if he missed a court date or something. Because at this point in time, he had a couple of court dates going. He got a ticket for jaywalking. He got some driving infraction of some sort. So they suspended his license. And he finally got it reinstated. He wasn't driving. So when Chuck came out here last year, he didn't have a license at the time. So finally they get it all straightened out and his stuff's all legit. And he was driving somewhere. I think he was doing some cop watching. So I don't remember if it was like the next day, but Glen Ellen Police Department call him and tell him. This always flips me out by what they said. They said, we saw you driving. Not we pulled you over and you had a suspended license. We saw you driving. You have a warrant out for your arrest. Because you're driving on a suspended license or something like that. You need to come and turn yourself in. I didn't know that they could call you and be like, oh yeah, we saw you doing this. You need to turn yourself in. It's like, I'm sorry, what? So, yeah, that was pretty nuts. The fact that they called him and said, we saw you driving is still like mind-blowing to me. It's like, I'm sorry, what? You didn't pull me over, but yet you saw me driving. So that just goes to show you those flock cameras. Because that's what I think it was. Is either a cop drove past him or a flock camera flocked his license plate in their town. The fact that he got a jaywalking ticket is still funny to me. That we're still giving those out. And, you know, I get it. That I guess it's a law. But they gave him one. And then like 10, 15 other people were doing the same thing that he got the ticket for. And they didn't get tickets. In fact, when they were about to arrest him and he's like, they're jaywalking. You going to go and get them? What about that person? They just jaywalked. Yeah, I don't remember, and with him not being in here. And I'm live on my phone, so I can't text them and be like, did they see you on camera or was it flock that they got you? And he might be sleeping right now because he starts his day off early. But yeah, that's just fucking wild. We saw you driving. See, Pink? Why are you... Oh. Why? Is this one of your socks? Because that's not blue. You were never blocked. So stop with your bullshit, foo. I know your ass has been lurking. Because you'll come in as others. So stop with that bullshit. You were blocked. Cat, I don't know if you know the infamous Pink Taco. Nobody said his name 3 times, but he's kind of like the clap. He just shows up. Right, Pink? But good to see you. Regardless if you're spamming my chat. Tiff! Yay, Tiff! Tiff, time Pink out for 10 seconds. I think he needs a timeout. So, no surgery, Tiff. No cast so far. And, gonna see me back in 2 weeks. As long as I'm not in pain, they won't have to do an MRI. Oh, she totally would, Pink. Don't ever underestimate Tiff. She will kick you in the fucking shins. Maybe I can borrow. That's physically impossible. I still have my leg. It would be like a weird stilt at this point. But I still think it's cool that that shit's like the Terminator. I said shin, asshole, shin. And don't underestimate my Tiff. I bet she could do a roundhouse kick and still kick your ass in the chin. Not at all. Not at all. Tiff, yesterday I did a 9-hour straight live. Nine straight hours. Me and Kat hung out. People came and went. Spirit in the Sky is really obsessed with my peen. It's kind of weird. He says it's because he has a kidney issue, but I think it goes a little deeper than that. Fuck you, Pink. I'm not Cass where I'm going to stay live for like 24 hours. That was my personal longest. So, Pink, you hear about Direct D? But yeah, no, I'm not sleeping great at all, Tiff. With what's going on with my knee, I'm a side sleeper, and they were telling me for the last week to keep my stupid legs straight. And whatchamacallit, I had the brace on, and then they told me I had to go back to the ER Sunday because some drunk bitch, I was at the bar on Saturday, and some drunk bitch fucking kicked and tripped over my leg. If you go back and watch my live, you can hear her annoying voice. I still want to repeatedly punch her in the face. But my ankle swelled, and they told me then that I didn't have to wear the brace at night when I go to sleep. So I would fall asleep, right? And then I'd go to move, and I would wake up because of the pain. They gave me a muscle relaxer and hydrocodone, but hydrocodone kind of only masks the pain. So it stops it from throbbing, and the muscle relaxer helps to a degree where it helps me fall asleep, but I can't stay asleep. And from waking up and falling asleep, waking up, falling asleep, finally I get exhausted doing that by like 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning, where I get like maybe 3-4 hours of sleep, and that's about it. Oh my lord, Pink. Only you. I told the ER doctor the way they have me sleeping with the brace and everything and having to lay on my back is foreign to me because I'm a side sleeper. I'm like, I feel like I need to cross my arms over my chest that I'm sleeping in a coffin. Definitely only Pink could say that. Right, Kat? He came in earlier and was hanging out with us for a decent part of the night, and then he's like, okay, I'm going to bed, and then like later on he goes to sleep for quite a few hours. He gets up and we're still on. And he hopped back in. That was funny. Nobody could ever say Pink is politically correct. Pink has issues, especially with coat hangers. But it feels great despite all this. It feels great to be back home. To be able to see the friends that I haven't seen in the last couple of years. I've caught up with a lot of friends in the last month and a half I've been home. Yeah, but his old charges also caught up to him too, Pink. So even if that doesn't pan out, the other stuff from Maricopa County, that may fuck him. Am I in O Black? Not in Cook County, Pink. Right? Who's obsessed with coat hangers? Pink Taco. And what an enigma in the whole situation with saying Pink Taco and coat hangers. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, Pink. Yeah, so if anything, those will stick. But yeah, they're not big charges, but they're not great charges. I don't know. I try not to follow that drama because that guy's just a straight up tweaker. He sits there and calls her a tweaker. He's a tweaker too. The guy's fucking weird. There's a reason he's living by himself on mass amount of acres and secluded like that, because nobody wants to deal with his ass. Honestly, I think the dude has mommy issues, but I'm not a psychiatrist, I'm just a bartender. See, I'm so, confused about that too, Pink. Because here, you can't go into the dispensaries filming. Why would you? They sell weed. They make people happy. Why are you bothering them? The whole incentive is to change the structure of what happens with being pulled over while driving black in a white community. People are hurting enough, and then you're gonna fucking add court costs and lawyers and all that shit. Yeah, I kinda did. And yeah, they do. It's true what they say. Don't ever try and meet your heroes. Because sometimes you find the chinks in their armor, and it's kind of like the almighty Oz, how everybody were so afraid of the almighty powerful Oz, and it turned out it was just a little guy behind a curtain with a microphone. We've had talks about certain people that we both have supported here and there throughout the years, and I'm still confused on one situation, because one situation, I'm always willing to admit when I'm wrong. I'm always willing to apologize. If I've done something wrong, I will admit it. I don't ever want to be one of those people where I start blaming everybody else, and not taking responsibility for my part in the situation. But one part was just so fucking weird because I was being kind. And then I got in trouble for being kind. So it just went to show me that the friendship that I thought I formed with that person meant more to me than it did to them. Because if they were going to get mad at me about something so stupid about being kind to them, yeah, issues. Yeah, he's got a channel out now. Something Squid. I'm subscribed to it. I just don't remember what it is. It's sad, Tiffany. You know, I mean, or Tiffany. So, me being a girl in the community with having these things, it makes it difficult for me to be taken seriously. Because people in the 1A community sometimes treat this as a dating situation. The humbled squid. Yes, thank you, Kat. I always remember the squid part. I just don't remember the beginning of it. It'll stick eventually. But that kind of annoys me because I'm not trying to do this to hook up with a big name auditor. I'm doing this because I see wrong that's being done in my community to my neighbors. I've had shit done wrong to me. I want to make a difference. I want to change things. I want things to be better. I have no problem fucking finding men. The day that I start turning to YouTube and let's find a love deal, shoot me. Not saying that it hasn't worked for a couple of people. Some people have met and become married, had children, or just gotten together. And I think that's great, but that's not why I'm here. I'm trying, Tiff. My whole goal was having the scooter, and Duper showed me how to start using the scanner to listen. But it's kind of funny because we know that they know we know how to listen. And lately it seems in the last month where I'm at, a couple of surrounding me are starting to not really say much on their scanners. So now it goes back for me to just being organic and just happening upon something. One bullshit thing, the bar that I hang out at. So on the weekend they close at 2, right? About 1 o'clock in the morning, an unmarked with regular plates comes driving through the parking lot and looking at all the license plates so they know who to watch out for when the bar closes. So he'll do that, and he'll take off, and then when it's closing time, another sneaky bastard of a marked car will park across the street and watch for what cars leave to radio in who to get pulled over. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't want people driving drunk. I am not for that. There are families that get wiped out. It's not cool. If you're that drunk, you need to take an Uber home. But still, that is a fucking form of entrapment. I know a couple of your cars, like your Chickmobile and your sport car. I don't trust Tweaker Scooter Girl. I think I'm better off just doing it myself. Tweaker Scooter Girl is always fucking on meth. No, thank you. Hey, it's not our fault you drive a chick car. But we can sure pick on you for it. And you can make fun of me all you want about not driving. Let me tell you something. I'd still have a badder fucking car than a Chickmobile. Kat, this may help you a little bit better. I'm looking at your mod status. Don't freak out. I gotta unmod you to remod you. So when you're a standard mod, hold on. When you're a standard mod, you can't post links. So I just changed your mod status. So if you ever want to post links, like Bill, it'll hopefully come up. Why do I feel you would roll a joint with that piece of paper and smoke it? You're always smoking that brown Uncle Julio weed. But I got the fuck out of fucking the forest, Pink. That was a 2-year nightmare. The only good part was my girlfriend and the kids. Other than that, it fucking sucked ass. I moved back home about a month and a half ago. If you remember where I was before, I'm back there again. Pink, what you do to trees in your private time is nobody's business. Here, let me see. Is it humble or humbled? It says Humboldt squirrel. Okay, thank you, Pink. Oh, he's at my favorite number now of subscribers. He's at 312. I'm happy for him. Because when I went to go and subscribe to him, I was number 48. So I'm glad that he's up there. I guess he's still kind of having a problem going live. So it's good that he finally got out. That man sat in that fucking prison cell for way too long on some bullshit. I might have to deal with that with Freeman Liberty soon. I'm not looking forward to it. He's been around. I don't know why. I think he was watching yesterday because in my top fans, he came up. So he was sitting there watching. He's been having a lot of things to go through, Pink. I called him and talked to him before I moved. And I've hopped in his live here and there, but it tends to upset people, so sometimes I just go to his chat and just listen in and see how he's doing. But he's had a rough year this year. Yeah, he's had a really rough year this year. I mean, he's been having a rough go with it too, with everything, but losing Dad and losing his sister. When we were talking, he told me he had to be the one to go and tell his mom, and yeah, my heart hurts for him. But I got a new TV before I moved. Well, last year my TV broke. It just died. It wouldn't pop back on. So I got a good 5 years out of it. And I had to buy a new TV before I moved. So I was like, okay. I think I was at like 40 something inches. 45 inch. I don't remember what my last TV was. So I was like, okay, let me see what a bigger TV is. I was thinking I think I was thinking 50, but then I found this 65 inch for, I think it was like 328. What, man? Go lay down. And I ended up getting this. Yeah, Rent-A-Center probably gave him a disease repoing his foot so much. Not at all. I got a gamer TV, so like if I kind of go off to the side, the picture doesn't change. I think it's called QLED. QLED. So now I got a big bastard. And it was funny because I don't know why I thought that Duper's TV was bigger. And one day we're sitting there and we're watching something. I'm like, how big is your TV? Because it was shortly after I got mine. And he's like 65 inch. And I'm like, really? It's the same as mine? But his looks so much bigger. Maybe it was because mine was on the floor at the time when I was staying with my girlfriend and his is physically on a table. Right, Tiff? So I've got something like a 4-year warranty on this thing, plus a year manufacturer warranty. You just hacked Tiff's security cameras. Shit, should I be worried about you watching me through my pet cam, Pink? Fucking, I remember one time, shortly after I went to go and stay with my girlfriend. So her mother-in-law has it set up, or they have it set up where her mother-in-law, who lives in Arizona, if she ever wants to peek in on the kids, she can. She's hooked up through the system somehow. And my girlfriend was telling me how, I don't remember why she had no shirt on. But she's like, maybe I should keep being conscious of the fact that my mother-in-law can pop in and see me every once in a while with my boob hanging out. And I'm like, yeah, that might be traumatizing for her. We have way too much surveillance in this world right now. Our phones, our tablets, our TVs, our webcams for our kids, or in my case, a pet cam. It's pretty much a baby cam, but I just watch my animals. I can talk to them through it. And it's so funny. The dog could care less. The dog's just like, yeah, whatever. But the cat is very self-aware. If it starts moving, it's funny. She'll look dead at it like, what? So one cool thing, Tiff, is with us being a green state, the bar that I like to hang out at, they now have THC drinks. On Saturday when I went there, because I'm taking pain meds for my leg, I knew drinking was not going to be an option because I was not going to have my bartender friend picking me up off the floor. So I got the THC drink, and it's watermelon flavor. And it is so easy to suck that thing down. I think I had 3, and they're like 10 milligrams of THC. So I had 3 of those. Then my girlfriend who was there that night, she gave me a 20 milligram. No, wait. Yeah, 20 milligram edible gummy. And then I was smoking pot on my own. Yeah, we still see you, Pink. So I was quite fucking high when I walked out of that bar Saturday night. And when I thought ahead, Tiff, I had ordered pizza before I left. So I waited for it to get cool enough to put it in the fridge. When I came home, I got a medium pizza, so not that big. I came home and destroyed 7 or 8 pieces of those things before I passed out. I was fully prepared to go to the bar and just drink soda, and then I saw the THC thing, and I was like, oh shit, let's go. So, it's kind of cool with that aspect that I can walk into a bar and have a THC drink. They have another one, but it's energy. It's an energy drink mixed with it. And with my heart issues, I can't drink energy drinks. So, yeah, it was an interesting night. That's why I love going to that bar, because they don't care if you smoke pot in the back. Hell, when my bartender friend's not working, we fucking rip bongs, and he's definitely a pot smoker. Pink, coming in Kool-Aid is not THC-infused drinks. Kat, I'm not seeing you. Are you still in this conversation, girl? Alrighty then. Interesting. Yeah, I'm kind of skeptical myself there, Tiff. The water, I feel, dilutes the THC. I know how to make canna butter. I don't know what the component that goes into the gummies, but I know how to make canna butter. Yeah, I hate Red Bull, so I'm out. I know Broccoli likes to go and get drinks from the dispensary in California. I know she's had a couple, so this is my first foray in drinking it. Yeah, you know, I mean, I'm just gonna keep on drinking what's already pre-made. I don't buy the gummies, so there's that. And you know me, I do black market when it comes to buying the flour. Because I flat out refuse to spend the prices. You see what we have to spend up here versus what you have to spend where you're at. In fact, the gummies that I got, Tiffany, was from where Pink lives. But it was so yummy, Tiff. It was watermelon deliciousness. I think if you go to my live Saturday, I show the can. I forget what it's called. But it was pretty good. Until I can go back to drinking my beautiful Malort. Yeah, not here. The only time you ever get free gummies is like maybe $4.20 with a purchase. The dispensary that was up north that I was going to, sometimes if you made a purchase of a certain brand, they would sell you like a gummy for a penny. I don't know, gummies don't always do anything for me. I've gotten them in the past. Like, people would give me some as a tip at the bar, or I would get it with a purchase, and I don't know. They never seem to do anything for me. I don't know if it's just weak sauce because I smoke so much weed. Before I left, I bought a 2-gram cart of unicorn piss. Because carts up here are way more expensive than over there, so maybe once in a while if I go to visit my girlfriend, maybe I'll pick up a couple of carts from the dispensary there. But shit, even the carts here compared to what Pink pays. Pink pays fucking pennies for carts there. Here they could be up to, if I remember correctly, I think that the 2-gram cart of unicorn piss was something like $60 by the time tax and everything was done. I can't remember who makes unicorn piss. And then there was a customer whose son works at a dispensary in Wrigleyville, and before I moved, he gave me like 3 or 4 carts that his son gave him. He's like, I don't do this shit. You enjoy it. So I was like, okay, thank you. Two for $30, yeah. The unicorn piss is the first 2-gram cart I've ever seen. It's kind of funny because the normal carts are kind of flush with the battery. This one's so chunky, it's top heavy. So, here. That is a 1-gram cart. This is, I think, like a 0.5 gram cart. And, you attach these. Where is it? Spit on that now. You have food. So this is the battery. It's got a button. They come with or without buttons. When you press the button, you pull from it, and you You smoke the oil that it has. This is the unicorn piss. So do you see what I mean by how it's flush with one and the other one it's way bigger? So that's what carts are, Tiff. I'm happy to school you in weed. Yeah, they're vape pens. Instead of flavored tobacco or whatever that you get at the gas station, it's THC. You know me, Tiff, and how much I love unicorns. So when I saw unicorn piss, I was like, let's fucking go. I have a couple of disposables too, Pink. But these were lifesavers when I was staying with my girlfriend, because in the wintertime, when it was fucking frigid as fuck, she didn't care if I vaped in the house because it wasn't smoke. I just couldn't smoke cigarettes in the house because of the kids, so. And yeah, it is kind of a pain in the ass. And with having a button on it, that it can accidentally set it off. But this has a mechanism where you can tap it and it won't press if it's in your pocket. But it is kind of awkward, especially if it's like top heavy like this. It feels weird. At least with the other one, it kind of feels like a pen's in your pocket. Ooh, Pink, you gotta check out this bubbler. Here, let me turn on the light again. So, check out that. It's a bubbler that I got. I think this thing's so cool, but it's so light and it feels like it's so fragile that if I dropped it, that it would just shatter. I think this feels more durable than this does. Luca Seahorse Pro. Why does that sound expensive in a new setup to me? That's the whole reason I don't dab, Pink. You could screw a card into it or dab with it. And it comes with a bong. Yeah, see, you're talking about a whole new setup. That just sounds too complicated to me. So there was this weird thing. I don't know if that's maybe what it was. Because you screwed it on to this like weird little square battery thing, and yeah, you could just sit there and fucking hit off of the cart. I don't know about a bong detachment, but it was bigger than the battery that I had, and It just wasn't working, and I brought it back, and I went back to the dispensary and just got a battery. I miss Bongzilla. Bongzilla was awesome. And I'm working on my baby lungs. I mean, they may never be back to what they were. Amazon has everything. It's ridiculous. I bet you could even buy a casket on fucking Amazon. Stick up. Knock it off. Both of you are not getting the cheese tax. Go lay down. Go lay down. So supposedly there's rumors that Chuck may be coming back. I'm not 100% sure, but there's been conversation that he's coming back. I will sit that one out. Thank you. Exactly. Exactly. Who is this Parkinson that I speak of? Same, Tiff, same. And I plan on keeping it that way. Oh shit. Lucky laptop! What the fuck did you do with the chat box? Yeah, that sounds about right, Tiff. Oh my god. Some more on DL something. Hey Pink, do you have a way to communicate with Howard County? Outside of here, not just in chat. Oh. Howard don't like you? Yeah. I know that you're not always a likable type of person in the community. Oh Lord. No thank you. I don't want it that way. Oh my God, you remember Charlie Cruz, Pink? That guy was just a fucking idiot. Well, be nice to him right now. He's going through a lot with the wife, so that's why I was asking if you had communication outside of your normal realms of finding people. So, how's your night going tonight, Lucky? Are you at work? Yeah, I guess she's not doing so hot, Pink. He was in Duper's live today, and I went to go and send him a message through chat so he could reach out if him or Nunya needed anything, and Duper ended his live, so I don't know if he got a chance to see it. I was getting prank called at the bar. I was actually kind of impressed kids still do prank calling. They were calling me and asking me if I had an 8-pound ball, or if we had 8-pound balls or something. Something to that degree. And I'm like, I would answer them honestly, because people do call and ask weird shit about bowling. So I just thought it was just a normal thing, and it turned out they thought that it was weird that I had 8-pound balls. I wasn't even mad. I was impressed that kids still do that, because I come from an era of doing prank calling. So I'm like, well, I guess that hasn't gone to the wayside. Of the Kurt's doing wrong? Tiff, I'm so glad to see you. I haven't seen you in a while in chat. How have you been? DL Observer. That's who I thought you were talking about, because I was like, no, that's Howard County. That's right. DL Observer. I've seen DL Observer. Well, that's because you have a weird fixation, and you've gone and snuck pictures and have a room that's just dedicated to Tiff. Ooh, the court's doing wrong. Good, I'm glad, honey. I got a comment today that actually made me smile and cry all in the same moment. It was from Ross Kahn. And I even told her that. I'm like, I'm crying and smiling in the same moment. And she sent me a hug emoji. And I know Pink feels some type of way. Should I time him out for Meep Sunday? Me too. Oh my God. So, are you going to be putting a story together, Lucky? Because court systems are just as corrupt as the fucking cops they send out after us. Did me breed his pager. That would be awesome to see all of you guys as a team. That's what I like. I like when me and Duper and Joe and Freeman Liberty all go out as a team. We're power in numbers. Because Pink be about that life, Tiff. I don't judge. I don't give up his grinder. It was funny back in the day using numbers to spell out words on a page or... What? Pink? Being nice? Are you okay? I definitely will. And I think it would be cool if you ever come up to Chicago to hang out with us. You are never fucking nice. Who are you trying to fucking fool here? You strike fear in the hearts of women and men. What, that he said that he's always nice, right? Pink being nice. Trust me, I know. I know, depending on where you are, it's a long drive. I know it takes my girlfriend, I think 7 hours from where she's at in your state. Don't forget children, Tiff. Pink has definitely made quite a few men rage quit in his tenure. Xbox James, he's still throwing throwing an Xbox controller, cursing his name. Why, did you show her your tiny little pubic hair? Is that why she was scared? She wasn't scared, she was just laughing. Just saying, Pink. What game, Lucky? What did you pick up? I'm still waiting for the new GTA, but I could be dead before that comes out. Nobody wants to play your Saw games, Pink. Fuck off. Right, Tiff? Always say no. Pink will send you some weird porn game from Grindr. Mm-hmm. So you say. Oh, I know the game Pink fucking came up with. Find Julio's brown weed. Or metal coat hanger. There you go. I know what Arma is. Do you ever play computer games? I know that when I used to hang out in Twitch, at Twitch, that in 2020, 2021, there was a game called Tarkov. It's a war game like that. Tiff always wins. Yay, Cat! Cat's just sitting back going, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, no, I ask because some people are more... the gamers that I hung out with on Twitch, they were more computer games than playing like Xbox, PlayStation. I'm more Xbox, PlayStation. Tarkov was kind of a cool game, but it was kind of annoying because you sat in the queue waiting to go to whatever map they brought you to, and you could be dead in seconds, and then you were waiting longer to play than actually physically playing it. It was weird. But it had cool graphics, and they would come out with new stuff every so often. The last computer game I think I played, Jesus. I played Doom. I played Diablo. And then really back early in the 90s, there was a great game before it got put onto, I don't remember if it was PlayStation or Xbox eventually. It was a game called Duke Nukem. Hey, you'd be hacking my shit. 100%. No, that's only you, Pink. You and Xbox James. Longtime love affair. That's why you tracked him down. All of a sudden one night, after playing with Pink, Tiff would turn off her TV, turn off her Xbox, go to lay down, and 2 hours later she'd hear, Tiff, oh, Tiff. And she'd get a little nervous because she's all by herself, and she's like, who's talking to me? And she'd think, okay, no, that's got to be a dream. So she'd go back to sleep, and like about 5-10 minutes later, she'd hear, Tiff, Tiff, I see you. And it's fucking Pink because he hacked her Xbox and is not talking to her. Ma'am, you need to lay down and relax. You're fine. Totally. Hi, mamitas. I love you, but you need to stop. Go lay down. I like that you finally answered him, Lucky. I would have just left him hanging. Yeah, he would definitely rage against the machine, against Pink. Throwing Xbox controllers out the window, breaking TVs. His grandma was pissed that he was fucking up her basement. Hey, it was his fault for him sitting in front of the location, and it was just easy to achieve. Wasn't it a food place? Me and Joe Cool still laugh about that boy. He rode his bike all the way from the north side to the west side of Chicago. Yeah, taco spot. Wasn't it like Evanston or something like that? Was it his apartment or was it his job? I want to say it was his job, Pink. Spica, I don't know how to help you, but no. Let me see. You still got food. I like that you think I'm that rich that I'm going to open another can. Not when you have half a can, ma'am. Friends, enemies. It's all the same, Tiff. Me personally, I like making friends, but some people, they just bring out the I want to punch you in the face. Drunk girl from Saturday, she's one of those people. She's got like a chip missing where she doesn't understand that people don't want to be around her. She's so fucking annoying. In my life, I barely know this girl, and after she injures me, she's like, so what's your story? And I'm like, I was born and I'm here. I don't know you like that. And you already annoy me, so why would I want to share my personal information with you? I think if I go out Saturday, I'm going to wear a black dress this weekend. You know, I mean, so I'm at an age, Tiff, where there is definitely now a generational gap, and the younger generation is way different than what I'm used to. Don't get me wrong, there were people in my generation, like there was this girl that I used to go to school with named Brenda, and she was a very positive person and always smiling, and I hated the mornings, and she'd be like, hi, and I wanted to punch her. She was a very nice person. It just was I was not in the mood for that shit at 8:30 in the morning. I didn't even want to be there, and I have somebody all bubbly personality. I got a really cute one before I moved, Tiff. So I've already worn it before, and the straps are braided, and it's a really cute dress. I got a coral one too, for if I have to do like family setting type of situation or somewhere nice. Not this weekend, but last weekend I wore a corset and a mini skirt. We all know you like wearing little black tight dresses, Pink. She's not setting you up for nothing. We're not here to judge, Pink. You do you. Almost for me, Lucky. I'm not a high heel type of person, but I like boots with heels. I just don't like high heel shoes. Pink, we accept you for the asshole that you are. And if you want to wear a tight black dress, you do you, boo-boo. See, this is why I need to work at the Wiener Circle. Yeah, I am not. I have a hard enough time with boots, Tiff. But yeah, I would have all kinds of problems on high heels for shoes. If I lived where Tiff lived, I'd be barefoot all the time too. Why you judging Tiff? Why you getting all up in her Kool-Aid about how she lives her life? We were being nice to you when you were talking about tight black dresses that you like to wear. I mean, we get that it's a Julio preference. It's cool. But don't talk shit to my Tiff because she likes to have her feet in the grass. I think you need to go outside and touch some grass, motherfucker. All got out, and I was like, damn. Ah, the 80s and 90s. I still wear fishnets. I like fishnets too. It's kind of big in the punk world too. It's funny though that, you know, now with all these places that you can order online, Temu and Shein and stuff like that. I've had friends order dresses and be like, oh, I'm getting this really cute thing, and sends me a picture, and then they get it and it's not even close to what that picture was. It was like, wait, what? I'm confused. Did you get two different clothes? I miss wearing my Doc Martens. I loved wearing Doc Martens back in the day. Well, you said ex-wife, so you made her your wife, so I definitely would call that love. Yeah, it's just crazy. My girlfriend, she bought me some dress years ago from Amazon, and the dress that she showed me after she gave it to me, we were laughing because the dress was cute in the picture, and then what we got was something completely different. So I'd rather still go into a store and look for things and try things on. There's certain stores that I like to go to, like PacSun and Hollister and Abercrombie and Fitch. I love the tops that they have. But I do tend to spend a lot more money on concert shirts. It is kind of disturbing. But lasted over 3 years. That's funny. The one night stand that lasted too long. That was my last boyfriend, Lucky. I had a guy a couple of weeks ago sitting there trying to tell me he wanted to take me to Cuba and Jamaica, and I was like, I will not be returning from this trip. That man will have me locked up in some basement in some foreign country, and I will never be heard from again. No, thank you. Not to mention, he was clearly not my type. There's a height requirement, and he was like 4'7". And then this weekend, a watered down Justin Timberlake is the best way I could describe this kid. He would not leave me alone. I was like, go away, little boy. Yeah, it was interesting, Tiff. And then the girl who injured my leg, so she's obsessed with one of my friends, this kid named Kyle. I've known Kyle for a long time. He's funny. My nickname for him when he gets drunk is Boomhauer, because you can't understand what the fuck he's saying. So the girl who injured me is obsessed with him. I call him her stalker, or his stalker. Still don't remember what this girl's name is because I just keep on calling her Kyle's stalker. After she fucking did that shit with my leg, I went back into the bar and I went over by him. I'm like, you might want to do something about your stalker because I'm ready to beat the shit out of her. And he's like, why? And I told him what happened. He goes, go for it. And I'm like, you know what? I'd probably be doing you and me a favor. He started laughing. She gets so annoyed when I talk to him, and it's like, no. You may have interest in him. He is just my friend. I have no interest in him, but it does worry me your fixation on him and that you may be boiling a rabbit in his home. And I mean, how many people can say that they can go into a bar and run into a guy that looks like McLovin from Superbad? I can. Yeah, it's just weird and unhealthy, and I can see how uncomfortable he is, and yet she doesn't. It's like, get a clue, girl. I'm okay with the last person that I said I love you to destroying me. And me probably choosing to be single for the rest of my life. I got a tattoo to commemorate that moment to remind me never again to fucking do that shit. Yeah, so I've had some stuff like that. And then one time, Lucky, I'm in the city of Chicago. I'm with my ex-boyfriend and our friend. And we're sitting there at the end of the bar and we're hanging out. Some drunk-ass lady comes from outside and off the street into the bar and grabs our friend's arm and bites him. Now, this man's almost 7 feet tall. He is a big Serbian bastard. Of all people she could have gone to in the bar, she goes up to him and tries this. She is damn lucky that he was a lot nicer than I would have been, because I would have knocked her on her ass. So after that moment, for years, I would make a joke. Even to this day, I'll make a joke with him about worrying about him dying from slut rabies. Because who walks into a bar and goes to the biggest bastard and tries to bite him? Oh, and I've done that too, Lucky. Another Chicago bar situation. It was during Riot Fest weekend, and my girlfriend from Missouri, her college roommate who lives here, because she went to college here, we met up with them at a bar on the north side. I think it was called the Owl or something. I don't even remember. So we're standing outside smoking, and my friend Sawyer goes to me. He's like, "Hey, Batman, what do you think?" And he goes up and down on the guy that was standing next to him. Now, before I go on, Sawyer is gay. Nothing wrong with that. So to this moment, I still don't know if he was trying to hook up with him or if he was trying to set me up with him. So when he did the "what do you think?" I looked at him. I'm like, "You need to grow a few more inches, get some tattoos," and I forget what else I said. But the guy's jaw just fucking dropped and went, "Fuck you." He was not pleased with me telling him he was too short, didn't have enough corruption. So I wasn't going home with him that night, and I didn't get yelled at, so I'm assuming that Sawyer wasn't trying to go home with him. So I think he was trying to set me up with the guy, and he thought he was my taste, and I was like, oh, fuck no. I will make a boy cry. Some people may not think that it's healthy to stay in that kind of a mode with, like I said, the person destroyed me. But it also has stopped me from being in unhealthy relationships too. So I'm okay with the last person that I said I love you to and wholeheartedly meant it in that moment. And I still do love them. But yeah, I'm just done. I put up with enough bullshit in my life. It's not like I'm trying to have kids anymore because I've already had them. I could care less about getting married. Marriage is when you take dating way too far. The longest person I ever was with was my children's father. And if I didn't make it then to marriage, I'm good. And don't get me wrong, it's not like I hate marriage. I had three, I guess I could say, three different variations of how marriages went. My Nona and my Pop, great marriage. They absolutely loved one another. I have awesome memories of my grandparents dancing with each other in the front room, being very much in love. My aunt and uncle, same scenario. Very much in love people, great parents, great aunt and uncle. My uncle was like a dad to me because my dad was an ass. My parents, totally people who should have never gotten married, let alone had a child together. Now, granted, that would have meant that I'm not here sitting there talking to you, but my mom was great, but my dad, what a piece of shit. So, and then hearing about, how things end in divorce, it starts all off all good, hopefully on some level, to make you make that decision to marry that person. But when it goes ugly, sometimes it's just horrible. So, at least I'll never be divorced. I had to do a little soul searching after the crushing and get used to me being just with me and me liking me. It's not that I never liked myself, but I had some self-esteem issues growing up. Being a tomboy, I was always kind of the different girl, and I didn't help myself out by being into metal and punk and stuff like that, so the popular girls didn't get me because they weren't dyeing their hair crazy colors or walking around with mohawks. They were walking around with big hair because it was the 80s/90s, but not like I was. So I'm happy I took the time to myself and got to start working on some things. Marriage is a long commitment if it's built on a great foundation. One of my customers that sadly passed away before I moved, he was 98 years young. Him and his wife were married well over 60-something years. His kids were senior citizens when he passed. I mean, for the most part I was, but I had a lot of stupid shit that my dad did to me, Tiff. And that was the stuff that I had to work on. And it didn't help being the outcast growing up. Getting picked on. I wasn't wearing New Kids on the Block shirt. I was wearing a Slayer or Megadeth shirt. Or a NoFX shirt, or, I wasn't leading with the sheeple. One thing I am very proud of, but very terrified of, is I didn't want my kids to grow up the same way that I did. So I always encouraged them, always tried to give them confidence. My oldest, oh my dear Lord, I created a monster with that one. But that kid has way more confidence than I did at his age. especially when he was younger. Well, thanks, Tip, but it made me the badass that I am today. I'm still working on some of the stuff and the damage. One thing I'm pissed off is he was right about something, and I was so hoping he wouldn't be. Everything else, there's like a couple of things that still kind of stick with me that probably will stick with me until I die. I remember having a conversation with my friend Duper last year about something. I'm like, look, I know I'm gonna fucking die alive, but die alone, but I don't need this motherfucker fucking with me. So I'm just lucky that I got friends that I can turn to. Now, don't get me wrong, I have some friends that have fucking amazing marriages and great husbands or great wives. My girlfriend Wendy, her and her now husband, they dated when they were younger in their 20s. And then he went off and married somebody, and she went off and married somebody, and it didn't work out. And then when they got their respective divorces, they started talking again, and now they're happily married with 2 kids. It was a longer process for them to get there, but they just knew at that point in time that that just wasn't the right time for them to be together. My girlfriend who lives down in Missouri, they got married in 19 and they were together for like 5, 6 years before they got married. Amazing person. Her husband is the greatest. And I've always been told that there's somebody out there for me that I'm going to meet and they're going to knock my socks off and it's going to be everything that I expected. And I did meet that person, but what they didn't tell me was that I wasn't going to be their person. But what am I going to do? Sit there and try and make that person's life miserable because I feel a certain type of way and they don't? I respect the fact that at least they were honest with me. I wasn't honest with myself in that situation. I was being the perpetual girl where, oh, this is going somewhere different than I'm being told that it is. Yeah, he can stay out there unless it's Matt Skiba from fucking Alkaline Trio, so we could rule the punk world together as 2 Chicago kids. I'm not even fucking dignifying that with an answer. Maybe that might change, but right now, I'm okay at just being me. Guys are so weird now, anyway. Especially, I don't know how the younger generation does it. Some of those boys look like they just fucking rolled out of bed and didn't even put in effort. And I don't need a guy to put in an effort and get all dolled up and go and get his nails done and stuff. I'm not into pretty boys at all. I think the best way to explain the people that I tend to lean towards are people who look like they could hide a body. I want somebody who's strong and masculine, but not an asshole. And that's hard to come by. And I don't mind vulnerability in a man where they're not afraid to show their feelings. But I don't want some pussy either. I keep on getting hit on by women. I don't know where the lesbian vibe's coming out of. Maybe because I'm such a strong personality. But I get hit on by women. And the only way that's happening is if Carmen Electra comes knocking. Because, I mean, look at her. Some people never get a chance to even have that moment where they've fallen in love with somebody and it either has been reciprocated or they fell in love with somebody because that person had great characteristics and was everything they were looking for. But if that's the end of everything, I went out on a high note. Which one, Tiff? Because I mentioned a couple of them. But they got to eat it as well. Oh my God, Pink, you remember that house that I was staying in a couple of years back? Last weekend, I was trying to leave the bar, and my fucking roommate Hap came into the bar for before last call. Or last call was already called, I don't remember. And he comes up to me, he's like, whatever, bygones be bygones, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, your kid pulled a fucking knife on me. That's kind of not something that I'm going to tend to forget. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just shameful. Right, Tiff? Hi, Gregory. Well, there's other deal breakers. But that's definitely on the list. Any man that'll fucking hit a woman, yep. You can take that shit elsewhere. I am not that desperate that I'm gonna fucking let a man put his hands on me. Tiff, I think Pink left us. Or the boys got scared because we started... we started our woman rants. They're like, oh, we better leave here. This could get dangerous for us. Yeah, I think Pink abandoned us. I don't know why it was gray, though. Some people had told me that... I forgot who it was recently. Somebody recently told me that they weren't subscribed to my channel anymore and they didn't understand why. And then the last couple of lives, when I'm on my phone, it wasn't showing anybody blue, but when I pulled it up on my tablet, everybody was blue. So, I don't know. YouTube's been fucking seriously cracking it up. So it's not like I don't go out there without hope, Tiff. But lately, so where I was living at before, no. Just no. There was nobody that was mildly appealing to me there. And now being back home, being around my friends and being around the environment that I'm used to. I don't know what it is with the younger generation. I don't know if they have mommy issues or what, but I have kids certain ages that hit on me. And I'm like, yeah, no. I am not explaining that to my children. I shouldn't have to, but still, no. I have spoken about Pokemon enough in my life that I do not want my mate to be talking to me about Pokemon. I'm good. Welcome back, Lucky. I still can't believe that's carried over to some adults in their 30s. I get that they grew up with it, but the fact that they still go and buy Pokemon cards, that's a little disturbing to me. Yeah, what did you make for lunch, Lucky? I wanted to have nachos today, but my Mexican place was not open when we pulled into there. I was quite sad. I was like, "Aw, no nachos for Batman." Magic the Gathering. Yeah, it's kind of. It's not Pokemon. It's more like Dungeons and Dragons type of situation, right, Lucky? Ooh, barbecue chicken. I need to get a grill, Lucky. A charcoal grill. There's just something yummy about having a charcoal grill. I had somebody in my chat yesterday who we were talking about that. They have a gas grill. And don't get me wrong, I get the convenience of pushing a button and it's already started and gets warmed up for you to throw food onto. But I love the way that food tastes with charcoal. Give me the chemicals any day. Yeah, I've never really known anybody. I know what Magic the Gathering is, kind of, but I've never seen anybody. My kids didn't get into that. They were more into Pokemon and Yu Gi Oh! And then the anime things started hitting with Dragon Ball Z. Cat, I was even telling my best friend how I was bragging about his Blackstone because we were talking about that. I don't hate Pokemon, but if you're a good parent and your kids are really excited about something, they come and talk to you about it. And I just spoke so much about Pokemon in the 90s and early 2000s that I'm just done. I've spent way too much money on that crap. But my oldest was always on the honor roll. It was hard to turn around and tell him no when he was doing so well in school. And if he just wanted a couple of packs of Pokemon cards, I would do it. I would move heaven and earth for anything that they wanted. My ex was older than me. It was funny because when I was younger, it was on purpose because I was shit under. But as I got older, it just kept on happening. There's only been like maybe two that I've dated that was close to my age. One was a year old. One was a year older and one was a year younger. But for the most part, my children's father was 7 years older than me. Now, I don't want to see old balls, so I'm not trying to go into certain ages, but I'm also not trying to go backwards either. Cougar is a whole lifestyle, and I'm not into leopard print, so there is that. Yeah, I wish I could have lived in that world, Kat. Yeah, no. I don't want to see old droopy balls. I could live without that kind of trauma. And lately, the only men I see outside of a bar situation are cops, and that's a whole fuck no. Yeah, that tends to happen, Lucky. We tend to get older. My bartender friend tells me we're not getting older, we're getting longer. I don't know what the fuck that means for me because I don't have a penis, so. The only thing that gets long on me is my hair. Which, by the way, has gotten very long in the last year. I'm quite happy. Well, if you ever need any help and suggestions, I have detailed files of the beginnings of that because of my children. Some of the things that my children were part of have helped me in situations, in work situations, because people are like freaked out. I know certain things about Pokemon and Dragon Ball Z because I'm the older generation. They don't expect me to know that. It's like I had kids. I just can't believe that it's still a big thing now. Like, I remember one day when I was staying with my girlfriend, I had to go and get, I don't remember if it was the color or if I had to go and get hair dye from a store called Sally Beauty Supply. And it was kind of connected to a little strip mall, and I think it was a Verizon store that was next door. And there were all these people standing outside. So when we walked out, I asked somebody in line, why are you guys standing outside? Is there a new iPhone or something? And it was to do with Pokemon cards. So I thought it was for the Verizon store, but I didn't see the video game store that was right there, and that's where they were standing in line. Because the video game store was not as big, it was small like the Sally Beauty Supply. Yeah, that shit just blew the fuck up, Lucky. One minute nobody knew what the fuck it was, and then next thing it was all over the place. Gotta catch 'em all. And I always thought it was funny. My kids had Game Boys, and they had like different games like the blue version and the gold version and the silver version. And it was all the same game. You were doing the exact same game each game, just catching different Pokemon. Yeah, they did. South Park had an awesome video game too back in the day. I think it was on the Nintendo 64. One of the weapons that you could use were P-balls. You got chased by wild turkeys, something about cows with aliens. That game was just fucking hilarious. Yeah, sometimes people, you just like watching, even though you're not really into it, they're just a great channel to go and hang out at. I totally can understand that, Kat. I mean, I wasn't into computer games and stuff, but when I started hanging out at the Twitch channel and the people that I was hanging out with were into computer games, I just liked hanging out. We always had like inside jokes and yeah, no, that was a great fucking game. Did you ever play a game back in the day? They have a newer version, but the original version of Conker's Bad Fur Day. Oh my god. Best game I ever found in the back of a Rolling Stone magazine from a review. That game was hilarious. Yeah, you got to look that up. Look up Conker's Bad Fur Day. The Xbox version might come up, but see if you can try and find the original version in videos. Oh my god, was that game fucking hilarious. I remember GoldenEye. My younger one liked playing that. My older one liked sports games and kind of liked, yeah, well, he liked Call of Duty, but, and Grand Theft Auto and stuff like that, but he mainly liked the sport games like NBA 2K, Madden's. I think it's now called The Show, but the baseball games. So the lucky thing is my kids were raised by a kid, so I was still in video game mode back then. So we would sit there and play all kinds of games. I was the horrible parent going and get my underage kids Grand Theft Auto. They were going to play it somewhere, some way anyway. I know when I was a kid, there were certain things I wasn't supposed to do, but I would find ways to do it. Is it November? They always come out with a date and then something happens and then they're like, oh, well, we're going to push it back another year. Half the time, some of the videos that I see coming out about that, I don't know if that's AI and people throwing shit together or if it's really part of the game. I told my friend Duper the day that comes out, for him to download it, we're gonna order fucking pizza and fucking rip bongs and just fucking play that game until we pass out. He just kind of gave me his half smile and chuckle. He knows I'm serious though. I'll totally play that. $100 pre-order. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, I guess that's where we're at now. They were $50 brand new 20 years ago. So, Jesus, $100. And now it's a download. It's not even, you could get a hard copy, I guess, still. But now it's all downloadable. You and me come from an era, Lucky, that we either turned something on or pumped a quarter into. And it just went. There was no downloading and taking like an hour waiting for it to download onto your fucking system. And then you had memory cards on top of it. Now it's like you have to erase games. Yeah, you know how that goes. There's always some kind of fuck-ups and shit that happen with the new release game. Again, another reason why I don't like that they're downloadable now. It's taking them so fucking long to do that. They used to crank those things out left and right. Remember back in the day, there was Vice City, San Andreas. Well, you have a good night, Tiff. Thank you again for coming, even if you brought Pink. Hopefully I see more of you, sweetheart. I miss you. Go get Pink hell. Kick him in the shins. Kick him in the nuts. Always coming in here crying about shit. Pink left a long time ago. His Pink would be still here talking shit. He went to go find somebody to play with. Maybe he's trying on his new black dress, Tiff, and painting his nails red. I don't know. Holy crap, Cat. We're almost at 3 hours. And it is 2:20 in the morning. At least here. Because I am Central Standard Time. And I think by lucky, too. I don't remember if you're Central Standard Time or not. Yeah, right? This is what happened yesterday. This is how we got to 9 hours yesterday. We were having so much fun. We lost our U Yeti and Busy Lady because they weren't feeling too good. Gregory hopped in for a little bit. Right? I'm just glad I didn't sleep through my appointment. Because, yay, I got the brace off. Now I just got to wear this weird compression sock until the stupid swelling goes down. And it's weird because right now I have a sock on. And I can still feel how swollen it is. I still want to try and keep an eye out. Ooh. If Freeman goes live. Now that I'm prepared, he's not going live. That's usually how it goes, Kat. Here I'm sitting there in case he goes live, and I can always throw it on the TV and add to the chat. But like I said earlier, I told him to call me before I went to the doctor this afternoon, and I still, no text, no phone call. But he may have gotten tied up. And anyway, I probably screwed up my sleep with falling asleep at earlier in the evening. It usually is. The day that I don't have the tablet charged and I'm live and he goes live, it's going to be like, why? My phone company's been messing with me, telling me that there's a nationwide problem with our service, and then I get a text message telling me that they fixed it and everything should be back and up and running. And then like half an hour later I got a message telling me that the home internet is having an issue, and it's like, what? I thought you fixed this. Ow, 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 ow. So I'm actually kind of surprised he's not out tonight. And he could be. There's nights he goes out, Kat, and he just doesn't post anything. You got to keep an eye on battery life, because that's what happened yesterday. So he could very well be out, and Nothing's popped up, or I know he said he was working on something else. He did a great live a couple of weeks ago where he was talking to a veteran named Carlos and a lady named Jackie, and he said that he's going to try doing more of that stuff. Right? Sometimes you just don't get content. And you would figure the city of Chicago, how is nothing popping off? But sometimes there's really nothing going on. Me, I would just be eating my way through Chicago on nights like that. Stopping here for a little Italian ice. Going here for a bag of shrimp. Stopping there for an Italian beef. How I'm not 3,000 pounds, I don't know. I'm a fat kid who loves cake. You know what's really funny, Lucky, is like when me and Duper are out and we're listening to the scanner. We'll be driving around a certain area hoping to pick something up and nothing pops off. So then we go to a different area. And then all of a sudden that spot starts popping off with things. And it's like, well, that's a fucking 20-minute drive. So that happens a lot too. No, there's nothing wrong with that at all. I'm just surprised I'm not because of the way I eat. I got a medium pizza on Saturday, and that thing was gone by Monday. I don't have anybody else living with me here. I'm a girl who can eat and who loves to eat. In fact, I'm kind of considering... Ooh, I don't think I have any of that. Damn it, I have parchment paper and I don't have any tinfoil. I gotta get some tinfoil, I guess. You know Rice Krispie treats, Lucky Laptop? So, I like making those. They're very easy. It's just butter and marshmallows and cereal. Mix it all together, throw it in a pan. Done. Well, I like mine a little different than just standard Rice Krispies. Rice Krispie treats are awesome, don't get me wrong. But I like making them with Cocoa Pebbles. So I might do that tomorrow. Gone in one night. They had a deal at Popeyes where if you bought a 4-piece through Uber Eats, you got a whole 4-piece for free. So I was like, oh, fuck it. Instead of ordering sides, I've got some sides here. I ended up buying like a bag of fries I could do in my air fryer, which I ended up doing. And I just bought some biscuits because their biscuits are really good. And yeah, I got like 8 pieces of chicken for the price of 4. Oh, Lord, Rent-A-Center. What the fuck? See, you came in after Tiff fucking left. No baked cookies? Yeah, I've seen those before. They're sometimes called freezer box cookies or something like that. Yeah, I got a 13 by 9 pan to make those Cocoa Krispies. I guess. Cocoa Pebble Krispies? Since they're called Rice Krispie treats. Probably eat the whole fucking pan by like the next morning. Bust down the door, they'll find me dead with a pan of Cocoa Krispies and crumbs all over me. What a way to go! Now that was a nice run of center timing Pink Taco out. Wonder if I timed you out. You'd probably get butthurt and cry that you got timed out by Batman. Like Jello pudding pops? I've tried doing that before, but I don't like the way the ones with the powder come tasting. So I usually do the ones with milk. I wanted to get some Oberweis ice cream, and after I saw what it was for a pint, 15 fucking dollars for ice cream. Fuck you. It's okay ice cream, but not $15. I'll go to Dairy Queen and get a peanut butter parfait. Sorry, Lucky. I've been trying not to open up my family-sized box of Cocoa Pebbles in anticipation of making these wonderful Cocoa Pebble treats. I mean, I could probably make them right now if I really wanted to, because it doesn't take very long, but I'm not in that mode right now. So let's take a look at the top fans list. We were having fun with this yesterday. So the beautiful cat is at 225. Lucky Laptop, you're number 2 at 150. Tied with Tiff at 150. Joko came in and is at 75. Johnny Longcock, who could have possibly been Pink, is 75. Polly is 75. Cumsock is 75. Our beloved busy lady is at 75. She was not here long. Gregory the cameraman is at 50. And Alligator Jesus, 35. So congratulations. Keep up the good work. We still don't know what that means and what it does other than you're 1, 2, and 3. Oh, I was like, what is that? And it's my blanket. That's too funny. Well, seeing as Tiff is gone, I think that's going to be an easy thing to achieve for you. Yesterday, Joko, when he left, I think he was like number 2, and Spirit in the Sky was in here. And I think Spirit in the Sky was like 5 at that point. And when Joko left, Spirit in the Sky got up there, but then Joko came back and almost took over Spirit in the Sky. So we don't know how these point systems go. Bill! Welcome in, Bill. You're an hour into the future, I'm an hour behind you, and Cat's 2 hours behind us. But I'm glad you seem to have found your way back, Bill. If nobody has subbed to Bill, please sub to Bill. He is growing his channel. And we've always kind of been kind of cool like that, where we will help others get to the point that they need to get to if they want to go live or just have an audience. Lucky Laptop is a very longtime friend of mine here on YouTube. I was going to say laptop. Lucky does an amazing 4th of July show every year. And he also does great with Halloween decorations. He has a whole other channel. Feel free to post that, Lucky. That I look forward to every year. Last year he built a really cool coffin situation. He really goes all out, Bill. And pay no attention to Rent-A-Center. Rent-A-Center has issues. Yep, 20 more and you can go live, Bill. If you choose to do so. $30 subs. I know that I think I was 28. I want to say I was 28. I know for Eric Brandt, I was number 48. Because PDF had texted me and told me that Eric had put up his channel and needed 50 subs to go live. Oh my God, that's awesome. Good evening. I am Norris Ferratu. I know people. I'm important. Yeah, there was a couple of channels me and Lucky used to go to that were just kind of fun channels, karaoke, just goofy kind of situations. And everybody tried to help everybody so they could go live or go up on panels with the things that we were doing. I wouldn't talk. I would sit up and turn the flip people out. Oh my God. Where I used to live in a town called Cicero, when they closed down the town hall / police department because they built a new one, they used the old building to do Halloween situations, haunted houses. And me and my niece, I think she was with her boyfriend at the time. I was a dweeb. And her brother, my nephew, and my younger son. We all were about to go in there, and we're in there at a certain point. And I don't remember why I said her name, but all of a sudden the guy just started screaming, "Nicole! Nicole!" Oh my God, she was so freaked out. She's like, "Why did you say my name, Aunt Carla?" Now, I keep on forgetting to ask, Lucky, because I don't know if this is a regional thing. Here, some of the people that work at haunted houses are tied into a company called JC's. Is that who you guys work with, or do you have another company out there for the haunted house stuff? Post your Halloween channel so you can get those more subs. I always sing the praises of your Halloween channel and your fireworks show. A hole in a cow tongue. Or did you already do that? And I'm just... Lucky's really good people. And Lucky does cop watches too, out in his area. He'll show up on some really crazy accident scenes because of where he lives. One of our old prisons that Al Capone used to sit in, that the TV show Prison Break was filmed in. It's called Joliet State Prison. That has now been turned into a haunted house for years. Huh. That's crazy. All of a sudden, the room goes dark. It's like, no! At one point, we had Rob Zombie coming to a place in a town called Villa Park called the Odeum. And he was doing haunted house type of situation there. And every room was like designated to a specific serial killer. Like from Chicago, we have John Wayne Gacy because he was from Des Plaines. So there was like a Gacy room, a Dahmer room, and people were up in arms saying that that wasn't right, and he eventually stopped doing it. But that's when he started doing House of a Thousand Corpses, so... Even though I was sad to see him go in the haunted house situation, loved House of a Thousand Corpses. Yeah, it's a really family-oriented thing. Like you said, you've been doing it since 8. I love his wife, Sherry Moon. I totally would hang out with her. I totally hang out with Rob Zombie. I love Hellbilly Deluxe. The funny thing is what he's gone and crossed over to, it's not that big of a surprise if you watch White Zombie and Rob Zombie videos. I mean, fuck, look at Dragula. I fucking love those two people. I don't think her character of Baby is far off from who she really is. Yeah. More human than human. More human than human. Yeah, fucking White Zombie was the shit. Me and a girl, Carrie, when they first came out, just so fucking obsessed with White Zombie. Gotta love Al Jorgensen from Ministry because he set off a couple of people's careers. The way that Rob Zombie looked in the beginning is a lot like how Al Jorgensen kind of looks. And Al Jorgensen also was a huge influence into bringing us Nine Inch Nails. Al Jorgensen comes from here. Jesus built my hot rod. I love that we can all sit back and talk and have common interests. With Lucky talking about his Halloween situation and working haunted houses, and Bill being like, hey, me too. Yeah, he was still. I would bleh, I can't talk today. I assume that he was still building White Zombie at that point, because White Zombie was early 90s. Oh, I can't wait. You were talking about that the other day. I can't wait. What you did last year, I was blown away. One cool thing about where I live here in Illinois, well, two. So we have a town called Sleepy Hollow. And yes, during Halloween time, they have a guy riding around in town as the Headless Horseman. Um, and we have Crystal Lake. Because Jason, I mean, it was called Camp Crystal Lake, but the fact that we have a Crystal Lake. Yeah, that was really good. The fact that you can get an idea and make it into fruition. Most people can't do that. They'll pay people to do it. But you make your own stuff. You're very talented. Pickle Rick! I had a bowl that was Pickle Rick. So how many days are you working this week, Lucky? Lucky, usually when he's joining us, Bill and Kat, he is working. He helps special needs people. I believe, if I remember correctly, it's a house that they live in, and him and another person switch shifts. He's the night shift, and then the next person that comes in is the day shift. Tomorrow's your Friday? Well, I'm on a lot of Fridays because my doctor said I can't work for a couple of weeks. That is not helping matters, but if I want this thing to heal right and be able to walk around Riot Fest in September, I gotta pay attention to what the doctor says. Right now, it's freaking me out how much my leg is swollen. They gave me some sort of compression sock to try and bring it down. Is there 7 of you guys? Why did I only think there was 2? That's okay, Bill. We all have life outside of YouTube. Hopefully your task is done now, and okay, two people working from 8 to 8. So I'm assuming day staff, there's more on the day staff. That's okay. This is where you sit back and learn, Kat. One of my exes fully prepared me to have conversations with my girlfriend who I was staying with's husband about sound because I had to listen to my ex constantly talk about it. He was a musician and he was very obsessed with sound. Right now, how I have the sound coming out of my TV would irk the fuck out of him that I'm not using speakers and a receiver, or at least a sound bar. So, learning new things is always a good thing because you never know where somewhere down the line you may need it. You guys had 15 on your haunted trail? Where my girlfriend, where I was staying at, she has an idea of doing something like that because she's got this long, creepy driveway going down to her house, and people don't see her house, so they don't know she's specifically there for Halloween. So eventually, she wants to start decorating the driveway like a haunted driveway. Hey, observing's a good thing sometimes. Like I said, you can learn new things. People make fun of me at the fact that I don't drive, but yet I can get to all these different places. Or like, how do you know how to get to all these places? Because they're like, some of them are far away, not so close to the area. And I'm like, you got to remember, while you're driving and focusing on the road and paying attention to the drivers in front and back and side of you, I'm looking out the window. Right? It's kind of funny, Kat. I'm sure there's a short. So her and her husband had worked in music for many years. Her husband is a sound guy, her all different types of jobs with national act musicians, going on tour and stuff like that. And they decided to stop doing that when they got married to have children because they knew that wasn't a good life to provide to their kids. They wanted to provide to them stability. And with in music, you're up and on the road. That's not stable for a child. It's okay for an adult, but um, so they both stopped. She still kind of does stuff, and here and there he'll do something, but they're not doing it on a consistency for work like they have most of their lives. So her husband had this truck, well, more of a van for when he had to go to shows, and he just kept his equipment in this little truck instead of bringing his personal car into the city or what have you. And it died and it couldn't move. And when they had to have that tree removed a couple of years ago that I was talking about in the beginning, that van had to be moved because it was right in the pathway of where the tree was going to be falling when they started cutting it down. So we ended up having to have the tree guys with the chain drag it up the driveway, and there's a weird spot right there where it's kind of like a hill. So they put the truck there. So you're coming down her driveway and you've already got a free candy van. It's pretty funny. I've made a couple of shorts with that free candy van. Ooh, optical illusions are awesome, Lucky. Aw, that sucks. I hate when people screw over people like that. It's like, what kind of a scumbag are you? There's some guy, I mean, it's funny, but it's not. He had like his family had like a whole shit ton of like collectible Legos, and there's a place called Minden Figs or something like that, and the company totally ripped that guy off. Right? Twisted Metal. Yeah, I forgot what the name of it was. Twisted Metal. That was a crazy little game. I've always loved Halloween. That's probably one of my favorite possible. Yeah, it's one of, next to Christmas. Christmas is the second, but really love Halloween. Yeah. See, that's what I mean, Lucky. William's like, we're trying to figure out how to do this, and you're like, okay, this is what you need to do. See, I would have never known that fabric was involved to create that optical illusion. You start moving the hallway. It's like, wait, what? There's all kinds of different kinds of haunted things around here. They have like haunted corn mazes, haunted houses, Joliet State Prison. Some people just go totally nuts and deck out their yards. An area that I used to live in closer to the city, there was a town called North Riverside, and about 4 blocks would just deck out. And ooh, that had to be crazy. The only thing that sucks is if somebody has a problem with strobe lights, then you got somebody on the floor and you got an issue. Now you got a real body on the floor. I'm glad I am not one of those people. Been to a lot of rock concerts in order to know that. Sign a waiver in case you may die. Can you please sign this? What pisses me off is now after having the heart attack, I don't think I can ride amusement park rides anymore. And we have Great America, and there's certain rides I like to ride that I don't think I can ride anymore. But yeah, that would be fucking greatness. Have a waiver before you go into a haunted house. That's how you know you're going to get the shit scared out of you. So I don't know what I'm going to do with my next 2 weeks. My scooter's broke, so I can't really go very many places. Might have to call my girlfriend and have her come and pick me up and go hang out with her for a little bit. We're both very excited that American Horror Stories is about to start up again. She's my American Horror Story buddy that we like watching it together. And I've got to answer her back because when I took a nap, she sent me a message, but she doesn't stay up too late. She's like a grandma. I fucking love her, but she goes to sleep way too early when she doesn't have to. Some people are just, I don't know. I guess with me being a night person, I'm on different time frame than they are. My babies. You be nice to my kitty. Don't you be rude. Don't be rude. Hey, kitty. Damn, that's fucking awesome. It'd be even better if her head started twisting. Get distracted by the boobs, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, fake blood all over. See, look, new friends are being made, Cat. All bonded by chainsaws and blood condoms. Only on Batman's channel. I love it. Exactly. Stay there. I'm just getting soda. Lay down. Lay down. Stay. And ma'am, you're not getting anything. You have food. You're not the starving kitty you're trying to portray yourself to my subscribers as. I love you dearly, madam. But no. Holy crap, my scooter finally died. That thing was freaking out all night with the back thing. Ooh, why do you plant that seed, William? I could totally go for coffee, but I just poured soda. We'll see. Oh, that's cool. Spin you around and get you all confused. One of my favorite rides that used to be at Great America, I think it was called the Yankee Doodle or something like that. It would like seal you to the wall, and it would spin and spin and spin and spin. I like how Kat sat back when Pink came in. She was like, yep, I'm just going to stay quiet and listen to you people. Say hi, everybody. My baby Yoda puppy. My baby Yoda puppy. Baby Yoda. Baby Yoda. We love Baby Yoda. Right? And the Mandalorian. Popo Mosh Pit. Are you going to go and lay down and relax now? Are we okay? Are we alright? You go lay down, ma'am. That's cool. I'll have to look that up. I don't think I've ever heard of that. But if it's anything like Great America, Six Flags, whatever it's called. A swamp that was just a big ball pit with the fog, fake plants. You could tell what you were jumping down in. I always wanted a ball pit as a kid, and then when I was staying with my girlfriend, she got like a little mini one for the kids when they were really small. I understood why we didn't have those in the house. Those things were all over the place. The little pit that it came with did not keep them in there. They just would spill all over the place. It was like, oh, that's a mess. Now they have things where you can jump in and they're like soft foam or whatever. I went with my girlfriend one time to, was it called Jump Pad or something like that? And they had just like all different variations of things that you could jump into. Soft foam, balls. There were a lot of children involved, a lot of screaming, weird smells. It was just crazy having to come up with things every year. New ideas and what to do. Or if something worked well, having to redo that all over again. Blood slide. I almost had a self-induced blood slide last week, Lucky, when I fell out the scooter. Nothing deep enough where I nicked any veins, but definitely was not a pleasant experience. I do not want to do that again. This injury was more than enough. I've been trying to keep an eye on my scabs to make sure nothing turns up icky where I have to peel it and let it bleed again, so that way it heals nicely. People eating off of it. Yeah, it's okay. Something I didn't need to have happen, Lucky, but it could have been way worse. I could have hurt my head. I could be dealing with concussion. A car could have been involved and it could have been a lot worse. So, if this is what happened, I think I got a better end of the deal. It's going to be a little healing, but I definitely don't want to do it again, Kat. That was not fun. That was not fun. If I had a little more prior notice, I would have jumped off the fucker and just let the scooter go ahead. You're trading my foot for a leg. Well, on one whole side, it right now the foot's swollen and the legs hurt. Bill, I'm still waiting. I asked the doctor like about 7 years ago if I could please have Wolverine hands. He looked at me and goes, "Did you really just ask me that?" Sure did. He was created by scientists. I'm waiting. Ooh, 10 surgeries on your leg. Yikes. I was quite glad to find out I didn't need surgery, that I just got to wear this stupid compression thing until the swelling goes down, and the doctor wants me to start moving my knee a little bit more so this way I don't freeze stuff up and start a whole new problem where I would need surgery. So hopefully in the next couple of weeks things will start calming down. And you too, Lucky. Thank you for stopping by and trading war stories with Bill. Pop up before you leave, if you can, your Halloween channel. Oh, that's cool. Frankenstein's leg with stitches. In my younger years, I liked to look at Fangora because it would tell you how they did some of the effects. And then there were 4. Seeing as Pink Taco got timed out by Rent-A-Center, at least we're safe for a while. Building Halloween, if you're interested, is Lucky's Halloween channel, Bill. You'll get to see some of the cool shit he's thrown up there. As you can tell, he definitely knows his stuff. I know, isn't it torturous, Bill? What will you ever do? I can't believe it's 3 o'clock in the morning. But I did screw up my sleep, so probably go back to sleep at about 7, 8 o'clock again. Tomorrow I don't have a doctor's appointment. So just trying to rest and relax and bring down the swelling. Because it definitely is annoying. My foot feels all puffy. Okay, well, you can listen and laugh. Me and Kat have stories for days. Okay, that was different. Okay, I'm inside now. Yes, definitely dish, Cat. Oh. I'm gonna try and throw my leg up on the bed. Haha. Okay, yeah, that's a little weird. kind of sucks that things aren't open at 3 o'clock in the morning food-wise. Because, yeah, you start talking about stuff and you're like, oh, I can't get that until the morning. Oh, I forgot. We'll get I don't answer questions. Oh, that's too funny. Yeah, I don't want to go outside tonight, late at night. Because then I got to walk halfway across just to get back inside. Because with the storm, the front door isn't working when it locks at night. So that kind of sucks. And then the exit by me, you can go out, but you can't get back in. So I got to walk all the way to the other end just to get in to come back in here. That's all we can do, Bill. That's all we can do. Some people just, when I think I got it down, they throw a whole new monkey wrench. Freeman Liberty, a couple of weeks ago, was asking me if I was going to be up because I'm a mod in his channel and he wanted to make sure that I was going to be there. He's like, there's others, but I know you really pay attention, so. And that's what I'm there for. You know, he's my friend, and of course I want to be there to back him up. So he tells me, he's like, yeah, I'll probably be going live in about 30 minutes. I'll give you a text message right before I go live, so you know. And I'm like, okay, cool. 30 minutes pass. Nothing. An hour passes. Okay, maybe he ran into some type of situation with his car. Hour and a half. Still nothing. 4 hours later, Bill. I told him we need to work on 30 minutes. I am what I am. I detailed my bathroom sink the other day, lucky laptop. So I sat down and where the counter and the sink meet, I saw all kinds of grime and I'm like, yeah, I can't live with that. And I originally just went to intend to go to the sink, and then it just turned into I cleaned my place. Next, I grabbed a vacuum, turned on the steam mop. I try and make my bed, but my dog likes to burrow, so she kind of messes up the bed a little bit. The pillows kind of stay intact, but the rest of the blanket could be anywhere. She has a couple of different areas that she can go and lay down. But she likes the bed. She likes to hide. I keep on telling her one of these days, if I don't pay attention, I'm going to murder her with a butt cheek. She's like 8 pounds. My ass is bigger than her whole body. I have a couple of friends that are like that. One friend, it's been known for years, and I make jokes about, oh yeah, you're on a whole different timeline. So yeah, it's a common problem. And I've even had one friend tell me, just when you think you figured me out, trust me, you haven't. So if you need to ask a question, ask a question. It's like, okay. Oh my gosh. I cannot believe how swollen this leg is. It's crazy. It's like I have two different legs. My aunt was very much like that. My aunt was late to everything. My mom would even try and tell her like a different time in hopes that she would get there on time, and she was still late. And my personal friend who I was staying with, she's the same way. Like, we would talk at dinner time about like stuff she wanted to do for the weekend. She'd have a timeline, but it would never get met. He's House from TV. House. I watched that show on and off, but I remember him more because my nieces loved the movie. Oh, was it Stuart Little? He played the dad in it. And then he became House. My father-in-law made Red from that 70s show look warm and fuzzy. Sometimes that's how it happens. I grew up in a very affluent area, and a lot of my friends are trust fund kids, so I get that analogy. Some of them are really great people. One of my friends is very embarrassed in the wealth that his family has, and if you didn't know him well, you would never believe that he came from the family that he comes from. And he doesn't try to live for when mom and dad kick the bucket and he achieves that money. He's made his own path in this world. And he does very well. I know how that feels, Bill. One of my friends was there every step of the way when I had my heart attack. My girlfriend, who I stayed with, she tried to be there, but she was having kids, so it was a little bit harder for her to be there as much as she wanted. If she was still living around here, I think she would have been there a little bit more, but I would have felt so guilty because here she's about to have her first child, and here she's worried about her friend who's laid up in a hospital bed. He's divorced twice. I have a cousin, Bill, that's been married like 4 or 5 times. And not to rich men. Mm. 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 I couldn't agree with you more, Lucky. With my days and nights being screwed up, I totally feel you on that. I didn't get much sleep yesterday. Had the doctor's appointment. Came home. Ate something. My wonderful friend who took me to the doctor took my laundry. So they're going to do my laundry for me. I feel guilty. I'm like, can I just come to the house and do it? And they're like, it's much easier this way. So very nice that they're doing that for me so I don't have to. I just feel weird. I don't like being a burden on my friends like that. And I guess maybe I shouldn't, if they're willing to do and help me, I shouldn't look at it as a burden, but I feel like a burden. People have their own shit to do. I'm a full-grown woman. I should be able to do my own laundry, but whatchamacallit, I can do it here, but it's $4.50 to wash and $4.50 to dry. Now, if my stupid scooter didn't try killing me, I have a laundry bag. There's a laundromat not too far from here that I could go there and just do it there, but I have to have cash because it's not a modern one where you can use the laundry card. Some places have laundry cards now. And, but it's way cheaper. But with the injury and everything and not having the scooter, that would be an Uber ride, so more money. And I know, and he knows that if he ever needed anything, and he has asked me to help in certain situations, that I would drop everything just to help him because he's helped me so much. But yeah, I just kind of feel bad because he's got his own life, he's got shit to do, and now he's got to fucking wash my shit. But I was kind enough, I included my own laundry soap and stuff. Even though I know that they have all that stuff. But it's just common courtesy. I don't expect them to fold it at all. I'm okay with it not being folded and coming back to me just the way I gave it to them. I appreciate it's just getting washed and dried. And it's not costing me $18. Because I had something like probably a good 2, maybe 3 loads. Yeah. So it actually would have been closer to 40 if I did it here. He got married again. Yeah, my cousin, bless her heart, she'll start dating a boy, and like, I don't know, 2-3 weeks, she starts posting these extravagant engagement rings. It's like, girl, you are not fucking Elizabeth Taylor. Knock it off. That's what Lucky said. Lucky's like, I'm never getting married again. I feel so bad for guys who are dating their girlfriends like around Christmas and Valentine's because of all the fucking Jared commercials. I can't keep track. Oh, Papa, no. That noodle smells like zombie. Mm. Okay, that was quite freaky. That whole thing was. Speak up. No, you have food. Okay. Okay, sorry about that. I had to change pants. I still was in my shorts for the day. Yeah, I had this one friend that just thought that he was nothing unless he had somebody in his life, and it didn't necessarily mean a healthy relationship. Some people just aren't comfortable with themselves. 1, 2, 3, Toyota gang. Right? Like, why? What? Why do you keep on making the same horrible decision? He's been married to number 6 for all you know. Jesus. That would mean that they dated or they married everybody they dated. That's crazy. That's like that crazy lady with 18 and counting or whatever. Those weird religious family that used to be on TLC. That woman was pregnant all her adult life. I couldn't even fucking imagine. Talk about throwing a fucking hot dog down the hallway. Yeah, that's just, why would you want to be pregnant and have that many children? Don't get me wrong, I liked being a mom. I liked having children to a degree, but having 20? No. Yeah, the Duggars. I couldn't think of what their name were. Octomom. Yeah, that was a whole situation right there. Implanted with all those babies. Like having puppies. You know, sometimes it's a medical fluke that all those embryos she could have gotten pregnant with. Damn near impossible with as many kids as she had. But holy cow, that's over with. Um but she did that to herself. It was like, why? Let's see what that one is. Aw, look at. I don't know if you can see. There's a kitty. A little white fuzzy kitty. Looking at her mom with blue hair playing the guitar. Yeah, some families, they just have a lot of fucking kids. I came from a family of 7. 6 girls, 1 boy. And I thought that was crazy. The man that I had children with, him and his brother were the 6th and 7th child born because they were the only set of twins. So, yeah. I had the most out of the siblings. So I had one more than one of my sisters. I had 4 children. My sister had 3. My brother had 2. And another sister had 1. I'm the baby of 7. So it was kind of weird when I was born. I'm from the second marriage. So by the time I was born, a couple of siblings were... There's a 20-something year age gap between me and the first 2. And I think it's like 6 years between me and the last from that marriage. So when I was growing up, a couple of my siblings still lived with their dad when our mom and their dad divorced. And it was pretty much like growing up like an only child. It was kind of funny because people I went to school with that had siblings, they were in the school system on some level. Either they were still in school with us in a grade or 2 above, or they were in junior high, or somewhere even in high school. But they had their siblings in the school system at the same time. I did not. So people thought I was making up that I had this like whole other family that nobody really saw very much of. And like, why would I make up having that many siblings? Who does that? I was not that lonely of a kid. Yeah, I was figuring with the high rate of there being more girls than boys in my side of the family, Cat, I thought the probability of me having a daughter would be high. Number 4 was the charm, but it didn't turn out the way that I wanted it to. She would be in her 20s right now. So yeah, it was kind of... I knew I didn't want that many fucking kids. But then I grow up and I see a TV show and fucking some lady's spitting out kids all her adult life. It's like, what? $25 kids. Yeah, that's nuts. They totally were using them for workforce. My kids used to sit there and say, you just had us so we could take out the garbage. Yep. You nailed it. I gave birth to you and went through all that pain just so I knew that when you were 8 years old, I was going to make you take out a garbage bag. You had me all figured out. All started with D. You're the middle of 6 kids? You were the invisible one? So what you're telling us, Bill, is you're the Jan Brady of your family. It's all about Marsha. Thank you. Hey, she's with 2 of the greatest people ever right now until I get to see her again. She's with my mother and my ex's mom. God apparently had bigger plans for her. And I still think that she had a little bit of a hand in making me make a decision during my heart attack situation. But you weren't the funniest. Oh my God, my oldest. I used to call him Jim Carrey without the paycheck. I'd try and be mad at him about something and he would just make me laugh. I'm like, I'm not supposed to be laughing in this moment. I'm supposed to be mad at you. And it was never really bad stuff. But, like he didn't pick something up or... He was always good about doing his homework. He was really good in school. It was just usually stupid kid stuff. Picking on his brother. Sneaking food. Which I never understood. That kid was always eating like somebody was going to take something away from him. And we had more than enough food. We didn't struggle. So it wasn't a matter of, ooh, I gotta, One time, because I was living close to the city, there wasn't a towel rack in the bathroom, and it was a decent-sized bathroom, so I would put the towels on the toilet, on the top of the toilet. And back then, I had really long hair. And I pulled the first towel for my body, and then I pulled the second towel for my hair. And when I went to go and pull the second towel, a moldy bologna sandwich fell out of that thing. I was like, I'm like, why didn't you just tell me you wanted a sandwich? You're allowed to eat. I wasn't that much of a tyrant. If they were hungry, I would make them something. He made a fucking bologna sandwich and hid it in the bathroom, was going to go and eat it and forgot about it. You were the radio. The trunk. Toker, welcome in. I've been put in the trunk, but not to be the radio, because my cousins were assholes and thought it was funny. And this was before the days where you could pop out the back seat and get out. My cousins were always doing fucked up shit to me, but I was always there to take it, because I always wanted to hang out with them. So I guess I kind of got a little bit of the sibling torturing just through cousins more than siblings. That came later. I mean, the older ones weren't too horribly bad. But unfortunately, when our mom died, they used to tell me all the time it didn't matter that I came from the second marriage, and when our mom died, it totally did. So after our mom died, our family kind of dissipated, so I've kind of just been on my own. My poor kids grew up knowing that they had aunts and an uncle that they knew nothing about. One sister used to, at one point, lived only 15 minutes away. Her husband was my kid's godfather. The remote control. So you were always wrong. My best friend all the time says that I'm the sister he never wanted. I do give him a lot of shit. Last week when we were talking about my leg and the fracture and everything, he sent me this fucked up x-ray. And I turned around and I'm like, yeah, you wish. I call him Grandma. When he bitches about me teasing him about food back from home that he can't get, I tell him that nobody told him to move to Kansas, and I call him Dorothy. Every birthday, when I wish him his happy birthday, I always finish it off with take great pleasure in knowing that I'm 1 year younger than you. So yeah, I can totally see where he comes from. The sister he never wanted. But that's what good friends do. They talk shit to each other. They can always tell each other the truth. But it is kind of terrifying that he has detailed files on Batman since 5 years old. That's why I'm glad sometimes he's sleeping when I do lives. Because he'd be airing out all kinds of shit. You people would be finding out all kinds of weird shit about me. That poor boy, when we were teenagers, my mom would look at him and go, please just make sure she doesn't die. And when we would walk out of the house and he's like, I don't know why my mom or why your mom seems to think that you'll listen to me any better than you listen to her. He knew. So our moms had us married at a very young age. And at one point, he did like me, but I was like, you're like a brother to me. And if we break up on a horrible term and never talk again, I wouldn't be able to live that way. I'm like, yeah, no. It's the only time I ever felt that I ever wronged him, even though he tells me all the time that I didn't. I'm like, it's the only time I had to sit there and hurt you, and I didn't like it. He goes, well, you would have hurt me more if you would have just been with me just to appease me. So, and he ended up meeting a great girl once he went into the army, and they're still happily married to this day. Unfortunately, they're going through a raw deal because her parents are both going down at the same time. And she's very close with her parents, and he's very close with her parents. So it's very tough watching them go through this. He probably does have pictures. I wouldn't be surprised. He definitely has our school yearbooks and stuff. He could show you my awkward years. I unfortunately can't because same scenario with what I was talking about, my sister's disappearing. They took everything. So baby pictures of me, teenage pictures of me. There's this great picture that I know I took with my mom. At her 50th birthday, she wanted some portable TV for the kitchen, and I don't remember who got it. If we got it for her, if my aunt got it for her. And I'm sitting next to her, and she's got like a little bow on her head from the gift with a surprised look on her face. And I'm sitting next to her with 80s rat hair, wearing a Metallica Metal Up Your Ass shirt. I'd love to see that picture again. But my best friend in the whole wide world, I'd be lost without him. I always told him if the shit hits the fan, I'm heading to Kansas. The two younger boys. Yeah, we were like peas and carrots. So our moms always thought that we were going to end up together, and we didn't. It was meant to be the way that it is right now in this moment. Stick up. Enough. You have food. I am not opening a new can until you are done with your old can. Oh man, did I fucking throw that fucker out? I may have. Hold on. I gotta look for something. Both of you, call it out. I'm not playing with either one of you. Oh, there it is. Stick on that. Couldn't find my pokey thing. I have a girlfriend like that. My girlfriend Katrina. We're also long friends, but we don't talk as much as me and my best friend John. And yeah, we could pick up the phone and it was like we talked yesterday. I'm glad there was not cameras around some of the stuff that we were doing back in the day. Way too much evidence. Mailbox baseball. Yeah. There was that. Fully blame the movie Stand By Me on that. ATVs, I never rode around on. I've ridden bitch on motorcycles like Harleys and stuff, but we used to mess around on ATVs and stuff like that. And then buying $500 beater cards and running them into the ground. We used to do drag racing in a certain town in an industrial area until the cops came to kick us out. Yeah, 100% cat. Because people don't really interact with each other or go and try and meet people anymore because now they can do it like this. I like that we used to go out and do things and get into good trouble. Sometimes not always good trouble. Underage drinking, keggers. But, you know, teenage stuff. There's this national park here in Illinois. It's called Starved Rock. And they've got these like caverns that you can go through. And one week we decided we were going to go for the weekend up there. We were going to drop acid and go walking through the cave. Well, we left way too late. The campground was closed until the morning, so we're like, what are we going to do? Because we had to save our money for the campground. So we found a spot. Oh, we found an empty spot in a field because there was a lot of farms and stuff over there. We dropped acid and played Children of the Corn. Man, when that shit wore off, we all had cuts from the corn husks all over our bodies. There was not enough peroxide or iodine to cover us. The worst we ever did was mailbox baseball. Mailboxes were out by the street taking a baseball bat to it. So, yeah, that was a very sore eye-opener. Who knew corn could cut like that? Found out the hard way. And sneak around. Was it abandoned? Or were there people still in it? There's a couple of spots around here that we used to go to and they were abandoned, and just go over there and hang out at spooky places, smoke weed or drink. Okay, people still there. There's a town downstate in Illinois, I think it's called Alton. And there's a mental hospital that's been long abandoned that's supposedly very haunted. So that's why I asked. You were already talking about haunted houses. Yeah, again, the movie Stand By Me is where we got the idea. Laurelton State Hospital. I want to take off this compression sock, but I don't want it to stop doing what it's supposed to be doing. It's abandoned now. I like watching ghost shows when they go into places like that. Old jails. Old mental institutions. I'm still waiting for somebody to show, like, absolute concrete proof. Ghost Adventures has been on for years, and I still am not convinced. You think Zach Bagans is full of shit? It is cool when you come across places like that. One of my favorite concert venues in downtown Chicago has some beautiful stonework and one of the most beautiful ceilings, aside from the Sistine Chapel, that I have ever seen. And back in Prohibition time, it used to be an old dance hall. Then it was turned into a concert venue, and then it got closed down because a lot of stuff needed to be brought back up. Really, Kat? Ma'am. Laying on my clothes. But really cool venue, and they had a room in there that you could smoke in, and I used to call that the murder room. because it kind of looked like a place where you were taken to die. Runaway Girls. It's kind of funny when you say stuff like that because they really existed. Now they don't. You used to watch some of those types of shows. Right? I mean, it was just something to kill time, and it's kind of funny when I started off with TV in my younger years. We only had just like a few channels to choose from. And now with cable and what have you, there's all kinds of channels to choose from. But yet, when I turn on my streaming service, the one channel that I like really watching the most is called Vice. Yeah, 3 channels. Well, we had a little more than 3 channels. We had ABC, CBS, NBC. Those were always the staples, no matter where you lived. And then PBS. And then we had, when I was really younger, because I don't think Channel 26, it's called the U here. I don't think that was around when I was a kid, but Channel 50 was. I think it was like WPWR or something like that. And then there was another public access channel that was like 20, and that was it. You didn't have that much of a selection. Oh, and we had WGN. That's a Chicago channel. So, yeah, you didn't have very many channels. And then all of a sudden cable came out, and there was Nickelodeon and MTV and different news networks than what you normally got from your local stations. So, yeah, it's kind of funny. I got tired of paying for cable and really watching only a couple of channels and sometimes nothing being on. It's like I'm paying all this money to watch nothing. Yeah, that's when 24/7 news channels started, is when cable came out. My mom didn't realize how much she fucked up when she gave me MTV. In my eyes, saw Billy Idol on a screen one day and predetermined the men that I was going to be looking for. Not blonde, but just the rebel. My kid's father was a weirdo and loved weather. So he would watch the Weather Channel 24/7. Never fucking understood that. It's like, go the fuck outside. I watch here and there. I've been watching more YouTube than anything, especially everything that's been going on. You're a little more informed with independent media nowadays instead of the mainstream media, because you can't even trust some of it because it's been corrupted. Oh my God, I like that song. Don't tell me you love me. Don't tell me you love me. Don't tell me I don't wanna know. I'm glad that I got to experience MTV when it was an actual music channel. Seeing Duran Duran and Culture Club and Cyndi Lauper, Janet Jackson, Miss Jackson if you're nasty. I'm glad I grew up during that era and got to watch all kinds of stuff. Headbangers Ball. And then when we got into the alternative years, 120 Minutes, even though I still hate Kennedy. Same, William. I never was into the pop, but it was kind of hard to avoid some of those videos because it wasn't always playing rock all the time. You're always waiting for Quiet Riot or Twisted Sister or something to pop on there. But they still had to play Madonna and all that other stuff. Definitely, some were guilty pleasures. It's funny when I go over to my friend's house and we rewatch Headbangers Ball. It's like, I don't remember this song. Or you start laughing and going, oh my god, I totally remember this song. I probably would be a happier girl if I never heard Every Rose Has Its Thorn or Sweet Child of Mine ever again. A lot of bands that do the cover band thing around here, that seems to be the popular thing. Ricky Rackman. Guy was such a fucking tool. Same with Matt Pinfield. I didn't like him either. But it was who we were stuck with. Now, don't get me wrong. I liked Guns N' Roses back in the day when they were in their heyday, some of the songs. But Sweet Child of Mine, not a big fan. When he started getting all production-y and doing the Use Your Illusion 1 and 2 and release that, yeah, by that time I was kind of over and done with Axl. But I always loved Slash. Slash was always kind of a cool dude. He actually was in a band with Miles Kennedy from Alter Bridge at one point. Something in the Co-Conspirators? No, that was STP, dude. I can't think of what the name of the band was. But at one point, Miles Kennedy sang the song Rocket Queen. And if you ever Google that and listen to that version, he makes you forget Axl even sang that song. Miles Kennedy is the fucking shit. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that song either. I like songs like Mr. Brownstone and Rocket Queen. And then they did a song for Terminator 2 called You Could Be Mine. Oh yeah, that song, Patience. That's the whole reason I hate Stain, because it sounds like he's fucking whining. I can't do it. And I started off as a Metallica fan, but I ended up becoming pro Megadeth. Yeah, if any song needs anything, it needs more cowbell, Bill. No whistling involved. This girl's making me rethink I might need bangs, but I never look good with bangs. I like the fact that my bangs hang past my chin, because it means my hair is long. So, see, I don't get the Kiss thing. It was always so kind of lost on me. I mean, I know their songs. If I had to pick a song that I liked, maybe Detroit Rock City, but never was a big, huge fan of Kiss. And then years later, Gene Simmons had that show and really wasn't a fan of him. I love his kids and his wife, I think that Nick and his daughter Sophie and his Playboy Centerfield wife are great people. But he's just, yeah, no. And I feel bad because you mentioned Pantera. Fucking Vinnie Paul and Dimebag were huge Kiss fans. I liked AC/DC. Bon Scott and Brian Johnson. I think the only one I really ever liked out of Kiss was Ace Frehley. Gene was always kind of, I bet all these women I'm a condescending asshole. And Paul was just weird. I had nothing personally against Peter Criss. My first song I ever learned on Guitar Bill was Shook Me All Night Long. CDC is a very huge 3-chord band, but they made those 3 chords sound awesome. I mean, how many bands can say that a whole album was in a major motion picture? Maximum Overdrive. In fact, I don't have it here. It's in my storage unit. But I have a really cool picture of Dave Mustaine on stage that one of my friends is a music photographer. And she would go and follow bands because they liked her pictures. And I've got a very rare Dave Mustaine picture of him on stage. Yeah. I mean, I like if Sin City. That's a fucking badass tune. I mean, they just made great music all together, but I love Sin City. And how funny was it that, I mean, it wasn't funny that Bon Scott passed, but how funny is it that they got somebody who sounded very similar? I mean, Brian has his own sound still, so to speak, but for filling the shoes he had to fill, no shit. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out. It's the midnight special. Shine your light on me. It's a midnight special. Same here. I absolutely positively love music. I just dropped an obscene amount of money for Riot Fest in September so I could pee like a human. But I'm excited. Gonna see Tool, Iggy Pop, Sex Pistols, Pill, Social Distortion, Rise Against, Alkaline Trio. There's a lot of bands playing that weekend. You missed your calling. I'm just a huge music nerd. I like playing, but I also have way too much knowledge in music. To think if there was ever a game show that I could be on with this, I would kill at it. But my luck, they'd ask questions on shit I didn't know. I used to jokingly tell people when I went to go stay with my girlfriend, she had a cardboard cutout of a very young Elvis. And I used to tell people that Elvis was in my closet. And they'd sit there and, yeah, funny. And then I'd pop out a picture of Elvis in my closet, and they weren't laughing as much anymore. They were like, "Oh, damn, she's not kidding." Told you I had Elvis in my closet. We were even talking about him today because my nephew's now in the room that I was staying in. And she was talking about last night. He was scared. He's in a new room, so he's getting used to it. It's a lot bigger than what he's used to. And there's not a door per se for the closet. It slides. So I asked her, I was like, so, talking about your kiddo being a little scared about being in his new room. And I'm like, did you take Elvis out of the closet so we don't traumatize him? And she started laughing. She's like, no, I blocked it off where he can't, get over there and open it. Vaguely, Bill. Music Jeopardy. See, they would ask like questions about classical music. If they stayed in the genre of punk, maybe 80s music, and rock, heavy metal, I'd be okay. But like even some of the rap and hip hop, because some of that you just couldn't get away from, to the hop, hippity hop, stuff like that. Sugar Gang, I think, is who that was. But you start asking me about country and what was that stuff, Enra, that spiritual music and stuff like that. Only recently in the last like 10, 15 years did I realize that there's baby metal, there's Viking metal. I thought it was just rock, heavy metal, and death metal. There's all kinds of stuff. So I'd go on Music Jeopardy thinking I'm going to kill it, and they'd start asking me weird questions. Black metal, yeah. There's all kinds of different variations of metal now. Hell, even back when we were younger, there was heavy metal and there was speed metal, and speed metal was considered like Megadeth and stuff like that. I like when somebody tries talking to me about music and they're like, "Oh yeah, I like rock. I'm into Metallica." I've already emotionally left the conversation. Thrash, skater music, ska. Yeah, there's been some different variations of music in our 10 years. I just couldn't listen to the new Kids on the Block or Tiffany and Vanilla Ice and yeah, no. That was just a hard no. I still laugh though at baby metal. I was like, what the fuck? I mean, but if it wasn't for branching out in metal, we wouldn't have bands like Slept or Soulfly, Max Cavalera. Mm-mm-mm. Cat fell asleep. She was snuggling with her new kitten. That's what happened to me earlier, Bill. I had posted something about thanking everybody for being around for the 9-hour live yesterday, and that I might do today with an update on my leg. And I told Kat that. I was like, yeah, if I go live at the same time I did yesterday, but I'm probably not going to do 9 hours. And I was like, so 10 o'clock my time, 8 o'clock yours. Shortly after that message, I ate something, then went to go and rest my leg, got under the covers. My papa went under the covers, lulled me into a false sense of snuggliness, and then next thing I know, I open my eyes and it's 11 o'clock at night. So it was like, oops. At first, I was like, do I really want to go live? And I'm like, well, yeah, I guess everybody kind of wants to know what happened. So see, earlier, Kat, I'm sitting there picking on Freeman 30 minutes, and I was a whole hour and something late. So I am not beyond being late myself saying I'm going to do something. Like, Bill's like, hi. Yeah, that was a horrible ending for such a great guy. And the fact that Vinnie Paul never spoke to Phil ever again just speaks volumes. I'm still kind of on the fence. When Pantera redid it and went on tour recently, I'm like, unless Vinnie and Dimebag get out of that grave and stand on that stage, is the only way I'm going to support that. And I who were replaced. I love Zakk Wylde and I love the guy from Anthrax, but that's not Pantera. That's just fucking Phil and Rex. Yeah, not the same at all. And I felt the same way about Alice in Chains at first when they brought William Duvall. But when I heard him, I was like, okay, I'm just being petty. I still have Jerry Cantrell in my life. What am I bitching about? But in that situation, I don't feel the same way. Phil got a lot of people fucking riled up when they started doing Damageplan. And obviously, I'm not the only one who feels this way, because like I said, Vinnie Paul never spoke to him ever again. I don't know. I don't think I've ever had a real need to go and see Foreigner. I know who they are. I mean, they were a huge band back in the day. And now you got weird shit like people putting holograms of people up on stage doing stuff. They've done that with Tupac. That's just weird to me. And then the AI people are messing with Kurt Cobain. I mean, I have to go with Cemetery Gates. Walk. Yeah. That's probably like my all-time favorite. Are you talking to me? They were a fucking great band, and I'm glad that I got to fucking see them as a whole before everything went to shit. And I totally would have supported Damageplan because it was the brothers. And sadly, when Vinnie Paul left this world, nobody had a bad thing to say. Said was like the most welcoming, greatest guy. Would offer up his home to other musicians, would have great parties, and invite everybody to it. So, real huge loss to the world, both of them gone. I even liked watching Vinnie Paul years later doing Hell Yeah with Chad Gray from Mudvayne. What was that one? Fucking. They have this great song. Oh, why can I not? Come on. Ugh. That is so weird. Why is it acting like a bot? Okay, we're going to turn that off. Come on. What the hell? I don't want Gemini. Something alcohol. Ass and alcohol? I can't remember the name of the fucking song. It's a great fucking song. And my tablet is just like fucking freaking out, so I can't look. Texas Hippie Coalition, I actually went and saw them at a smaller venue around here quite a few years back, maybe about 10 years back. Scotty and well, hopefully Freeman doesn't go live anytime soon. Gotta keep an eye on that so that way. And why is this acting weird? There we go. I think it's called Alcohol and Ass. The Hell Yeah song. Yeah, Alcohol and Ass. But it's Holland. ALCOHAULIN and then ass. It's probably one of my favorite Hell Yeah songs. Cheap Trick comes from here, from Rockford. And 38 Special, oh my god. I saw Cheap Trick in 14 at Riot Fest. It was kind of weird because Cheap Trick was playing on this stage, and then Primus played on this stage. And when Primus was done, Weezer was on the Cheap Trick stage to finish out the night. They played the Blue album. It was such a weird cornucopia of music in such a short span of time. My first concert was Metallica and Justice for All tour. I went to Wisconsin to a venue called Alpine Valley. It was kind of funny because they were, the opening band was The Cult, and it was during the time when they put out that song Firewoman, and nobody wanted to hear Ian Ashbury sing. Everybody was there for Metallica, and he got so pissed off halfway through his set, he just walked off because people kept on screaming Metallica. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I didn't know until I got older that they came from Illinois. They were by the Wisconsin border in a town called Rockford is where they came from. I want you to want me. Some point in the future. See, Kat, you're learning all kinds of things. Tommy Tracking. Tommy Two Tone. 8675309. That's what happens with me with Pink Taco. Cat. He always finds me. I'm sure sometimes even when I think I'm safe, he's found me. I feel so bad for whoever had that phone number. I couldn't even imagine getting a phone call every 5 minutes going, is Jenny there? I mean, how many people could actually put a phone number to song? That was actually very creative. My one friend wrote a song about our time zone. It's called Central Standard Time. One of my favorite songs. Who can it be knocking at my door? Knock, knock, knock. My favorite Men at Work song is Overkill. But, I mean, who can it be now? Land from Down Under. It's funny. All the music we've been mentioning, Cat knows Tommy Two Tone. I tried leading my first son into the rock way of life, and he rejected everything because his father destroyed everything by introducing him to rap and house music. He went that way. My younger one, he kind of followed. He likes the harder rock stuff. What is your favorite son song? Who Can It Be Now or Overkill? Yeah, unfortunately, my kid got introduced to Kanye West. So, it all went downhill after that. So, I'm gonna look for something. Bill, do you know the TV show Scrubs? Honestly, it's this one. I'm still mad at Mike Patton. He owes me a show from 2021. Okay, so they had an episode where they actually brought the singer from Men at Work, and there was like a whole thing where he did Overkill acoustically. I'm gonna post it right now. You can click on it now and come back just so you can save it. One of my favorite versions of that song, and one of my favorite shows. I love Scrubs. See, now you got me thinking about coffee, Bill. Gonna have to point you guys up at the ceiling for the moment. Because I am gonna make coffee. I've got this yummy stuff. Butter pecan. And it's 4:30 in the morning, so why not? Cat's like, what just happened here? Why am I like this? Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Who the heck is texting me? 4:34. Cat, you there? Cat, you're gonna laugh. So, remember I was talking about, I had told JP, well, he says his own name on there. I told Freeman Liberty that, to call me before 2. He just texted me at 4:34. Aww. I wish I could come out there and help you with getting the rest of the cats. Tonight we are drinking out of the Mandalorian cup. I guess you can't see it because it's so dark. So I texted him back. I'm like, live? You're texting me something for Facebook. And I've told him repeatedly I don't have my Facebook log. Well, I have it logged in for my messenger, but not for my feed. I'm telling you. Silly boys. You're thirsty for cat. See, Cat, you're sitting here being so quiet. I hate when my phone starts losing charge. But it is nice that I can keep the tablet. This is close by, so you guys can still hear me. I was typing because I went into the kitchen to go make my coffee. Because Bill had to bring up coffee, Cat. I don't remember who brought it up yesterday, if it was me or somebody in chat, and I was like, damn. And Spirit in the Sky's like, you're never going to go to sleep. I'm the weird person who can actually drink coffee and pass out. It doesn't keep me up. I made a wardrobe change in the tenure of the... We're at 5 hours now, Cat. Definitely getting in these watch hours. For no apparent reason. Other than to purely hang out with my friends. Ooh, Bill's number 3. We haven't looked at the top fans. I don't know if we've lost Lucky somewhere. Ooh, Bill's catching up to Lucky. They're both tied at 225. Cat, you're at 400. You are still number 1. And Yeti trying to come in here all claiming that First. I saw your comment first. I wasn't going to say nothing. We both know you were first. Yeti needs to just accept it. He tried. He failed. But I do hope he feels a lot better. I've never had a hangover that's lasted that long. That's so funny. I tell Freeman that I'm live and he's still not hopping in. What the hell, Freeman? There's a couple of people in my life that mean a lot to me, and I even tell that I tell them, even when you're wrong, you're right. And then me and my girlfriend from Missouri, we tell each other. She tells me that she loves me more than her luggage, and I tell her that I love her more than my Lord. I'm shocked, Cat. Yeah, and poor Busy. I feel for that poor girl. I was there 2 weeks ago, and it took me like 2 weeks to shake it. I still kind of have a little bit of it, but not as bad. The prednisone that they get, that I went to go and get last week before the mishap with the scooter in the leg, um, totally dried everything out. So I'm not having as hard of a time. But that was not pleasant at all. And she's right. It came on suddenly. So I have this annoying thing where I sneeze multiply. I hate it. I absolutely fucking hate it. So it's kind of hard to tell when I get sick because I multiple sneeze normally. So it kind of started with that, and then I have I had a little bit of a sore throat. But there was a couple of times earlier in the week where I woke up with a sore throat because of the air conditioning, and I was fine. Like it would kind of wear off. Well, one day it did not wear off, and as the day went on, it was horrible, and I was getting hit harder and harder by the illness. And by that night, body aches set in, and it was just horrible for like 3, 4 days. A lot of soup, a lot of hot um, tea. I got a couple of things of orange juice to put some vitamin C in me. That's okay. You get to learn with us. If it retains, that's all on you. If you're taking notes, there will be a quiz at the end of this live. I'm kidding. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of brandy or whiskey. With the sore throat, what I like to make is I warm up honey and lemon juice. Real lemon juice. Get a real lemon and squeeze lemon juice into it. The honey coats the throat, and the citrus helps with other things, I guess. Yeah, hottie toddy. Yes, you did. You said some people would eventually find you here. And holy cow, Yeti got like a whole bunch of subs. That was totally awesome to hear from him. I remember how excited I got when my subs started climbing a little bit. I never made terrible leaps and bounds. You know, I'm barely over 1,400 right now after being on here since 2012. 2010? 2010, I think. 2010 or 20, I don't know. I know it's been a long time. Don't say that, it makes my mind think of things that I can't say. Were you. Oh, you were not part of the conversation earlier with Pink Taco. Nothing's taboo here. Tiff, who was in here earlier, Kat, she has this thing where she likes to be timed out. So sometimes she'll hop in and I'll time her out for 10 seconds. But it used to be her thing. She used to go into chats just to get timed out. It was a form of love instead of it being like, okay, you're being an asshole, I'm timing you out. Coat the throat. Yeah, I walked into that one. What can I say, though? Sometimes I cannot control the things. I don't think of things that fly out of my mouth. Other times I do it for shock value. Like one time I was talking to a boss, and I was telling him how my older one was pissing me off. And I turned to him and I told him, you know, I could have fucking swallowed you. And he looked at me and he's like, did you really say that to your kid? And I'm like, no! People don't, sometimes I'm so deadpan in it that they think I'm serious. But yeah, total smartass. But sometimes it's weird when it comes from people I'm not expecting it. Like I had a conversation with somebody the other day and talking about how um, money money doesn't just fall in my lap or something like that. Like, oh, it sure does. All you have to do is blow me. And it was like, okay. No. But I have to be way more comfortable with the people. Like some of me and my friends talk very disgusting to each other. So it's not like I'm a prude or anything. It's just when it's unexpected, I don't know how to take it. It throws me off sometimes. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. I had something pretty fucking creepy happen to me Saturday night. So, I go to the bar because my friends were playing, hanging out, and had a good time. Aside from the drunk chick who kicked and tripped over my fractured leg. God, I really dislike her. Anyway, I get an Uber home, and I decided to stand outside and smoke a cigarette for a minute before I went back inside. And stand there smoking, and the Uber driver who just dropped me off parks the car, comes over by me, and smokes. So I'm just thinking, okay, maybe, you know, whatever. Kind of weird, but okay. And then all of a sudden he starts talking to me. He's like, I think I've seen you before. And I'm like, do you live around here? I'm like, because it's possible. I've lived around here for a while now. And he didn't really specify. It was kind of his opening, I guess, so to speak. And then I kind of felt kind of creepy about it, so I die out my cigarette and I'm like, yeah, I can finish this in my place. So I go to start walking away. He's like, what are you doing tonight? And I'm like, nothing with you. I've got a boyfriend. I was never so happy at the fact that when I walked through those doors, there's a way to get in. It's locked. So he couldn't follow me to where I lived. It was like, nice try, but no. That was totally creepy. Oh my God. I did that to my friend and I think I freaked him out. Somebody thought that we were together and he was saying that, he was telling them that we weren't. And then all of a sudden I came over there and he's like, right? And I'm like, the therapist has told you before that that's not healthy for you not to recognize me as your girlfriend. I used to do the same thing to one of my girlfriends because me and her two daughters all used to work together, and sometimes people would confuse me as one of her daughters. And she'd be like, do you know how old I would have had to be to give birth to her? We had a decent... Yeah, at that point, I think there was at least a good 20 years between us. Yeah, there had to be at least a good 20 years, if not more. So, when she would say, or when people would ask if it was her daughter Nicole, she would say that, and I'd turn and I'd go, Mom, the therapist says you have to or you have to accept me. I'm your child. She's like, oh, knock it the fuck off. So when I did it to my friend more recently, I told him I haven't been able to do that in years, and thanks, because I always think it's funny, but I don't think he found it as funny. I wasn't trying to freak him out. I was just trying to fuck with him. Right? I mean, there's 5 people and only 3 of us are talking. I know Lucky was watching, so maybe there's 4 of us that we know about. But if Lucky dropped off, there's 2 people we don't know about that are just hanging out. And then here's something you might enjoy, Bill. So my ex-boyfriend and me used to fuck around with people. And like one time, I don't know if this is a national chain, but here in Illinois we have a place called Tool Harbor Freight. And they're kind of cheaper tools. They're not like top of the line tools like what you would buy at Home Depot or Lowe's, but they still work and they're at a cheaper price. They may not last as long, but they do work. And sometimes me and my ex would have to go in there for something. He'd need a tool or something. And we go to the checkout, and sometimes by the checkout, they'd have like a bin there of tarp. And one time we were checking out, and I was like, ooh, look. And he's like, what? And I'm like, tarp, in case you get a case of dead girlfriend. Cashier's looking at us. And I walk away because she's kind of looking at us like, what the fuck am I a part of right here? And he turned around and leaned in. He goes, that's my girlfriend. And walked away with this purchase. And then there was another time. The look on her face, I wish you guys could have seen it, because she was probably legitimately worried about me in that moment, thinking he was going to kill me. He was the same ex-boyfriend. He was looking for a car, and we went to a dealership, and with him being a musician, he had to look at the trunk because he was a bass player, so he had to fit certain things in there, and he had to make sure he could fit his his rig and his gear in there. So I don't even remember what kind of car it was. But I remember we drove out to a town called Libertyville to go and look at it. So he's looking over the car and he's like, well, can I take a look at the trunk? And so the guy pops open the trunk and we're both looking at it. And he's like, yeah, I always need to look and make sure I have enough room in case I catch how did he say it? Something about dead girlfriend. And he's like, the guy looks and he goes, isn't that your girlfriend right there? And he's like, yeah. He goes, she knows. The guy just kind of looked at us. Needless to say, he did not get the car from that place. But yeah, we would fuck with people like that. But the girl at Harbor Freight, the look on her fucking face when he leaned in and said, that's my girlfriend, in a creepy way. Yeah, I like being a smartass too, Bill. The fact is, if it were, if it was me versus him, his fat ass would have been dead way quicker than me. Because back then, I was a lot more in shape than he was. So there was that. So, Case of Dead Girlfriend used to pop up a lot. And then one year, the bar that I like going and hanging out at Halloween, they always have Halloween costume or Halloween contests. Sometimes they have pumpkin carving tests or contests. And what did they do? There's been a couple of different contests that they do every year. And one year I won. I was a dead hooker, and I had accessories. And my accessories was a small handbag, and in my handbag was a mirror, a straw, and a little bag with white shit in it. And the white shit was baby powder, because I do not partake in booger sugar. So when I pulled that out, I would tell people that dead hooker had to die of something, and what goes with hookers? Cocaine. So I won that year. Just not my sister. Oh my. Yeah, I always say, Bill, it's better to be a smartass than a dumbass. My uncle started me off very young with a lot of dad jokes, and it just spiraled out of control. Right? Hookers and cocaine, they go hand in hand. I was having a very funny conversation, Kat, with Brandon Mitchell today, and it's funny because I don't know if I freak him out sometimes. He's known me for years, so it's not like I say things that I don't say in chat when I'm talking to him. And I was talking about Saturday how it wouldn't have been a good look for me if I started drinking while on pain medication. I'm like, I might be the highlight of the night of flashing my boobs, and I'm like, oh wait, I do that shit sober, so I can't blame that on alcohol. He totally just glazed over it, and then sent me something completely different. Didn't even say anything. Poor Brandon Mitchell. That guy who said if he won the lottery. Did I miss something? I smoke a lot of pot, Bill. Yep, 100%. I've been saying that for years, and sometimes when I go and leave, I'll sit there and say I'm off like a prom dress. Yeah, poor Brandon. He's sitting there trying to have a normal conversation with Batman, and all of a sudden she brings boobs into the equation. I think I called them bat boobs. I think I did. It's on my normal phone and I can't look. But yeah, I said something like, and then the bat boobs come out. Quite possible. Hookers and cocaine, I refer that to Charlie Sheen because that was Charlie Sheen's most of his life until recently. Because the only other thing that goes great with hookers is chainsaws, because American Psycho. I did not have time to sit there and try and manipulate a chainsaw sticking out of me with fake blood around it, but that would have been cool. I wonder if I could do something like that. That would be a great costume this year. Have somebody play fucking Huey Lewis on the jukebox during the contest. I think I may have came up with my new Halloween costume this year, Bill. Thank you. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that guy. Hookers and cocaine. Hey, people have dreams. That guy's dream was hookers and cocaine. If I ever played the lottery and won the lottery, I've always said that expect me to buy a plane ticket to go to Barrett's because I'm going to go and purchase two 1969 Chevelles. One to keep in a climate controlled garage and never move it and just rub it with a nice cloth and always have it beautiful. And the other one to drive it like I stole it. The one that I would drive it like I stole it would require hood pins. American Psycho in the Flash. Ow. I watched an interesting interview, I think it was a couple of days ago that it posted, with Nick Fuentes and Hunter Biden, and wow, never thought those two would sit in a room, let alone do an interview. Nick Fuentes lives like maybe, let's see, one, two, three, four, five, 6 towns away from me. My niece and nephew went to school with him. That kid is all kinds of fucking confused. But it's very scary how much the youth listens to him like he's gospel. I think somebody needs to pull that boy aside and show him the David Chappelle skit of the Blind Klansman. So, because the kid's part Mexican. I don't know why he seems to think that he would fit so well in white supremacy. They don't like Mexicans. They don't like anybody that's not white. Just because you have Italian in you does not make you 100% white. I'm Italian Mexican. Just like him. So it just was definitely, I guess what they released was only part of it because they said something about they almost came to blows where the interviewer had to intervene. I haven't seen that come out yet. So, well, good luck with that, taking your son in law to work. Very nice. Cat, it might be just down to you and me. If Bill's leaving, Lucky's gone. And we're almost at 6 hours now, Cat. And 5:17 in the morning here. You're at 4:50 now, Cat. And yet Lucky and Bill have Bill's been talking and I don't know why Bill's not moving up. Again, it's so weird how this works. Some people are going to start waking up, if not have already left for work. And I'm still up on YouTube Live. It's just the two of us. We could make it if we tried, just the two of us. You and I. It really doesn't. It's so weird. I wish I could understand it a little better. Like, how do you guys earn your points? Is it done by how long you're watching? Does it go by how much you're communicating? Because Lucky's been gone for a while, and me and Bill have been going back and forth. So you would have figured he would have gone up, but no. It makes no sense, YouTube. But now down to you and me, and there's two other people in here, and I don't know who the two other people are, but welcome. Hope you're enjoying the conversation, the music, whatever. Right? So you would have figured he would have gone up. You would have totally figured he would have gone up. Especially once Lucky left and the conversation just kept on going back and forth between me and him. Right? You moved up because you were at 400 and now you're, what did I say? 450, 425? Let's see if we can find the answer to this, Cat, because I am very curious. How does top fans on YouTube work? Okay. So it says YouTube uses top fan features in a couple of different ways to recognize and reward loyal viewers. These features track viewers' engagement or watch time to highlight your most dedicated supporters during live streams through exclusive content. Earning points. Okay, live stream fan leaderboards. During live broadcasts, YouTube features a real time leaderboard that ranks the most active participants. Earning points. Viewers gain engagement points by sending live chat messages, sending super chats, using super stickers, or sending gifts. Badges. The top 3 most active chat participants get special badge next to their name in live chat. Access. Viewers can click the crown at the top of the chat window to view the top 50 active users and check their own rankings. Watch time tracking. YouTube measures watch time and activity over a rolling 28-day video to calculate who qualifies as a top fan. Gated uploads. When publishing a video or short in YouTube Studio, creators can select top fans visibility setting instead of public or private. The platform limits viewing access to those core supporters, allowing creators to drop behind the scenes clips, early announcements, or thank you videos directly to their biggest audience. Huh. So, I guess there you go. I'm still confused. But I guess it tracks like how long you're sitting here watching things and how you're engaging in the chat. And seeing as there's no memberships to gift sub, that's not going to happen. And I don't think I have super stickers or super chat because I'm not monetized. So, okay then. That is quite strange. I Googled it and I'm still confused. Again, it still makes no sense, Cat. None whatsoever. But you're number one. That's all that matters. I have nothing to do today, and I'm kind of bored thinking about the day. And I don't want to fucking just lay down and go to sleep. Not like I can, but I wouldn't want to go to sleep at like 7 o'clock and sleep half the day. Exactly, it clarified nothing. Thank you, AI Google search. For nothing. Oh Lord, I hope that's not the same person I think it is. Because no thank you. Oh Lord. She's always sending me links to games I don't play. It's like, girl, I told you before I don't play those silly games. Uh-oh, Brewers beat the Giants tonight. Well, the Giants beat the Brewers yesterday. Yeah, that's so funny. We went to go and find an answer and got nothing. So yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do with my day. Probably should pull some something out of the freezer to cook. Other than that, yeah, I have no other plans. Take the dog out, rest the leg. I hate when that happens. It's like I'm even more confused than I already was in the situation. Because, yeah, Bill was totally engaging in all that and he didn't rise. Because I'm being attacked by things. Okay. Sorry, cat. So take that down, Kat. If you ever need help going live, I can more than welcome to utilize that to communicate with me outside of here. I don't know if you're a visual and screenshots and pictures and stuff help. Sometimes that helps me, but I'd be more than happy to help try and help you so you can figure it out when you want to be able to do it. Once you get the hang of it, hi Bell Administrate or Admin. Hope you're doing well. In lazy day. I don't know what to do with myself on lazy days. I've got 14 of them coming right up. So I don't know what I'm going to do. I am glad at least this week's Shark Week. Thank you, Bell Edmond. Ah, it's not working. Okay. Well, thank you for telling people to like and subscribe. Yeah, lazy days help when you have busy weeks. That's for sure. I know sometimes when I know I have a lot going on in the week, it's like, okay, this is my only day that I get to kind of chill and not really have to be running around and like my head's cut off. I have to renew my Bassett certification so I can do bartending because you can't sell alcohol without it. And depending on if I go to a bar that has food, then I'm going to have to get a food handler's license. My Bassett's only like 14, 15 bucks, something like that. Oh, I'm sure you would be great, Kat. I didn't know what I was going to do the first time I went live and stuff. I was just used to uploading music. Hmm. So, I don't know. I've just always been able to make friends and talk to people. So, I guess that's one thing I can do during my lazy time is try and see if I can do my Bassett through either my phone or my tablet. If I had to pick, I'd rather do it through my phone only because of the fact that my phone runs a lot quicker. Right now, the stupid pad won't let me. Let's see. It won't let me pull up my chat. Let's see if that worked. Okay, that worked. You left your own live to return messages. It happens. You got to have a strong connection. That definitely helps. I mean, some people, when I was living more rural, there were dead spots around there. So a strong connection is a huge thing. Because usually you said that it buffered the whole time. Yeah, there's no reason why it should have buffered after you went live unless it just wasn't a great strong connection. You knew your chat was in good hands. Yeah, that things can happen weird. Like I said, one time Duper Trooper went live and it was a silent live because he never had audio. And he didn't know why because he's like, I didn't mute it and I was trying to take it off mute and it just wouldn't work. What he should have done was end his live and come back and try it again. Maybe it would have worked itself out, but he just kept it going. And it was funny because people, I think even Brandon Mitchell, they knew I knew him outside. So somebody's like, I think it was Brandon. He's like, "Will you text him?" And I'm like, "I have already," and he hasn't answered me back because he's live. So I don't remember if he was coming to pick me up. I want to say he was coming to pick me up. Either he was coming to pick me up or he was coming to drop me off. And because I remember having the conversation with him after the fact, and he was like, "Yeah, I don't know why it was doing that." And then there was something, I think it was like 2 weeks ago. He's like, "I don't know what the fuck's going on. I can't go live." And I'm like, "What do you mean you can't go live?" And I'm like, "Do you have any strikes?" And he's like, "No." I'm like, "Okay, that's kind of weird." And he's like, "I've tried so many different times and it won't let me go live." So I contacted PDF to see if he could help me because PDF knows a lot more than I do. And he started with the same questions I did. And eventually it just worked itself out. All of a sudden, boom, he was able to go live again. That's what I'm thinking, Belle. Is that it's a bad signal or a dead spot is close to Cat's personal area? Maybe. It was a sign that wasn't a day to go live. Because, yeah, there really shouldn't be any reason unless you hit like a spot. Like when we're watching Freeman Liberty, sometimes he buffers out. You know, he's also in downtown Chicago where there's tall buildings that can prevent his signal. So there's a lot more. You would figure there wouldn't be dead spots, but there are. Yeah, most definitely, Belle. Like right now, I have my tablet going, I have my phone going, and I have my TV going. And all three are hooked up to my home internet. It's not lagging, but I mean, if you start attaching other things to it, it definitely causes a problem. So, and oh wait, no, I forgot about the webcam. I have my pet cam that's hooked up too. So maybe that's why I have such a hard time with my tablet. But my tablet's always kind of bent the deck a little bit. Yay! That was a short trip. I mean, I got it now probably a good 4 or 5 years ago, so it's definitely more lagging. That's not something to brag about, Bill. Should we start calling you Thumper? See? See how quickly that turned on you? Some things. But that's really nice that you're. Are you close with your son in law? I was very close to my mother in law. That's a rarity. Well, just because he lives with you doesn't necessarily always mean that you're close with them. I had to live with a nephew, and I didn't really particularly like him. He had his moments, but he also had other moments where I wanted to punch him in the face repeatedly. Well, then your daughter picked a good man. That's all you can hope at the end of the day is that your children find the right kind of spouse and that they support each other and they have a strong foundation to be building a lasting love. I'm a hard worker to a fault. I'll keep on going even when I'm not supposed to, and that's probably why my leg is hurting so much because after the fact I did not rest and I kept on trying to work. And then my boss got concerned after the whole ankle swell up, and he's like, you're kind of a liability right now. I'm going to kind of need a doctor's note to make sure that you can be doing your job because I don't want you to hurt yourself more doing the job that you're hired here to do. And I get it, but I'm by myself and I got to pay my bills and but doctor's orders 2 weeks, so if I ever want this to heal correctly, I guess I got to sit there and listen to the damn doctor. Most people be like, ooh, 2 week vacation. It's like, yeah, no, I need that 2 weeks worth of pay. I'll get paid on the next pay period, but the following week, when everybody else gets paid, I'm probably not going to get paid. And if I do, it might be a very small check. Wow. You and my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law started at like, I don't know, I think it was like 15, 16, starting to work for a printing company, and he retired from that printing company. In fact, before he retired, they had to look 5 years before his retirement for him to train the person to work on the machine that he worked on because he was the only one who ever worked on it. So, yeah. Good on you for retiring. I'm probably going to work 5 minutes before up until my death. I like that you think that. We still would have 4 more hours to go. We're at 6 hours and 13 minutes, Kat. Yeah, they don't. They really don't. Right? I had to bring the doctor's note to work today after I was done seeing the orthopedic surgeon. So they're like, okay, thank you. You know, this is what we needed, and your job's still here, but right? Just as if we were sitting out to breakfast or sitting at a kitchen table and just hanging out. Bell, I have a doctor that checks me for tattoos because it annoys him that I get tattoos on blood thinners. So, on the plus side, I haven't gotten a new tattoo. I want to get a new tattoo, but I have not gotten a new tattoo. Bill's trying to get also his subs up. Bill's fairly new to the community. I am I wrong on that, or is it just that you've been on and just not gaining the subs? So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 piercings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 tattoos. My first tattoo is on the back of my neck. Because I'm kind of, despite the tattoos and the piercings, I'm terrified of needles. So when I got my first tattoo, I didn't want to see it being done. I wanted to just know, what the process was. So after that, I'm fine now. When they started going down my arms, I would just sit there and watch them. It didn't bother me. Doctor needles, whole different scenario. I will have anxiety attacks. I will make myself sick if I know that I'm about to get a needle. I can't watch them come at me with the needle. Once it's in, I'm fine. Like if they're drawing blood and stuff like that. But like if I have to get like an IV or something like that, I can't watch them. So it's kind of funny. I have tattoos, want more tattoos. I'm done with the body piercing. I think I've got enough holes in my body that I could possibly leak like a sieve. But I blame my mom. She pierced my ears at 3 days old. That's where it started. I'm sure she wasn't expecting the lips. And it's funny because my 3-year-old niece, she'll sit there and she'll point at both my lip piercings. And one's at the bottom and it's a hoop, and the other one's what they call a Monroe, and it's a diamond stud. And it's funny hearing her say hoop because she goes, hoop? Yeah, I've had some people do some horrible shoddy finding my vein. All I tell them, like if I have to, when I went into the ER on Sunday, I usually tell them just don't go in a tattoo, please. They're like, well, we'll go where we can find a vein. Yeah, I chickened out a lot in my younger years because of my fear of needles. My only regret is um, a couple of my tattoos. I had been telling one of my girlfriends for years that I was going to get that as a tattoo, and unfortunately, she wasn't here when I finally did it. She saw me from heaven, but I would have rather have called her and been like, guess what? Or brought her with me. So the only thing that kind of, with my lip piercings, that kind of sucked that had been happening more recently is last year I was in a mosh pit and I still can't believe that I didn't feel it tug out. But my top one, my Monroe, just came completely out. And I don't know when, in which mosh pit, but I was going home that night on the train and I went to go and take a picture of myself to send to my girlfriend who usually goes with me. And I'm looking at the picture and I'm like, wait a minute, where the fuck is my Monroe missing? So I turn on my camera and I start looking again, and sure enough, it's gone. And same scenario right after I moved. I don't know what the hell happened to it, but it popped out again. So thank God I'm back home to the girl who usually does my piercings. She always gives me great prices on new jewelry, or she knows what I like. I have to go in there. She hasn't called me yet. She said it was either last week or this week that she was getting in um, my barbells. So I'm going to be swapping out some barbells. She usually does it for me. These I probably could do, but I'm still kind of nervous to do. My belly button I can do by myself. That's no problem. I've had my belly button done for years. And my lower lip, the hoop is really easy because I just put it in and then I secure it and it doesn't move. It doesn't come out. I've had the same hoop in my lip for, I don't know, 3, 4 years now. Of all things I've lost that I miss the most, it's my mind, Bill. So some of them are fairly easy, but like the Monroe is such a pain in the ass. There's two different ways you can get it. You can screw it on onto the stem, or you can get something called a push in, and you just snap it in place and it stays in place until it falls out. So, and I also got to fix one of my tattoos because last year, the bar I was working at, I tripped coming up the stairs because the top stair is an asshole, and I scratched one of my tattoos, and I didn't think it was going to pull the ink off, but it sure the fuck did. So I feel kind of stupid having the guy go and fix such a small spot, so I figure that when I go to do that, I may as well get another tattoo. It's even better now. Oh my God, Kat, are you ready to laugh? So now you're at 475. Bill finally raised above Lucky Laptop, and Bill is at 300. And now Lucky got bumped down to 3. While you were gone, Bill, we were trying to figure out this whole top fan situation. We're still more um, confused than answers. I Googled it and AI just, it failed us. Did you catch me looking out? Cat feels your hand reaching. It's like, ah. Yeah, I can't believe it's 6 o'clock in the morning now. Yeah, if you like buy a sub and stuff like that, it named all kinds of ways that you could earn the points, but a couple of the things don't apply here, like the super chats. I don't have super chats because I'm not monetized. I don't have gift a sub because I'm not monetized. I don't have membership. So the only thing we can rely on is the activity in chat. And wasn't it also something about the watching? That's what it said when we Googled it. But like I said, a couple of them don't even apply. Back massage. But your people might. I don't have to lift a finger. But you may want to worry about the people I keep company with. Oh, look at that cat. An exception was made. Ooh, cat, we gained some more people. I see 7 in chat. And there's 3 of us talking. Well, 4 of us. No, I know you don't get anything for it. We were just trying to figure out how, like, the XP points move up and... Because, like I said, me and Bill were going back and forth, and he was engaging and chatting everything. But his points weren't moving. And you do get something. Cat gets bragging rights for being number 1. Rosie Things! Hi, Rosie. Did you have a good time with your granddaughter? We've been doing another long live. We're at 6 hours. Good morning, Rosie. Get some coffee. Pull up a chair. Sit at our table. Are you doing anything today with the daughter? Or is today just to hang at the house? Aw, hello, granddaughter. Right? No rhyme or reason for it. Oh, I hate when people call that to my beautiful city. The proper term is Sweet Home Chicago. Come on, baby, don't you wanna go? Yep, I actually live a town over from where Jim Belushi grew up. I can still pull up in front of the house that he grew up in. And I like going to the House of Blues downtown. They have an Elroy and they have statues of them in there for the blues room, and then they have a bigger room in there. I love that movie. My favorite part is the Aretha Franklin part where she's like, "You better think what you're trying to do to me." That was a great movie. There's a movie theater, the town before me. It's called Hollywood Boulevard. And on top, instead of there being a marquee, they've got the Blues Brothers car. More than likely a replica, not the exact same. I don't even know how we got here. I guess it switched over. Stand by your man. They're all fucking throwing beer bottles and shit at first, and then they sing that song, and everybody's like, "We love you." Where I was living up north, I was 4 towns away from where they filmed the movie Groundhog Day. So I call that Bill Murray land. When you're walking down in the main town square, there's a spot that they marked from the movie where he steps in the puddle. It says Bill Murray stepped here. I got a great Groundhog Day shirt on Groundhog Day in that town. Puxatawny Phil. So it's Puxatawny Phil there in the town that they filmed Groundhog Day, because the town's called Woodstock. The groundhog here is called Woodstock Willie. And I have a Woodstock Willie shirt. So Phil Ryerson, bing! And another thing I found out while going there, Orson Welles was from there. I never knew Orson Welles came from Illinois. I had a groundhog in the yard that where I was staying at. I named him Bill. I even got a picture of him before I moved. She was very pretty. She's still very pretty. She doesn't look much different. She's a little grayer, a little bit older, but she's still very pretty. So it'll be different this year, or this coming up year, when Groundhog Day happens, and I'm not going to Bill Murray land. I mean, I guess I could always. It would take me so long to get there by train. Again, I don't drive. I never got my license, so that's something I might work on this year. Yeah, I wish I could hold the curl that she had. I have naturally curly hair, but once I go to sleep on it, it turns into a rat's nest. It's so long and thick that it doesn't hold the curl the way her hair was very curly in that movie. Caddyshack's a good movie. I love Rodney Dangerfield. And then as the years went on, Chevy Chase did one. It's kind of sad and disheartening to hear he's kind of a condescending prick, because I've enjoyed a lot of his movies throughout the years. And then to come to find out, Clark Griswold is not the warm and fuzzy character he's portrayed himself to be in movies. The Kenny Loggins song in there. I'm alright. Ain't nobody worry about me. Bill Murray went crazy in that movie trying to kill the gopher. Was that a gopher or was that a groundhog? I want to say that was a gopher. Had a hook in it. The old guy from that movie used to be on a TV show in the 80s called Too Close for Comfort. But Rodney Dangerfield, what a legend. That man is made some great fucking movies. Caddyshack was one of them. What was that one with Joe Pesci? Easy Money. That movie is hilarious. Meet Wally Sparks. Back to School. Yeah, he did a lot of great movies. Even Ladybugs, where it was supposed to be more of a family oriented movie for him. Even that was funny. Where he dressed up the girlfriend's son as a girl so his soccer team could become a winning team. You didn't even notice I was gone. Look at that, breaking Cat's heart. Did someone step on a duck? And Bill Murray's family is another family that's like a dynasty of brothers that have done movies. His older brother's been in a lot of movies. His older brother was in Groundhog Day with him. And Adam Sandler. Yeah, Adam Sandler movie. And then there was a younger brother. He did a really funny movie in the 80s called Moving Violations. But yeah, Rodney Dangerfield was like the king of one-liners. Oh, I bet you were something before electricity. The hard way. Now we've changed that to, hey, $5 is $5. At least that's what I'd hear weird stuff in the bar, and sometimes my customers would include me in the conversation. I'm like, hey, I'm not here. I'm here to serve, not to judge. $5 is $5. Whatever you do for it is up to you. I don't even know what that notification is. Today, mainly sunny, high in the 80s and low in the 60s. So, Kat, I think it's going to be a hot minute before anybody sees any kind of videos from DirectD. Oh, his bond was set at 108,000, and he has to come up with 8,500 because it's like 10% of what the bail is. It was kind of funny when I was talking to Brandon. He's like, yeah, there's not going to be a live stream for his court appearance. He's like, sad face. If you've never seen Meet Wally Sparks, Bill, oh my God, he goes off on that. In the movie, he's supposed to be like Jerry Springer, where he's like a shock talk show host. It is funny. He goes off in that movie. Goes off. There's one particular scene that is just still ridiculous to this moment. I still laugh my ass off every time I see it. And it keeps getting funnier every time. Yeah, if you've never seen that, it was probably one of the last movies he made before his passing. It was made in maybe late 90s. And if you've never seen Easy Money with Joe Pesci, oh my God, go and watch that one. Yeah, right, Rosie? He put it in quotation marks. It was the funniest thing when he put sad face. And I explained to Brandon that Yummy was a subscription and that you paused it and that you were thinking about unpausing it because we're missing it so much. But if it's something you can't afford, honey, please don't do it for our benefit because we love it. If you're in a good position, totally do it. I'd rather you eat normal food. But it was fun while you were doing that. I tried looking it up and I got sidetracked, so I didn't see how much it was. I thought it was like a year subscription you did where you paid for something and that it was coming. I didn't know that it was a monthly reoccurring thing. And watch, you start it back up again and they send you something you already have tried before. Remember the one that you thought that they sent you a bad batch? Chris said it and I was boring. You are never boring. I think Brandon just liked winning the trivia. Because he won it quite often. He was pretty good at that. If it was anybody else like Pink Taco, I'd totally be calling cheater. But I highly believe Brandon is that smart. It was fine. I was wrong. So, Rosie, update on my leg. No surgery, no cast. The doctor is concerned about the swelling that's going on, so I have to wear this stupid thigh high compression sock. It is not sexy at all. And it makes me kind of look like a white person because it doesn't match my beautiful brown skin. Not that there's anything wrong with being a white person, it just looks like I'm kind of albino. I don't know. So hopefully the swelling goes down with this. He, I asked him if I could start rubbing like Biofreeze or like get like a salon pause or something to put on my knee during the healing process, and he said that it's not the good thing that it portrays itself to be. So he gave me a information on some stuff called Valsartan or Valtartan. It starts with a V. And I looked it up, I Googled it, and they're all over the place. I can get it at Walgreens, I can get it at CVS, I can get it at Walmart. So he said I could use that. I don't have to wear the brace anymore. I'm part white, so I'm included in that stinking whites. It just looks off because my leg's all nice and tan from summer, and this kind of looks like an ace bandage, and it looks like my leg turned white. I don't even get this light when it's not summer. So hopefully it'll take down the swelling and everything. And I go back in 2 weeks, and he said that if I'm still in the amount of pain and the swelling and stuff, that they may need to do an MRI. But as of right now, no surgery, no cast. I'm off work for the next couple of weeks, which I can't really fucking afford. Living white girl. There you go. The funny thing about being two ethnicities is um, where I was raised. I did not see very many Mexican people until high school, and there was like four of us. It was more Asian, Indian, and white people that I went to school with. So when I met my children's father, he lived closer to the city. It was more diverse there. And by the time that I moved there and we were having kids, it was a highly populated Mexican area. Still is. So I started getting to have more Mexican friends and learning my Mexican cooking because my mom was Italian. So I learned Italian food, how to cook. My mom did not really cook Mexican food. We went out for Mexican food, and my dad did not cook. So I never learned like certain things, and my dad wasn't the greatest, so he wasn't really willing to teach me. And I'll never forget my girlfriend Liz. She's like, man, looking at you, you totally look the part. You look like us. But the second you open your mouth, you are nothing but white girl. I'm like, okay. So I felt I didn't fit in too much where I grew up, and then when I'm finally in a position where I feel I fit in with part of my people, part of my heritage, they're telling me I sound like a white person. My nephew is German because my brother's first, well, both my brother's children are German because both his first and second wife were German descent, born there. I don't know if they had anything else in them, but I am. I'm Italian and Mexican. My father was Mexican, my mom was Italian. Don't you remember last year I would always fuck with Angel and tell him I'm more brown than he is? And I used to call him white boy? But yes, I'm both. I was a lot more closer to my mom and stuck to my mom, so I have a sister, William, that we can't explain. She has blonde hair, blue eyes. From what I heard growing up, they used to tease her and tell her that she was the milkman's, that she was the mailman's, because she looks nothing like us. I mean, granted, they're from the second marriage, and this kind of always confused me too, because my oldest sister and my sister, who is the one above me, both of them have olive skin. We have different dads. My mom's first husband was a white guy. So, two white people having children. I don't know why two of my siblings have tan skin like me. My mom is not very tan. Well, was not very tan. Yeah, so my brother's kids are Italian German. Mine and my ex's kids are Italian, Mexican, and Irish because his parents, his dad was Italian, his mom was Irish. So our kids are all screwed up. They got like three different things going on there. I've always told potential suitors, let's call them, because I've never been married. So um, if my hands are going and my neck's moving, run. Because I'm about to go full on fucking psychotic. That's when my Italian and Mexican kick in. The hands for the Italian, the neck for the Mexican. I even once got called Greek, Rosie. I still don't know how that happened. The place that I like to go to here, because one of my friends did work at the place. He did the window tint. And I was talking to the owner one day, and he's like, "Oh, you know Jimmy Latzonas." He's like, "Are you Greek?" And I'm like, "No, I just know him." And my best friend's wife, she is American and German. Mom is a full-blooded German, and dad went into the army from here to the United States. I don't know exactly. I guess I never asked her. I don't know what dad, aside from being American, I don't know what his heritage particularly is. He could be Polish, he could be Irish, I don't know. But mom is a full blooded German. Greeks are amazing people. One of my cousins, black hair and green eyes. Ooh, that would be pretty. I also like black hair and blue eyes. Or like a brown hair and blue eyes. My oldest has hazel eyes. And it's kind of cool because depending on what he wears, sometimes his eye color still changes a little bit. Like if he wears something blue, a little more flecks of blue stand out. And if he wears something green, a little more green flecks come out. I just have dark brown eyes. I wish I had a copy of my birth certificate because I used to laugh when my mom would have to pull it out because my eye color is listed as black. And I'm like, what? Was I just evil when I was born? She's like, oh, knock it off. That's not even funny. And I'm like, no, it kind of is, but it's weird. Who puts black down as eye color? I've never seen anybody have black eye color. But I have very dark brown eyes. So the fact that my oldest has hazel eyes, one of my our one of my sisters has hazel eyes. So I don't know if it came from my side or dad's side. Your great grandmother was born in Wisconsin? That's cool. Wisconsin is a very heavily populated German area. Not many people realize that. I'm so full of shit, my eyes are brown. Yeah, Wisconsin is a huge German, heavily German populated area. I guess they figure some of them live in the mountains and stuff that They can deal with Wisconsin in the wintertime. Polish people. When I first moved to Cicero, it used to be, well, years ago, it used to be a very heavily Italian area, Polish area, Bohemians. And through the years, in time changing, there's still some Italians there, but not very many. The actor Joe Montana. Joe Montana comes from Cicero, Illinois. Up until his mother passed, she lived there. She refused to go to Hollywood and live in a big home. She wanted to stay where she was from. Quite possible because, I mean, we have Greektown, we have Chinatown. So there could possibly be a Germantown somewhere around here. Where I was living at before Rosie was kind of a huge European area. There was a lot of Ukrainians, Russian, Polish. It's kind of funny taking Ubers and stuff from there to here. Because here I don't see very many European people. I see Indian people, I see Mexican people. Once in a while I'll get a white person. But up there, a lot of Europeans. If I had to guess if it was anywhere here in Illinois, it would probably be closer to where I was living because it's close to the Wisconsin border. But I could be wrong. There's still towns I'll hear in the news and I'm like, we have a town named that in Illinois? Just because I've lived in this state doesn't know I know every inch of it. I know there's two St. Louis's, one on our side and one on Missouri side. There's a college town down south called Carbondale. But it wouldn't surprise me if Illinois had one. We're a huge melting pot. Like I said, we have Greektown, we have Chinatown, in the city alone. There are certain areas that are still strictly Italian areas. There's a area, a street named Taylor Street. There's on the north side, Ohio and Grand is a huge Italian populated area. Yeah, that is weird. I've heard of intercourse, but I've never heard of bird in hand. The street before where I'm living at right now is called Ivanhoe. I call it Ivanahoe. I still think it's funny that there's a Lake Titicaca. I mean, who came up with that fucking name? I mean, obviously Indians, but still. Titicaca. Why am I not surprised, Bill? You traveled back in time just to name that lake. You have an Ivanhoe exit? Yeah, this is all one word for the street. All of a sudden, Bill just became Marty McFly. He's going back in time and naming things. But it is weird how they come up with like names. How some things that make sense. Like there's a mall not too far from here, and it's called Yorktown. And the reason it's called Yorktown is because years and years and years ago, there used to be some sort of farm or plantation where the mall is built, and the family's name was York. So there is still to this day the most weirdest spot for a cemetery, and they can't move it because it's the family plot. Typing while driving without glasses. Well, please be safe, Rosie. I don't remember Time Tunnel. So, at least I know the history and how that got made. Um, Naperville is a very old town. I like going in graveyards since a very young age. I just like going and walking around and looking at the headstones. And the hospital that I go to, they're right before you hit downtown Naperville, um, is the cemetery. And one day I was walking around in there and just looking at the headstones. I found the first settlers of DuPage County buried there. And it was like 18 something. Maybe, was it 18? Because there's some really old graves in there. Ooh, damn. $10, cheap, cheap. Love you long time. Like we have a Sandwich, Illinois. We have a Peru, Illinois. We have a Pontiac, Illinois. It's the name of a car. Trying to think of what else. We have an Oregon, Illinois. I remember going camping there as a kid. But like how Chicago is, how it's parted off, like there's different, like I mentioned Greektown and Chinatown and what have you. But like certain areas, like there's Pilsen, there's Lawndale, there's K-Town, there's back of the yards, that used to be called the Stockyards back in the day, and Bucktown and Lincoln Park. And these are all part of the city of Chicago, but divided up. And then it used to screw me up there in California. There's a Pittsburgh, California. I remember somebody who I used to follow here on YouTube. They lived in the Bay Area. And one day she mentioned where she was at, and I heard her say Pittsburgh. And I'm like, Pittsburgh? I thought you lived in California. And she's like, it's in California. And I'm like, oh, okay. I guess some places just got tired of coming up with names, and California is a pretty big, sizable state. It always makes me chuckle if even in Wisconsin, we have a town here in the Chicago metropolitan area called Brookfield. It holds one of our biggest zoos. It's called Brookfield Zoo. And there was a Brookfield, Wisconsin. Right? He may sue us just for saying kiss in here. And that he sucks. I don't know if you had heard this, Bill, but apparently Gene Simmons' son Nick and Paul Stanley's son have gotten together and formed a band. Douche Canoe, Douche Nozzle. He goes by many names. I thought that that was pretty interesting, so I like Nick, so I'm kind of interested to see what he's going to play and what he does. Paul Stanley's kid, I don't know. And Ozzy Osbourne's son, Jack Osbourne, more recently has started a YouTube channel on here. I loved him and Kelly watching the Osbournes. I feel so bad for her right now. Yeah, Sophia's very cute. But look at Mom. If you ever watched Gene Simmons' TV show where the wife was on it, and even her sister fucking looks great, but I don't think the sister's an ex-Playboy model, but Shannon Tweed is. But yeah, I feel really bad for Kelly more, because it seems like Kelly's really taking it hard. And I know how that feels when you lose a parent you're very close to. It like turns your whole world around. I never thought in a million years my mom would be gone at 18 years old, but there I was. I'm not sure so much now that that's Ozempic look, Bill. I've been in her position after losing a child, and when you're in a depression and grief, you can drop a significant amount of weight. I was just talking about this to a girlfriend of mine that, and I showed her the picture, and she's like, "Oh, that's a cute picture." It was we were taking a family Christmas picture in front of the tree, and it was both our boys and our nephew, and it's a hard picture for me to look at because not only I was fairly fresh off of losing our daughter, but I was so depressed at that point in time that I wasn't eating. I was just going through the motions because my living kids needed me. So I would get up and do what I had to do to get them off to school and what have you. But as soon as they left for school, I would go in my room and just cry for hours. And yeah, I got really scary skinny. I looked like a heroin addict. So it's kind of hard to go back, even though that's a Christmas picture that we took as a family. It's very hard to look at that picture because I know what was going on. So I think even if she did start with the Ozempic, I think at this point it's just depression from losing her dad. And yeah, too much plastic surgery. I could never, I am not looking forward to my face changing and wrinkles and old age coming to me. It comes to us all. But I'll be damned if I'm stretching my face and looking like an alien like Madonna. If I didn't get boobs in my younger years, I'm sure the fuck not stretching my face. I'm not sticking any needles with botulism in my face and have no expression. If I can't give resting bitch face on my own and come out of it, Yeah, I'm good. My son says it's not fair that I never change. I'm like, what are you talking about? And he's like, you've always looked the same. And I'm like, think about that, baby boy. If I look this good at my age, think about how great you're going to look. You know, I didn't abuse hard drugs. I didn't abuse alcohol hard. I mean, in my 20s, I drank and had a good time, but it didn't become a problem. I remember asking my sister in law, who in her 40s looked like she was in her 30s. I asked her because back in that time, I was buying all kinds of like face stuff. Um, and I asked her, you know, what do you do? How do you maintain staying looking so young like that? And she goes, well, I drink lots of water. I wash my face in the morning and I use lotion. And I'm like, ooh, what do you use? And just normal. She was using just normal soap and I think she said Vaseline or something like that. That she wasn't using any fancy products like I was. I was using like Clinique. And she would, as I'm sitting there telling her she looks great for her age, she goes, yeah, you make me and my sisters sick. And I'm like, what? And she goes, you don't need a stitch of fucking makeup. You are absolutely stunningly beautiful. He looks 18. So if I had a picture right now that I could put on the side of me, maybe I can. Hold on. Right now, Bill. Aww. Hold on. Did I swipe it away? Let's see if Messenger. I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, I'm at the stage in life where everybody looks 12 that's younger than me. Working in a bar, I would have to ask for IDs if they looked under 40. I'm like, you have to forgive me. Everybody, all you kids look like you're 12 now. Okay, things are going to get a little scary, Bill. I have no makeup. I don't care what my sister in law said. As I've gotten older, I need mascara and eyeliner. I don't need full face makeup. I'm not doing that paint by numbers shit. Okay, hold on. Why is this being a jerk? Come on now. Hopefully it didn't log me out. Save. Cat, we're at 7 hours. Skip. Skip. Can't fall asleep again. Rosie, please tell me you're okay. Skip. Skip. I just want to get to the point. You told me you were going for a new record. We're at 7 hours. I don't know if we'll make it to 10, girl. But keep hope alive. You never know. Yes, keep my profile picture. I love my unicorn hair. This needs to stop being a jerk and let me sign in already. What is she, a puppy? I got belly rubs. Okay. Jesus Christ. I'm already going to hell for many other reasons, so taking the name in vain. I still love that picture. Come on. Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna pull up a picture, Bill. I gotta turn on the light. And I gotta find one unfiltered. Aww. I think your mama had puppies again. Oh my goodness, trying to find an unfiltered picture. Ah, Mo. Lippy. Okay, I wish there was a... Can't really see her in that. I want to show you a picture of somebody that we are the exact same age, but you would never be able to tell. And I cannot, unfortunately, find a picture that she's not using a Snapchat filter. Okay. Ooh, thank God that was close. So me, I don't know if you guys can see her, but really sweet girl, but she had a hard life. So we are the exact same age, but standing side by side, nobody would believe you that we're the same age. They'd think that she was at least a good 10, 15 years older than me. I'm just ugly, so deal with it. Almost time to go home, Lucky? Have you been here the whole time? I love it. And I kind of feel bad for her because she's a really nice person and age came to her very fast. I'm going to be that old ass punk rocker still in the fucking mosh pits and in my 60s. Yay, cat. I still like that Yeti helped me with my thumbnail tonight. He was laughing when I made the post about a live update tonight and thanking everybody for being here yesterday for the 9 hour. And holy shit, Cat did. Well, Bill, you're at 375. But Lucky's back. Guess who's back? Back again. Lucky's back. Tell a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Well, you got an hour. You got 59 minutes so far. Hopefully everything went all right during the night. Everybody stayed sleeping. Oh my Lord, Bill. Oh my God. Are you far from work, Lucky? Is it a short drive or is it a decent drive? I forget. No means no, Bill. Yes, you were. Yeah, somebody else tried claiming it. And it was funny because Kat commented first, and then the person that thought they were first commented first, but was technically second. Yeah, that was pretty funny. It's all fun and games until Pink Taco shows up, right, Lucky? I don't know. I think I was pouring a smart ass. I don't know if that was taught to me. Uh-oh. Don't make Cat bring Tommy. The Italian side of me, I give everybody nicknames. And one of the girls that we work with, she's always asking me, what kind of snacks you got? So I nicknamed her Snacks. Are you threatening me? Do you need TP for your bunghole? Are you the great Cornholio? It's not a threat. It's a promise. Promises and threats are two different things, Bill. Sometimes I wonder if, like, some of my friends pop up and they see that Batman was live or Batman is live and are like, God damn, it's 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm getting up to go to work and you're doing this shit? See, Kat, this is where I turn around. You want a quick comeback to the hurt me? You want me to hurt you? You got to pay extra for that. But I feel Bill would be willing to pay extra for that. So it may backfire. Back in the day, if a guy hit on me and I wasn't interested, I'd be like, I'm really flattered. Thank you for coming in, talking to me. But I got a question. You got a sister? Then they kind of look at me and be like, oh, damn, she's a dyke. Because back in the day, that's what they would say. Why do I feel this wouldn't be your first rodeo in Dominatrix? Yeah, I freaked out a couple of guys asking them if they had a sister. And one guy who was interested in me, I was not interested in him at all. And I was telling my girlfriend, I'm like, I don't want to talk to him. Here, you talk to him. And now they're happily married for 30 years with 2 kids. So, red spandex. What are we, back in the 80s? Are people still wearing spandex? Bring them at 7 o'clock in the morning. Why not? Yeah, there was a couple of friends I set up with, guys that I didn't want to particularly be with. Some of them worked out very well. A couple of them not so much. But I dodged a few bullets. That one still makes me laugh, though. Had no interest in him whatsoever and hand the phone to my girlfriend, and it was a match made in heaven for them. Uh-oh, them are fighting words, Cat. I feel we need a Tommy intervention. Tommies can be very scary people. Look at 50 Cent's show that he had. That guy is so fucking hot. And he comes from Chicago. Maybe that's where the appeal comes. Oh, she's not answering. She might be getting Tommy. You might have to hide, Bill. I'm saving myself for Skiba. Again, I want to rule the punk world with Matt Skiba of Alkaline Trio, two Chicago kids. You poor thing. Do you at least have a riding mower or is it a push mower, Lucky? And if it's a push mower, please tell me it's not electric. Lucky's not leaving, he's just saying he's tired. And he has to go mow his lawn after he's done with work. He'll be done in another 50 minutes. Oh my God. So let me ask you, because I'm learning more and more about these. How long does it take a charge? And do you have a huge yard that you have to mow? Because I only see bits and pieces, and I'm still not sure if that's your house where you do the fireworks. I know it's, if that's your house, Jesus Christ. Because one of my friends got one, and they've got a sizable yard, but theirs was only holding a charge for like maybe 20 minutes. I'd rather have a push with gasoline and oil and pull the crank. But everything seems to be going electric nowadays. You know, they have medication for that, Bill. It's okay. You're in a safe place. Oh, Jesus, Lucky. No, that's a you problem. That's definitely a you problem. So is it batteries that like go into drills? Like those type of batteries? It just attaches somewhere on it? And how long does all three batteries turn around and help you finish the whole acre? Okay, 2 hours. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe they got a smaller one, but they were like, yeah, it only lasted like 20 minutes. So they were going to do the battery thing, like how you're saying you have three. They were going to go and buy a couple of extra batteries. He's saying you are, Cat. All she has to do is go back in the chat, Bill. Just come clean. I have whatchamacallit, handheld vacuum cleaner now. And I have to charge that. It's kind of like a Dyson, but it's not. I wanted a Dyson, but those things are fucking expensive. I have a Dyson vacuum cleaner, but I don't have carpet here. So I left my Dyson in the storage and I just got a handheld. It's kind of neat because, like, I'll look at my floor and I don't think that there's very much on there. And it has a light. So when I start going over the floor, I see all the hair and stuff that I'm not seeing even with the light on. Yep, you're in trouble if she called you William. William's in trouble. William's in trouble. Tell him he has to pay extra for that cat. And you don't come cheap. That's usually how it's supposed to work. Like in a mom situation, you call the child by their first and middle name if they have a middle name. Because some ethnicities, I didn't. When I was born, I didn't have a middle name. Um, so I kind of ruined it for my second born because I loved his name so much that I called him his first and middle name. My older one, it totally worked. If I called him his first and middle name, he knew he was in trouble. I'm not cheap, $500 a lick. It's funny you say lick. Saturday, somebody kept on asking me if they wanted me to, or if they wanted, or if I wanted him to lick me. And I'm like, not particularly. Do you want to get punched? I can't even say my middle name. There's a way to pronounce it. The way that it's spelled is not the way that it's pronounced. And I got it at, I think I was like 4 because my parents weren't married when I was born. So traditionally, my mom had me in Mexico because she was visiting my dad. And whatchamacallit, I was born to a United States citizen. She was not living there at the time, so I automatically had United States citizen birthright citizenship. So in Mexico, because my parents weren't married, they didn't believe in giving me my dad's name. They wouldn't let my mom put my dad's last name on the birth certificate. He was on there, but I just didn't have his last name. So in Mexico, the traditional way that they do it, my dad does not have a middle name. How they do it is what's supposed to be your middle name is your mother's maiden name and then your father's last name. So that's how my name was when I was born. And then when I turned 4, before I entered the school system, my mom had my name changed. So I would have my dad's name, and that's when I got the name I couldn't pronounce. She's the only one who was able to pronounce it. So there's that. Usually people are like, I don't like my middle name, but at least they can say it. I had the same or I had a conversation about middle names with my mother-in-law when I finally got pregnant with my daughter. I wanted to incorporate my mom's name and her name together. And my mother-in-law and my sister-in-law, her daughter, both had the same name, so I wasn't using their first name. So I turned to my mother-in-law because I knew what my sister-in-law's name was. And I asked her if that was her middle name, and she's like, no. And I'm like, okay, so what's your middle name? And she's like, I'm not telling you. And I'm like, why not? And she's like, because I don't like it. And I'm like, yeah, but we're trying to figure out, the baby's name. She's like, what's your mom's middle name? And I tell her. She's like, go with that. And I'm like, but I still want to know your middle name. She's like, I don't want to tell you. I don't like it. And I'm like, I can't even say mine and you know mine. She's like, fine, I'll tell you. And she tells me, and it wasn't that bad. It definitely was an older name that you don't hear nowadays. But she's like, please, please, please don't do that to my granddaughter. Do not give her this name. I absolutely hate it. So I went with my mom's middle name. So she has a very Italian, she was given a very Italian name. Her name was Isabella Marie. And when I had plans when she was a baby, because I had a niece named Isabel, and we were going with Bella, I was going to call her Bella. So that way there wasn't a confusion between her cousin Isabel. But as I said, God had better or bigger plans for her. So I remember when I finally did the ultrasound and found out I was having a girl, I immediately jumped off the table and started doing a happy dance. Because this was my fourth attempt at having a girl, and I had boys prior. The ultrasound technician was kind of laughing. She's like, wow, somebody's very excited. And I'm like, yes, I am. Yeah, you better be nice to Kat or she's going to break out Tommy. And apparently you don't want Tommy to be broken out. I think the threats of bringing in Tommy are her telling you. I'm going to take a wild stab in the dark there. Kat's getting ready to say, I am going to kill Bill. Oh, no. See, you started going down the right track and then you backslid, Bill. See, even Lucky knows. Just be happy she doesn't know Pink Taco. Right, Lucky? She got to meet him tonight, but Sick and Pink Taco? Nobody wants that. Oh my God. Bill's having all kinds of hopes and dreams over there. Whip's named Tommy. Belly rubs. Undercooked taco. Oh my dear Lord Jesus. I don't think pink taco has ever been referred to as an undercooked taco. He's been referred to as many things, but that is not one of them. Yeah, I guess everybody's got to have a dream. What in the hell? That was weird. At least you have the appropriate dream music. Yay, it's back at 100, so now I can turn it back up. Sorry you guys had to deal. Oops. Sorry you guys had to deal with the looking of the ceiling, but I had to charge the phone again. Streaming for almost 8 hours, phone kind of dies. Whips and dog leashes. What was that? In Weird Science. Something chains, whips, little candle wax on the nipples. Oh, Gary! Kelly LeBrock was great in that movie. Oh my God. Again, where do we find such red spandex outside of 1985? There you go. See, now you're back to being in trouble again. Sex, drugs, chains, whips, I think she says. Because my tablet's such a dick, going and Googling would just take me forever. But I think that's what it was. I mean spandex in general, my dear Bill. I don't think spandex is even around anymore. At least I haven't seen spandex in a while. It was weird when guys were wearing it. I mean, it was weird in general, but it was definitely weird when guys were wearing it. Left no imagination. It's like you have a one-eyed snake staring at you and you're trying not to look it in the eye. Yes and no, because I mean, I currently have yoga pants and some of the fabric is not very close to spandex at all. It's just a nice soft fabric. But I guess some of them, the shiny ones, that is, I guess, a little closer to spandex. You guys have a weird fascination with our yoga pants. That wanted to play with you. Well, you are freaking adorable, Lucky, so there is that. So I'm not surprised. I don't remember what concert it was, but I was at a concert one time and I was standing next to a dominatrix and we had quite an interesting conversation. Yeah, I don't get the thing with the yoga pants. I guess the tight form fitting is what he's saying. But I've seen some weird porn where yoga pants were a thing, and it's like, wow, we're here now? Okay. That's a great thing I love about going to a punk show is all different walks of life of people. You could have doctors, you could have dominatrix, tattoo artists, fire breathers, all kinds of people in a punk crowd. I love it. Well, it's true. There was some very confusing times for a girl back then. It was like trying not to look, but it was kind of hard not to look because it was like right there in your face. I still like pairing a short skirt and a long jacket. Na 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 na. Oh, you'd love Riot Fest, Lucky Laptop. A lot of fishnets walking around. Even the younger generation still keeping it going. I like the thigh-high nylons that have the lines going up the back. I thought those were always pretty cool, aside from fishnets. I can sometimes play the role of girl pretty decent. People always freak out when I do the girl thing because they're so used to me walking around with no makeup on. I'm not that girl who is like, I can't walk out of here unless I have makeup, full on makeup. If I can't get it done in about like, the most I'm willing to spend is like maybe 15 minutes, and that's like really pushing it. If I can't get my makeup done quick and look somewhat decent when I walk out the door, like I said, I'm not playing the paint by numbers. Good afternoon, Tom. Or do you like being called Tommy? Uh-oh. Is that the Tommy cat? Dun, dun, dun! And the plot thickens. Welcome in, Tommy. Welcome to the shit show that is my live. That's been going now for 8 hours and 16 seconds. Aw, look at that. See, this is how we speak to people, Belle. Amazing, gorgeous American princess. Revere her like the queen that she is. All of a sudden, me and Lucky are like, ooh, things are about to get interesting now. Shall we pop popcorn? Uh-oh, Belle. Belle, where'd you go? Belle? Anyone? Anyone? Bueller? You can't come to the wedding anymore. Oh my goodness. Look at this cat. 7 o'clock in the morning and two men dueling for your love. You can't tell how much I love Chicago, can you, Cat? Almost every other word out of my mouth is usually a Chicago reference on some level. I love that we have Ferris Bueller Day. Tommy coming in with the confidence. I love it, Tommy. I know, Tiff would totally enjoy this. I'll be the side piece. She loves me more. What we got here is a failure to communicate. You can be the clean after. Oh my Lord. I'm trying not to, but I am. It is funny. Ooh, a December bride. Lucky, I'm right there with you. Marriage is taking dating way too far. Ooh, I love it. A colorful dress. I brought back a friend from Norway when I went backpacking through Europe. And every time I introduced him to my girlfriends, he's like, "You want to get married?" He wanted to stay here in the United States so bad. He's like, "Hi, my name's Heino. You want to get married?" My girlfriend said, like, "I'm 16. No." But that's how my dad got here. He married my mom. He got his green card. And my sister-in-law, my second sister-in-law, from my side of the family, my brother's wife, that's how she got her status as well. Her and my brother got married, and they had a baby, and they've been married ever since. Ooh, tie-dyed. I probably, if I ever got married, probably would wear a black dress. And it's not anything to say impending doom to the marriage, but I have a great set of Irish friends that I love listening to the wife speak, and even the husband, but more the wife. She has that thick Irish brogue accent. Not so much goth, just I could never wear white. That just wouldn't be me. And I'm not really the pink type of girl either. So my prom dress was black. I don't know if you know, we have a show here, Tommy, called 90 Day Fiance. And it deals with that. Red is an option. It didn't go over so well. Oh my God, that's funny. You know what, though? Red was Lydia Dietz in Beetlejuice when she was supposed to marry Beetlejuice. So to save um, Alec Baldwin and Gina Davis, she was in a red wedding dress. I've never been to one of those, but I bet that would be pretty interesting. When my girlfriend got married, hold on, come on. I don't like the look of that. She was married by her college roommate, my beautiful gay husband, Sawyer. I absolutely love and adore him. Our marriage will last forever. We never have to live together and we can screw who we want. Um, and after her wedding, her reception, there was a lot of drag queens there. It was one of the funnest weddings I probably have ever been to. Was it like a deep red wine or something like that? I would imagine you would not drink blood. in, the, in the background. Come on. There you go, Lucky. Interesting. I'd have to say no. I've drunk some pretty weird shit in my time, but fish blood is not on the menu. Snakes, spiders, etc. Well, I like snakes and I like spiders. you're fine. Oh, you're not fond of snakes and spiders. Okay. HE double hockey sticks.
Thank you for watching, everybody.
I got them myself.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Loki Laptop News.
Yeah, no, it happens to me too. It'll pluralize it like you're saying he will.
You can tell we got some people
It's
out
like,
there
no,
supporting
I'm
us.
trying to spell hell.
Little emotional supporting animal. You gotta love it.
Her name is Pennywise,
Anyways,
and that is Abaddon.
I was holding her earlier. She kind of got a little upset.
It's the sound of the bikes.
Yeah.
Each other, they make a vibrating noise, and that's what she's hearing. I think that's what got her.
You will protect her.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't see. I'm okay with some spiders. Snakes don't bother me. It's when you get halfway across the world and they are bigger than your animals. That's when I tend to have a problem with a spider.
a little kid up there curled up with an alligator. You gotta love that.
That's my daughter.
That's your daughter? You gotta love that.
That's my daughter, Echo.
Echo? How you doing?
Echo is trying to put you on video.
Curled up with an alligator.
Aw, look at her just holding, walking around like, I've got an alligator.
Do you?
Aw.
Get a bump on the ground? That'd be cool.
Oh, wow, look at the size.
Going right to Lady J. You had an admirer.
I just want to nibble on you a little.
Got some bunnies, a piglet.
Hmm. What kind of tape is that? Is that electrical tape? Because I would figure with their jaws, how powerful they are.
Laptop News. I'm a YouTuber. I've seen you guys. I do cop watching.
I love how the little one's just holding the smallest one like a baby. Like she found her new best friend.
Nope, I haven't
Like,
had
I'm going
that
home
yet.
with this gator.
Right.
I've been waiting to check him out because I have, hate to say this, but I've been having a fallout with Fishland, and
Yeah, I know Kenny very well.
I had his nephew arrested
Okay.
because he threatened me, and he got all mad about it.
Want to hold it?
But his nephew, one of his nephews, is my best friend.
We're here for
Hey, we got a little pig in here.
I was wondering what that thing was. Oh, pigs and bunnies. I just want to pick that pig up and nuzzle it.
Oh, we got another snake out.
Oh, that's a pretty snake.
Little don't want to get bit today. Almost snake bite doesn't hurt, especially from that size. People, if you've ever been bit by a non-poisonous snake about that size,
Yeah, they don't like that shit at all.
It's worse than that.
God help a guy who decides to whip their child in front of a biker.
There you go, everybody. Another person with a snake.
Aw, look at that white one. Was that an albino, Lucky?
I'm gonna try to ship what they got on the table for donations and all that. I don't have much, but you know what? This goes to a good cause.
Lady
I don't have
J.
much, but I'm gonna put a 5 in there.
What was the albino? Was it a ball python?
Did you grab a blade bracelet? That'd be a little tight on my wrist, but
They end up stretching. I have so many of those different bands from bands promoting themselves. Malort, our friend who throws together an MS Sucks benefit every year. I have different bands for every year I've gone. Unfortunately, my friend was diagnosed with MS in 2019, and some people can be real dicks. Like, they played Riot Fest quite a few years back, and he has a hard time walking now. He has MS. And the fact that he's still getting up on stage and doing shows, it takes a lot out of him. So they were doing sound check, and he comes out on stage with his cane, and some guy made a real shitty remark. It took everything in me not to punch him in the face. He is a very dear, longtime friend, and he's like, "Oh, we're old now. Look at this guy." And I was thinking about being an asshole to him right off the bat, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna give him an opportunity. So I'm like, you do know he has MS, right? And he's like, no, I didn't know. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't be talking all kinds of shit when you don't know what's going on. He's here to entertain you. You're here excited to see him, and you're going to talk shit about him.
I call my little scaredy cat.
Now, if it was a Marilyn Manson thing and he was all fucked up on drugs, I can't sit there and defend my friend. He's fucked up. He shouldn't be up on stage. I hope the show goes well.
They're big babies. They really are.
Thank you guys very much.
But I mean, if you threaten their people to take a stand, they're supposed to proceed. But they're not aggressive. They were saying, hey, you gotta stop that. Don't make me do that.
Well, her dog, she's been staying at my property for a little bit. She travels, so she's here.
That snake is just comfortably wrapped around that girl.
So me and my girlfriend let her stay there. Well,
And I'm still trying to figure out, it looks like she's pregnant.
Video a few months back, she ended up adopting a pit bull. Well, after I got my son for the summer, I was roughhousing with my son. I went to act like I was going to kick him, right? She got up. She sat right in front of me. She looked at me. She didn't bark at me. She didn't growl at me, but she let me know. I don't like that.
Right. That's not gonna be tolerated. You know, believe me, I gave you the warning. Yeah.
So I was like, okay, girl.
That's it. Also, that's the way I've seen it. You don't automatically jump in and bite. They get skinny.
Almost time to head home, Lucky. You made it. And oh my God, Cat, 8 hours. So we've already surpassed, was it 8 or 9 hours yesterday?
Man, I really do.
It's all about the kids.
Was it 9 hours?
Well, I'm about that for the kids and animals.
Yeah, I heard you saying about,
Pet rescues. I've seen animals just get
I
beat.
wish that I had the space and whatever to
I like their rockers.
And I see so many dogs in the, they don't call them kill shelters, but they're not open.
Do you ever do you have a bike yourself?
They have to get rid of them or,
I know my girlfriend, she does the Toys for Tots and her husband ride.
Anti-kill shelter because sometimes you have to put a dog down.
well, I mean,
Health reasons, anger
I
issues.
can see a
Aww.
where they're not sociable. They can't be social. There's a couple dogs out there because of their that environment they could grow up in. That happens. I can see that. Just because they're not getting adopted, it costs them money to get fed.
But and I do appreciate the child abuse part too because I mean I grew up like this. My mom's boyfriend was used to people. Shit.
Yeah, no, I probably should be afraid of my scooter after what happened with me. But I'm more annoyed right now that I don't have it.
I got beat a lot, but I deserve it. Oh my God.
Oh my dad's been fine, man.
But me and Kat both agree I need to get some elbow pads and some knee pads. I already have the helmet.
Okay, never mind. Got a call. I don't do them very often. I was on Moody Fire Department for 2 years, and then I moved out of Moody, and then I started doing this. And people call me a first minute auditor, people call me a cop watcher. I started as press, cops made me kind of a cop watcher.
Because they do what they do.
They do what they do, and
Some of them don't, but most of them do.
I hate to say it.
Yeah, he was telling me that he was going to trade me my foot for a leg. And he said he had a lot of surgeries.
Officer, I make 100 apple pies.
Ooh. Lucky. Yikes, you're lucky that you didn't get electrocuted in that moment.
One bad apple loads a bunch.
We'll see. We still got a whole another 2 hours, and I'm getting kind of sleepy now.
They get their dumb shot, right? And I get respect from usually a lot of the people that they've actually take in whatever because they did respect for it. They did it like, it's not like, I got a gun, who don't know how to shoot.
Yeah, I know security in LA, man. You're trying to do that without wearing firearms. I had to be polite. I had to de-escalate a lot of stuff.
Well, and I'm not gonna say that all the LA people that are laziness or good because they teach them to do that.
We're losing Arby's up here, Lucky. I'm not a huge fan. They say they have the meats, but I've had better meats. Plus, I got really violently ill at one as a kid, and I've always kind of been off-put from it since.
I mean, I got it if you just got to shoot somebody or.
But yeah, we used to have an Arby's down the street, and they turned it into a Jack in the Box.
For my safety, whatever, and make me feel like a badass, whatever. I said, no, it's not. I'll stop, I'll put my hands up behind my back, on my head, whatever you want, but I'm not gonna. First of all, if I get down to the ground, it takes me 10, 20 minutes to get back up again.
Eesh.
So, no, unless I did something wrong, I'm not.
9 hours and 6 minutes will be a new record.
Later, I'm looking laptop news. Laptop news.
Well, we're already at 8:24, so who knows?
Just on YouTube. Yep.
Did I say 2 hours?
See a lot of people that do.
God, I'm blind.
Where their stuff comes out.
I post all my stuff to YouTube.
Yeah, bikes, there's just no room for
Just
error,
like that.
Bill. There's been a lot of pretty bad accidents in the last month and a half up here.
But yeah, I mean, I ain't gonna lie, I'm not the perfect one. I've cussed out some cops around here. But I'm not one of the ones that's got the camera in your face trying to cause you to get mad. I can stand back and I can be quiet for the most part. Besides with West Plains PD, they've ticked me off, so they've been hearing my mouth. Yeah.
He's like, wait a minute, I think I know you.
Out of my hand, put me in a chokehold, all because I was recording him yelling at a 14-year-old kid. I was trying to keep the kid off camera, but at the same
Yeah,
time,
it's kind of funny. Lucky, one of our friends up here, because he knew our friend who comes up here from Missouri had a Jack in the Box, and he liked it so much that every time she came up here, she always had to bring him some. Now we have them here.
Do not wear badges on the chest. Their badges are right here on the collar. I raised my laptop up to try to get the badge number.
100%. There was a really bad, like 2 months, maybe 3 months ago now, before I moved back here. There was a person riding a motorcycle and a person leaving, I think it was like CVS. And the way that she was trying to get out of the parking lot, she wasn't supposed to. And the biker hit her. I think that lady had to have passed. That accident was pretty bad. Long Beach, that's where Snoop Dogg comes from. My future husband lives in San Francisco. He used to live here in Chicago, but he went to the West Coast. But after where I used to live and seeing where he grew up, I totally understand that. Ugh. Yeah, there's been some really bad accidents up here, Lucky. Right now, I don't know. Let me Google and see. So we had really bad storms come through here Monday. And there were these contractors that were in a sewer in the town before me, Downers Grove. And they were working on somebody's property. And I'm still not sure if the person had well or what the situation was, but they were in the sewer doing something when the storms came through. And they got to the first guy fairly quickly. But yeah, I'm not seeing an update that they found the other guy yet. Oh, it said he was found dead. He was found. Yeah, there was no way. Oh. Me and my friend were talking about this afternoon. Because he went live over there yesterday when it happened. Or the day before yesterday when it happened originally. Then he went back and did an update yesterday. And he was saying, I hope that, he found a spot that he could just chill. But that water came so hard and so fast that they probably didn't even have time to react. It just kind of came at them like you see in the movies where a big wave's coming at you. 5 o'clock. Wow, all the way by Washington Street.
That snake right there is a sweetheart, though. I was holding it earlier.
That poor other worker, because now he's going to have like survivor guilt that he survived that and his co-worker buddy did not.
I don't think there's any bad parts here today.
Well, we try not to, but it happens sometimes. You let the wrong thing come out.
coming this way, guys. Excuse me. And again, sir, thank you. I appreciate everything you guys do. Again, thank you for all y'all do. No problem. Like I said, being Lucky Laptop News later on if you guys want to watch this. This will be in Lucky Laptop News later on, probably tomorrow. So if you want to watch it, it'll be on that YouTube. And I know some of my viewers, you all like bikes, so I'm gonna get some of the bikes.
Man. I kind of knew this was going to be the outcome, but... Wow. Well, I'm glad he's found for the family. It's kind of sad. Somebody just going to work that day. I still don't understand the thought process of that day. So, I was sleeping. And my phone went off. And I thought that it was an Amber Alert. Because Amber Alerts and weather alerts are the same kind of thing. Your phone just kind of blares. And it makes this... and it doesn't stop until you touch it. Amber Alert, why? And I open my eyes and I roll over to grab my phone off the table, nightstand, whatever. And I look at it and I'm like, oh, it's not an Amber Alert. And it said, it wasn't even a warning. It was pretty much telling us to seek shelter because a tornado was possibly spotted in the area or was on its way.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a shot of that.
So the next thing I do is I get out of bed and I look out my curtain and I'm like, holy cow, because it was like almost noon and it was like midnight out there. It was that dark. So I throw on my shoes and I go outside, and I made a short of it. And I don't know why when things started going south that they didn't tell those guys, hey, look, we got to stop. Something gnarly's coming. Let's go sit in the car and wait it out. If it stops, then we can continue doing what we're going to do. Or if they were down there and nobody saw what was going on. I don't know. But here's a guy who just went to work one day trying to earn a living and pay his bills, and a whole family's life just changed. Once the rain started coming down, it was coming down so hard and fast. When I was talking to my friend today, he told me that there was hail by him, and I was like, there was hail by you? There wasn't hail here. And then I went to go and read about where tornadoes were spotted. And there was one in Lansing. And then there was one in a town called Glen Ellen. Glen Ellen is just right down the street. So it didn't say specifically where in Glen Ellen. Because Glen Ellen's not a small town, but it's not a terribly huge town either.
Sorry, I'm not really concerned about my camera right now. I'm worried about this thing. You don't mind that.
There's Lucky. Lucky and a snake. Yeah, it was crazy that day. It was absolutely crazy. If you go and look at my short and see how black it was and the line, and you could see spots where it looked like the clouds were trying to come down and form a funnel. And when the rain started coming, that's when the wind came as well. And the trees that were out front were legitimately bending almost over in half. There was so many down trees that were still in the area when we were going to the doctors today. People and businesses still without power.
Alright, there's what I'm trying to end with. We started with this guy, we'll end with this guy. The next time, everybody, be safe. You're going to be out traveling. Watch for my motorcycle.
Yeah, it was crazy. There was a certain point, Bill, that when the rain started coming down, it almost sounded like it was a tornado siren. But tornado sirens are way louder than that, unless it was the one in Glen Ellen going off. But it sounded like there was a tornado close by. That's when I went inside. I was like, yep, no, bye.
Later. Everybody, watch news. We are here.
If I wouldn't have been able to make it out of here,
Museum.
I would have to go into my bathroom because it's the only spot that doesn't have a window. My dog was not enjoying it at all. She hates thunderstorms. She hates lightning. She hates any loud noise. Fireworks. Gunshots. Where we were living at for the last couple of years, people have guns there. And once in a while, somebody gets wild hair up their ass and shoots off a gun. And she is not a fan of loud noise. So Monday she was not having it. The cat, she kind of hides to begin with, so it's kind of hard to tell if she's affected by the storms that come through here. But the dog really doesn't like it. Yeah, I couldn't imagine a tornado forming over. I think it was like 3, 4 days after I moved back home. We had something like 2 or 3 tornadoes in this genuine area. It's tornado season. Most people are like, okay, I got a tornado alert, seek shelter. My ass is like, nope, I'm going out there and filming this shit. It's interesting. It's fascinating. At least to me it is. I think it's kind of cool that Monday I'm standing outside because I was looking at the clouds that looked like they were trying to come down. And all of a sudden the cold front came through. It was so weird. 1 minute it was sticky hot, and less than 5 minutes later it had dropped like 10 degrees. And it was just a wacky day in general. We had that bad storm come through. Then we had another one come through. Then that cleared up. And then one more came through. And then before the sun set, skies cleared, sun was out, as if nothing even happened.
I'm going back on the other side on the sidewalk.
Yeah, we had a spot here in Illinois that in the 90s just tore through that town. It was pretty bad. One of my girlfriend's brothers lived there at the time, and he had a 2-story house, and the second part of his house was just gone.
There we go.
So getting in the watch hours, Lucky, though Lucky may have left to go drive home.
Oh, you're all right, man. Well, Perm wanted another video before we all called it a night. And we were literally getting to leave. It was like,
Wildcat 675 and going strong.
hang on, we're not leaving yet. This is South
Bill, you're at
California.
450. Lucky, if you can hear me or listening, you're at 375. Tommy, you're at 7 and at 75. It's a lot of fire trucks. So unfortunately for the next couple of weeks, we have to deal with this. And sometimes we get really bad storms. I know that when I read about the touchdowns, the one in Lansing was an F1 and the one in Glen Ellen was an F0. Wow. 1983. Yeah, that's unfortunate of living in the Midwest is having to deal with tornado seasons, but still not hurricane season. And we don't get hit by monsoons. So I guess somewhat of a fair trade because every part of the United States has something to deal with. Ah, we also lost Lucky, but I think Lucky's driving.
You too. False cold? Oh, that means there's no actual fire then, so. You guys have a wonderful night. There goes South Powell County Ambulance. I'm gonna go over here and get a better angle.
Okay, I guess I can't yell at you. You do need food. Okay, Lucky did say he was leaving. I know it was time for him to leave work. Okay, now. Oh. Gotta feed the kitty. Meow meow time. Ooh, cat, we're getting dangerously close to 9 hours. I may take a break today after doing this. Because that's 18 straight hours of live. Really, man? You sit there and yell at me to open you canned food and then you go and hang out in your window. Rude, man. The poor person that has to sit at YouTube and go through that and make sure there's no copyright and stuff. It always kind of tickles me when I put shorts and stuff up, what really does really well versus what doesn't. Because, like, sometimes I'm like, oh, that's going to be kind of cool, and then it does nothing. One time, I had put a short up of myself, and then the same day I put something up of my dog. My dog totally killed it that day. She got over 1,000 views, but it was a cute video. There's another Chihuahua here that looks like her, and we call it the Chi meeting. So my dog has a little boyfriend. His name is Lorenzo. I don't know how her other big boyfriend, Zeus, would feel about that. So funny. He follows her and makes sure that she's okay. He just loves her. It does make me laugh when I look at my shorts and I see the video of the day that I got hurt. I am so dope to the gills in that short. They gave me all kinds of different powerful medications to stop the pain because I couldn't even lift my leg. She's like, I'm going to need you to do a couple of things so we can see what's going on. And I'm like, okay, we can try it. She's like, wiggle your toes. I barely could move them. And not because of pain, I just couldn't move them. And then she's like, okay, I'm going to need you to lift up your foot and hold it for 10 seconds. I couldn't even do that. That was pain, and I still couldn't. Morphine is not awesome. I had that once, and I told my ex, the next time you fuckers put that shit in my body, I better be dying. So I am not a fan of the morphine.
Just noticed something on that truck. The front end of this man. That little white right there is the number. Looks like it's 4615 or 4618.
Yay.
13, I think I already told the last number.
Plumber's coming to fix my shit, I hope. Between 12 to 4 tomorrow. Yeah, I had a bad reaction to it, so I was not. I had a bad reaction, and plus it robbed me of some memories that I still try to retrieve to this moment. The one and only moment I had with my daughter before I never got to hold her again. I can't remember that because I was so doped up on morphine. They said it happened. I don't remember it. So I'm sure they had to give you morphine because, yeah, that's a compound fracture. When the bone comes out, that is never a good thing.
Hey, I got a question. Can I get a close-up of the number that's lit up on the truck?
Yeah, that,
Can I
ugh.
get a close-up
I've
of the
seen
number
injuries
that's
where
lit
the
up on
bone
the
came
truck? I
out
think that's
and
pretty
it's
cool.
like, oh, ow.
I just would notice it.
So, yeah, they would definitely have had to have made you feel comfortable. And I think that probably was the only thing that was going to work in that particular moment.
Hey, Jay, I'm gonna move out over here so we got more of a space.
At first, I didn't think I hurt my leg. Because I got up, I tried seeing if the scooter would move, and it wasn't really moving. So, at that point, some lady saw me wipe out, and she did a U-E and came back, and she parked, and she's like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "I think so." And I started walking a little bit, and at first, it wasn't great, but it wasn't like, "Oh my God, I can't fucking stand on this leg." And I think it was like 5 steps. All of a sudden, I couldn't. Yeah, I bet. I bet you did scream. I know I would. Bone come popping out of my leg. They say sometimes stuff is so traumatic in that moment that that's why we forget it. So we don't have to keep on living in that moment. So it's probably why you don't remember it and why I don't remember, my daughter's thing. I remember getting into a fight with the nurse. I remember little bits and pieces, but the things that I want to remember, I can't. Lady J.
What's up, everybody?
By the way, my wife was talking to her friend on a video and they called. She said, "I gotta go."
Alright, everybody, y'all have a good one. Be safe. It is no longer Friday, it is Saturday morning, I do believe. As I'm redoing this video, it is 11.
I love the thumbnail for this. And that was like, I was trying to take pictures because Shark Week's on, and the fact that a great white was coming towards my foot when I took that picture was hilarious. And I love how Yeti was like, if anybody asks you what happened to you, show them that picture. Yeah, maybe not the best time to be talking to friends.
All right, everybody. Have a good one. And about
I'll run you over. I am getting through there one way or another. Through you or past you. It's up to you.
That's all I can say. Until next time, everybody. Peace out.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Firm audit 2. Lady Justice.
So when I decided, I was trying to figure out, and I'm like, what am I going to put up for a thumbnail? And I'm like, ooh, that picture.
Show me news now. Till next time, everybody. Peace.
Yikes. How scary. Nothing happened to the kid, right? It all was
July 24th.
just mainly your leg and everything.
My dad, it's his birthday. May he rest in peace.
I must not have seen,
I'm here with firm audits.
did I reply? I might not have seen your comment yet. Because I've been live for almost 9 hours, so. Ooh. But I'm sure he was wearing a helmet. So that definitely saved the noggin. That was the one thing on that day that didn't fucking hit anything was my head. But that lady who did the UE and came back to make sure I was okay stayed with me. So that was really nice. She didn't know who I was. She just saw some person get hurt and wanted to come and make sure they were okay. I should have asked her name. Oh, okay. Oh, poor guy. Wow. I mean, thank God you were sitting still because however fast they were going. I remember when that was explained to me that, like, if somebody's going like 50 miles an hour and another person is going like 20, that's 70 miles per hour colliding. I mean, it still didn't make it better, but I mean, if you were moving, probably might not have survived that depending on how hard that kid came at you head on. Jesus. Do you hear the popo? I'm not hiding a popo. It was on the TV. I'm not hiding no popos. You're the only popo here.
Is everything okay up here, Lady J?
That's Bella.
What's going on up here?
2 tons of force in your hands.
Damn, can we not even fucking record in peace without assholes like you? Right. I'll be the scene. Be an asshole somewhere else on somebody else's time.
Uh-oh. Are you gonna go sleepies? Would you like Popotan? Popotan. Here you go, ma'am. Oh. I tore my rotor cuff. I wiped out, well, not a motorcycle bike, on a BMX bike. I hit a patch of black ice. I thought the conditions were clear enough to ride a bike, and it clearly was not, and the bike went from under me. Kind of like the scooter, but at least with that, I know I hit a patch of black ice. With my scooter, I still don't know what the hell happened. What? Why are you looking at the kitty all wrong? Why are you looking at my kitty all wrong? Why don't you lay it down? Go into the Popo tent. Be happy. Enjoy life. Be warm. Go lay down. Popo tent. Leave the kitty alone. She does not want to be chased by you. She does not want to deal with your bullshit, ma'am. Go lay down. Oh, cutie pie. Don't be a tyrant. Yeah, I bet. And exactly, you know, when I tell people that I had a heart attack or what I went through when I lost my daughter, because I almost died in that moment too. Technically, I guess I did for 5 minutes. My heart stopped. But I turn around and I tell them, I'm like, well, you know what? I'm here telling you. So thank you for, you know, saying sorry and everything, but I'm still alive. I'm here to tell the story, not somebody telling you the story about me. Same here. That's why I don't drive, Bill. I was in a car accident, kind of very similar. It wasn't a head-on, it was a rear end. And it was pretty bad. I wasn't wearing a seatbelt. I was ejected out of the car. I don't remember it. I didn't believe my friends at first. And then when we went back to the tow yard or wherever the car was, and I saw where I was ejected out of, yeah, that was pretty crazy. So it took me a little bit to sit in a car without white knuckling, because it was just a normal day, hanging out with my girlfriends, and we were enjoying music, and at a stoplight, and whammo. So by the time that I stopped freaking out sitting in a car and white knuckling, I had already moved outside of the city. And you didn't need a license. My ex drove, so he took me anywhere I needed to go, or I went with some family member or another. But it's funny when I tell people that I don't have a license. They're like, oh, did you get it taken away from a DUI or something? No, never got it. Aww. Yeah, when I was finally told the story, because everybody was too worried to tell me stuff because of everything that had ensued. It was like about 1 o'clock. in the morning. So my ex had to get somebody either to come to our house or drop our kids off to theirs. And my mother-in-law lives like 2 blocks away. So she said, I don't want to go out, so bring the boys over here. So he goes to bring the boys, and he goes, Mom, while I'm on my way over there, please find out where she is. If she's in labor and delivery, if she's in emergency room, so that way, that's where, so I know where to go. So she called the hospital to do just that, and they asked her if she was the next of kin, and she goes, well, I'm her mother-in-law, and she's like, the nurse asked me if my son was there to speak to him, and she's like, no, he's on his way with the kids. And she goes, well, there was a complication, we need to talk to him. And she's like, what are you talking about? And she's like, well, we really need to talk to him. And my mother-in-law's like, please tell me what I have to tell my son. And she said that the nurse told her that my heart had stopped and that they were working on me. And I don't think they told them at this point in time that our daughter was not okay. And she sat there at the table waiting for him to come in to tell him. And right before he walked in the door, they called back and said that they were able to start my heart. So she asked where I was going to be to know where to send him, because he was just dropping off the kids. And that's when he walked in the door. And she told him what was going on, and he just raced to the hospital to be with me. Her daughter lived with her, so she turned around and she came with my ex, because one of the few things I remember was her holding my hand going, come on, baby, wake up. You gotta wake up, the boys need you. I remember hearing her voice. And when I opened up my eyes, everybody's standing around me with tears streaming down their face. Knowing they had to tell me that our daughter didn't make it.
Sounds like county's busy too.
So I was lucky in that aspect, because I had a lot of people in that moment that really loved me. And when it came time to come home, they all rallied around me and made sure that, like, they didn't want to take me home at first because her room was set up. So my mother-in-law and 2 sister-in-laws, I had just set up her nursery that night because we were preparing to have her. I mean, it was pretty close to having her. So I consider myself lucky, because not many people can say that their mother-in-law was their best friend, but mine was. Good morning, Brandon Mitchell. So, yeah. I feel that heaven doesn't want me and hell's afraid I'll take over. So, either that or I'm too young to die. Brandon, we're on... Ooh, Kat, we passed our time. We're on 9 hours, 10 minutes, 29 seconds. My second longest live ever. Kat was laughing. I shared with her about the sad face conversation that we had. I still want to see the goddamn fucking arrest. Same, Bill. I did a lot of stupid shit in my youth. A lot of stupid stuff. My mom used to joke that I was never going to make it to 21. I don't know if she was half joking or really joking, but yeah. So, me getting this far, it surprises a lot of people. It surprises a lot of people. So, what are you up to this morning, Brandon? I have yet to go to sleep and it's 8:45. But I did fall asleep a little yesterday. I gotta wait for my laundry and my medication. If I were to take a muscle relaxer right now, I would probably be dead to the world until 8 o'clock tonight. And I don't think I want to do that. What? 4 more? Wow, they're just like adding to the list. That's how you know they're finally they're happy that they finally caught up with them. Now they're adding more stuff. Just they can add all they want. It's what's going to stick and what they end up charging them with. So we shall see. The plot thickens. I know that. Was it you that was telling me that it was at 108,000? Yeah, I think it was you. And here we are. Right, Kat? I didn't believe in myself. What were the 4 added, Brandon? It is a good thing. I can't believe they added 4 more. It's like, let's just keep tacking it on. Past, present, and future.
Alright, are we gonna wrap this video up? Hopefully we get some more tonight.
We do have fun.
And unit 23 was on scene as well. This is
Oh, yeah. What were the warrants for? Because I remember hearing something about him bragging, saying, oh, they haven't come and got me for these because they can't extradite me or something like that. And it was like, apparently they can.
South Howell 5, I think. Nope, 8. Yep, South Howell 8.
Apparently they can.
So everybody, next time, have a good one.
Dude has a serious problem with abuse towards women.
Pedestrians, motorcyclists, and bicyclists. I mean, watch for motor vehicle drivers too. Some people can't drive.
Obstructing a court order. Ooh, yeah, that's not going to be good. That's not going to be good at all.
You didn't believe me?
You know, back in the day, Brandon, when he was at the height where people followed him and liked what he was doing, he would have had all kinds of help. But he had to go into tweaker mode and fucking start talking shit about everybody. I thought it was funny when you said that there was like some sort of stream that went live. I think you said AZ something. And you said that there was barely anybody in there and that you were like, yep, I'm out. I'm going to somewhere else. And you went to a different live. Right. I mean, when stuff like this happens, you're one of the first few people getting the word out about this person got arrested. Let's do what we can and what have you. He made that choice.
Now, every day before we hop into the debates, we always like to quickly go through the breaking news. You guys got to take a look at this.
He made his choice. When he started going after people in the community,
Knocked the U.S. out of the World Cup. And Belgium came into their match last
all
night.
that shit talking he's been doing for months,
A lot of animosity.
Karma came back and slapped him real good this time.
16, Donald Trump called
Yep, he thought he was invincible.
a quote-unquote shithole.
I don't know why,
Look at
but
what they did. The players for Belgium.
legend in his own mind, I don't have a clue.
Donald Trump, and they did
He looks
the
weird.
YMCA publicly on the
He hangs with goats.
once again in private in the locker rooms. That was then recorded.
I mean, I like animals too, but
And this is just great. I mean, fantastic.
Okay,
There
hold
is
on.
not a show, a TV experience, a
let's see what Nintendo Lo-Fi. Yay, I'm glad you made it home, Lucky. We just finished watching a fourth video. Yeah. Well, now he can sit there and rot. Because according to you, that one that was holding the stream to get donations, I don't think it was going over too well. I went and I checked it out. There was something like 30, 31 people in there. But there was one blue person that was posting all kinds of links, and it wasn't really showing very many people in that chat. Probably just people to sit there and find out information, like, you know, finding out what his bond was and what have you. Spirit in the sky, I thought you had left us. You didn't come in all night. You're not the first person to actually say that. I've heard other people say the same thing. You know, that there's some valid points there, but just the delivery of it all was just in bad taste. Aww. The puppos are happy you're home. I killed you? Obviously not. You're here talking. Trust me, if I killed you, nobody would know where your body is. I know some people who shop the pig. I don't want to feed the pig. The pig gets paid enough. Meanwhile, I'm struggling to like a motherfucker, and they get to go and be tyrants to people. Gonna eat then, Mo. Breakfast time. I took some meat out of my freezer. I'm gonna make some spare ribs, some country spare ribs later on today. Haven't decided what I'm gonna do for my side. I got a couple of different things I can make for a side. A nice vegetable, a nice well-rounded meal. What the heck? 123 keeps on going live. Oops. He was just in here a little bit ago. Yes, I love a good spare rib. My only dilemma today is what barbecue sauce I'm going to use. I normally like Sweet Baby Ray's. I like the sweet and spicy. And now being back home, there's this barbecue joint here. And they sell bottles of their barbecue sauce. And their barbecue sauce is really good. So I don't know which one I'm going to use. Both are very good. You're having chicken and babies? Or do you mean to say that you're having chicken babies? Right? Sweet Baby Ray's is awesome. Oh my Lord, Spirit in the sky, don't make it weird. Roast beef, mashed potatoes, lima beans, gravy. That sounds good. I like lima beans. I'm kind of debating on if I want to order McDonald's for breakfast. I don't really particularly like McDonald's breakfast, but once in a while. My stupid scooter didn't try murdering me. There's one not too far and I could just ride over there. I love roast during the winter time. I make my roast on the stovetop. Hey, I'm not here to judge. Us Italians, have a thing called funeral potatoes. So, there could be church roast. I wasn't here to judge. Ooh, bratwurst and mashed potatoes. I like my bratwurst with sauerkraut. You're not a big lima bean fan, Kat? I see the green face. Yeah, I don't mind lima beans. I had lima beans prepared in a Serbian dish that was really flipping good. Good morning, Joko. Welcome back. What are you eating this morning, Brandon? Have you had breakfast? Are you taking care of you? Don't make me come down there and make you breakfast. Oh my God, Tommy came out swinging out of nowhere. PDF. Tommy, I like your style. He lay dormant there for a while and then just popped up. I was the weird cat that loved Brussels sprouts. My siblings all hated them. They're like, how could you like that? I always like cabbage, and it's baby cabbage. Good. I'm glad you're taking care of you. But I will still come down there and lovingly make you pancakes and bacon. So did you sleep well, Joko? PDF? How are the deer? The feral cats? The chi? And are we being quiet and not waking up the beautiful wife? No surgery. As of right now, no cast. They are worried about the swelling in my legs, so I have a compression sock situation going on. And I go back in 2 weeks. And if the pain and the swelling and stuff does not go down, then they're going to do an MRI and see what's going on. I got to take off the brace, so that'll be good. Nice, Joko. I'm trying to figure out how much sleep I got yesterday. So, after I ended the live, I was up for a little bit. And then I went to sleep. I got up at 11. So if I went to sleep, I want to say I maybe got like 2-3 hours of sleep there. And then my friend who was supposed to take me to the doctor called to make sure, on the time and everything. And then they came and got me. I went and did the doctor thing. And came back here. Was up for a while. And like maybe, I don't know, I think it was like 7:30, 8 o'clock after I had eaten. I decided to rest my leg a little bit, and I was in my bed, and Cardi lulled me into a false sense of snuggliness, and I passed out and woke up at 11 and then went live. So I think I got a grand total of maybe 6 hours, but not all together. So far, Spirit in the Sky, let's just hope the swelling goes down and I don't have to do an MRI and it does become that. The world may never know, PDF. Not good, Spirit in the Sky. I just looked up the article. They found him and not alive. Not alive. So one survived and one did not. But I am happy that they were able to retrieve him. So the family can have some closure. Yeah, you keep on doing that, Spirit. He's been more than polite and told you more than once, Bill. So, yeah. Not a great outcome, but I kind of knew that this was going to come because of how long the time was and where he was at. The more time went on. No, I'll still call you Spirit in the Sky. Why do I feel comments coming up for Sweet Cheeks coming from Bill? Yeah, so not a great outcome, Spirit, but like I said, the more time went on, you knew the outcome was that at a certain point it was just purely a retrieval. And I thought when I was reading the article, because you were in Duper Troopers Live, he said that there was a board and there was like, they were bringing a stretcher or something and that they were bringing in a car. Well, he was found further down and at 5 o'clock yesterday evening. He always does a great job. I'm always proud of the work that he does. Awesome is doing awesome today. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I asked Duper yesterday if he was going to go back there again, and he's like, no, I'm just going to wait for the news at this point. Because we were both kind of hoping that he found a spot and they were going to find him and he was going to be okay. We were still holding out hope, but unfortunately he was not. They're not releasing the name of either one of the contractors at this present time. I don't know the guy who survived. I don't know if it's purely a privacy thing and he's just asking, please don't share my name. Because I know the other guy, they're not releasing it because they had to let family members know, hey, we found him. Yep, no, I've been telling him for the last 2 years I think that he needs to run for some sort of office. I know a lot of people think that he's just the guy who lives in his mom's basement, but he is a very intelligent man. Huh. It's funny you say Bill K. There is a dealership legitimately less than a mile away from me called Bill K. Chevy. I think you can. I think you can change it, but you won't be able to change it back if you wanted to for like 14 days or something like that. But you should be able to change the name of your channel. Spirit's still keeping up with the awesome. It's not the first time I've heard somebody say that. My best friend in my phone, it's his first name, and it says awesome, and his last name. User from YouTube for a while. So Tommy is the second person I have ever heard referred to as awesome. You're in good company with that, Tommy, because my best friend's an awesome person. Okay, yeah, this is annoying. I can't do it. I play video games, but that is really annoying. Hmm. Dark Japanese trap bass beat. What? Synth radio. No, probably not. We'll go with the dog one. Dawson? Should we start going do 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 do? I knew it was coming, Bill. Oh my god. That is too funny. PDF is like, what did I get myself into? Awesome, sweet cheeks. A match made in heaven. Oh my god, that's too funny. You set him up, I'll knock him down. The dog looks so serious. And it's funny. I should take a picture of this. Okay. The dog in this video, it's funny. It looks like my girlfriend's dog. Her name is Daisy. I had to take a picture of it so when I'm done here I can send it to her. Ooh, you still have to do that fence project? The saga continues. Will Sweet Cheeks ever be able to get Dawson to go up that hill? Is it hot by you today? things cooled off a little bit. Yesterday was still kind of warmer than I expected it to be with all the storms that came through. Today they said that it's supposed to be 80 degrees. Yeah, that dog just looks so serious. Best shower curtain ever. Cardi riding a T-Rex. Gotta love Amazon. If we lived in prehistoric times, I totally could see Cardi riding a T-Rex. Right, madam? You would totally murder a dinosaur. Or at least try to ride it. Saddle it up. Cardi's like her mama. I may be small, but I'm mighty and I bite. She looked at me like, ma'am. Here, I'll show you what he's talking about, William. Best shower curtain ever. T-Rex and what looks like my dog with a trident. Is there anything Amazon doesn't have? I don't think so. Not great. I had to take a pain pill like maybe an hour ago. Doctor gave me some muscle relaxers so I can hopefully sleep through the night, but I haven't gotten them yet. I'm waiting for my friend to go and pick them up. But I'm also waiting for them to be ready. And I won't be able to take it till later on tonight, because if I took one right now, like if he came within the next hour, I would be passed out until probably like 9, 10 o'clock tonight. And then what am I going to do? Sit there and be up from 9 o'clock until this time again tomorrow or the next morning? I have a plumber apparently coming tomorrow between 12 to 4. So that'll be awesome. Hopefully fix the problem that I've been having. So I have to be off work for 2 weeks. I'm going to be bored out of my mind. Hey, Bill is only being respectful. You said call you Sweet Cheeks. See how that worked out nicely for you? I don't know how many times last night you called him William. It's Dawson to you. Oh my lord. The goofiness that ensues. And Kat, we're almost at 10 hours. We are 16 minutes away. Or 14 minutes. And you, my dear, are at 750 XP points. William's at 525. Lucky is in position number 3 at 450. Tommy's at 150. Joko's at 150. Spirit in the Sky, I don't know why your points aren't raising. You're still at 75. Cat's always number 1. Rigged. What are you, pink now? Are you Yeti? I am still alive. How's your headache? I love how people who came in last night are coming back and being like, holy shit, you're still here. Aw, very nice of you, William. Oh, Bill. See, now he's got me doing it. I like that. Holy crap, you're still alive? Why? What else am I going to do? I can't sleep, Yeti. Plus, I'm here breaking a record with Kat. Ooh, you got migraines. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I have friends that deal with that. When you have stuff like that, do you have to go into a room that's like completely blacked out where you don't have noise, light coming in? Some of my friends get very sensitive to light. No, the caffeine's keeping me up. Surprisingly, the pain pill that I took did not knock me out. How funny would that be, Kat, that I'd be sitting here in the chair, sitting back, and I fall asleep, and then I wake up like hours later and like, oh shit, I'm still alive. Yeah, if I did speed, I'd probably drop dead in front of you guys with the heart issues. Yeah, I really hope that you feel better soon. But thank you for stopping in again. I like how he's like, why? I know some people, like, when they go on panel and there were a couple of channels that would go for like days. They were definitely using some sort of speed on some level. I don't know how they did it. But like sometimes people would take turns and shifts and they would take their camera, turn their camera off where the standard thing would pop up, like your profile picture. And they would mute it and fall asleep. And then come back like 5-6 hours later and be like, yeah, I'm refreshed. Yeah, you know, if I get a really bad headache and I don't take something for it right away, my stomach gets so upset. And then, like, if I go to take the medication, yeah, it makes it even worse. I know some of my friends have to take like medication that doctors prescribe to them because the Excedrin doesn't work. But I hate that. It's bad enough you got a headache, and then you take something and it upsets your stomach. You're like, what the hell? I've been in so much pain before that I wanted to puke. It's like I'm in pain. Why do I feel like I want to throw up? Slept for maybe like 20 minutes or an hour. Yeah. I have a lot of broken sleep, and that's what's killing me. And I told the doctor that yesterday. I'm like, pain aside, the not sleeping is really getting to me. So we're going to go to 10 hours and 6 minutes. So we break yesterday's record. We've already broken the record, but just to make it a full hour. We're at 9:53. Bill's built like the Terminator. He's got biomechanics in him. $6 million man. I'm still debating on if I'm going to have breakfast. If I could even make it to breakfast. I saw repeats of it. I didn't see when it was, Ooh, Yeti. Are you sure you're up for it? I know they're trying to build them by us, but the towns around here keep on denying them. But it does kind of worry me because there's a building being built down the street and I don't know what it is. But that's the town before us. I know that the town that I'm personally in, they had a whole town meeting and the town was like, no, we don't want it. But I saw something crazy yesterday before I went. It was either before I went to sleep or after I woke up. Some guy had a mini data center in his house. He was being paid to have a mini data center put into his home. Yeah, I hear you, Yeti. Well, I hope that the pain isn't too much. I hope people are kind and tip you. I have a couple of friends that do that, and sometimes they're like, I'm out for 4 hours and all I got was $30. Yeah, a lot of people are like, no, we don't want that shit. I've also seen videos of people who have gotten them built up, and it's fucking up their water system. And up close to a prison. Huh. In Allenwood? Why does that sound familiar to me? I'm wondering. I had somebody, one of my Twitch friends, I know he lives in Pennsylvania. I want to say that's where he lived. Yeah, they're just not a good idea, but yet they're propping up some of them here and there. But a lot more people are starting to now fight back because not only is it fucking up the water, the sound and everything. Serious dog time. Okay, I know what Williamsport Little League World Series. Yeah, it kind of freaked me out when I saw the short of the guy who got one in his house. Because now they're trying to get sneaky for the people who are sitting there saying, yeah, we don't want these data centers here. And now you got some guy that's like, oh yeah, pay me. Because, yeah, McMansions that have huge basements and stuff like that, they could just corner. This guy did not have that much cornered off for where they installed this stuff. So we shall see how this all pans out. Maybe I'll repost that short because it's very informative in what the data center is doing and what it's collecting. And the guy seems pretty on board with it and okay with it. And I'm sitting there going, no. Cool, Bill. Yeah, they make some weird humming noise. Cat, you still there? We hit 10 minutes. Or 10 minutes, 10 hours. Yeah. That's the video that I said. Or, that I was talking about. I don't know where we lost Rosie. Hopefully she wasn't texting and driving. I know she said that typing while driving. I love that girl, but I don't want her to put herself in danger just listening to me or joining in the chat. My heart would hurt if something happened to her. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why some places were like, yeah, okay, go ahead, throw that up. She got in a nap yesterday. Today is her day to do nothing. It's her lazy day. Respect. Nope, I'm Italian and I love garlic, so I already know I'm not part vampire. So you got 3 more minutes, Spirit in the Sky, get it all out. I've been up for hours. I've been live for 10. If I stayed live for 2 more hours, that's like half a day. No. I gotta figure out the breakfast situation. Cuddle with my dog. And before PDF calls me and yells at me to put my leg up. I was thinking about streaming from my bed and just keeping my live up, or my leg up. But then I'm like, yeah, I do that. The odds of me falling asleep are very high. I'm comfortable, I'm warm, I'm snuggled with my puppo. Not sure. Wow, she answered your question. I thought she was going to say I don't answer questions. It is early in the morning. Or long in the evening. However which way we want to look at it, Cat. 7 in the morning by her. Still in first place. So, ooh, we lost one game. Spirit in the Sky. Bad Spirit in the Sky. Choosing violence so early without me having any sleep. On a rare occasion, I will answer a question or two. So, I'm going to be ending things. It's got 30 seconds left till we go a full hour past what I went yesterday. I appreciate you guys for being here. Thanks for the likes. Thanks for bringing people in, Kat. You're awesome. Spirit in the Sky, always keeping it weird. Lucky Laptop, I hope you get done soon. Same with you, Joko. Yeti, I hope that headache goes away. So I appreciate you guys all for being here. Hopefully I don't get a phone call being yelled at going, "You stayed up all night, didn't you? And did that again." Sure did. But we had fun. So I may take a break later today. Who knows? Maybe I might go live. I don't know. That's just going to crack me up. Bill, you got to keep that up. That makes me smile with such glee. Bye, Spirit in the Sky. Oh my God. He asked for it, so. Okay, you guys. Before Spirit in the Sky comes back and makes it weird again, you guys all have a good rest of your day. It's a new day. Some of us may not have gone to sleep yet, but it's a new day to tackle things. So I will see you guys around. I appreciate you, and see you soon.